Chapter 1757. What made Yi Xian feel the most helpless was that if that was the case, why did the little demon go to the Shura sovereign? However, he didn't care so much. He had to find the little demon first. However, right at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed over at a rapid speed. "Lord, the people from the Whirlwind Royal Territory are here," the person reported. "Here? Isn't it still half a year?" Bai Minghuayu was slightly surprised. It seems that they can't wait to get that mineral vein. "Sister, what mineral vein?" Bai Mingsun asked curiously. "It's a immortal crystal mineral vein. The production is amazing, but because it's at the border of the Flower Rain Royal Territory and the Whirlwind Royal Territory, we decided to bet." Bai Minghuayu said, "Best of 3, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, 1 for those under the Demon Monarch, and 1 for me and the Whirlwind Royal Lord. Then I want to watch too. I haven't seen Sister fight for a long time." Bai Mingsun's eyes lit up. "Okay, then let's go." Bai Minghuayu nodded. The bet didn't take long, so Bai Mingsun was fine even if she went. As for Yi Xian, she would postpone it for now. "Sister, do you have a candidate for the battle under the Demon Monarch?" Bai Mingsun asked again. "I have a talented demonic cultivator in the royal manor. He cultivates the Blood Moon Demon Heart, and is almost invincible among those of the same level. He should be able to win a battle," Bai Minghuayu said. Hearing this, Bai Mingsun rolled her eyes. "Sister, how about I introduce someone to you? He's also very strong, and can definitely help you win the battle." Bai Minghuayu looked at Bai Mingsun in surprise. "Who is it?" When Bai Mingsun was speaking, Yi Xian understood what she meant. The person she wanted to introduce was none other than the old tree who had just finished his breakthrough. Without waiting for Bai Mingsun to speak, Yi Xian directly summoned the 3 old tree. As soon as they appeared, the 2 inexplicable auras shocked the black-clothed middle-aged man and Bai Minghuayu. If they hadn't sensed that the old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were only Grand Unity Peerless Immortals, they would have attacked them already. "Hehe, sister, these 2 have signed a contract with Yi Xian. Don't underestimate them just because they're Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. They've killed a demon lord before, right?" Bai Mingsun giggled and continued. "Sister, do you still remember that demon lord's spectral soul? He did not die. There was a strand of his remnant soul residing in the black soul sphere. His strength was comparable to a second-stage demon monarch, but he was later dealt with by Yi Xian and the others." "Spectral soul demon monarch?" Bai Minghuayu was shocked. She naturally knew this name because Demon Lord Spectral Soul was once her subordinate. However, he offended her and was killed by her. Not to mention her, even this black-clothed middle-aged man recognized him. Who would have thought that he was actually still alive? Killing a second-grade demon monarch? Not bad. Bai Minghuayu nodded in satisfaction. The old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were both Grand Unity Peerless Immortals. There was a difference of 4 levels between them and a second-grade demon monarch. To be able to challenge someone who was 4 levels above them was not something an ordinary person could do. That's not all. When we entered the Flower Rain Royal Territory, there was another 4th-grade demon monarch. He should have been sent by the Demon Killer Emperor to capture me. In the end, he was killed by them as well. Bai Mingsun had a smug look on her face, as though the old tree and Ghost Lord Azura were both her subordinates. A 4th-grade demon monarch? 6 levels above them? Bai Minghuayu found it hard to believe. If someone had killed a 2nd-grade demon monarch who was 4 levels above them, she might have believed it. But to kill a 4th-grade demon monarch who was 6 levels above them, that was a bit too unbelievable. "Sister, I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, you can call that genius out and let them fight first," Bai Mingsun suggested. Bai Minghuayu trusted this little sister of hers quite a bit. However, Bai Mingsun was still only a 1st-grade pure Yang True Immortal. If she encountered a battle between a high-ranked pure Yang True Immortal, she might not be able to see it clearly. Let alone a battle between a Grand Unity Peerless Immortal and a Demon Monarch. "Alright, go call Bian Yuanzhou out." Bai Minghuayu nodded. She decided to give it a try. After all, it wasn't time for the battle yet. The people from the Whirlwind Royal Territory had only come earlier. Upon hearing this, The black-robed middle-aged man nodded. He quickly flew into the territory lord's estate, then called out a youth. This youth had golden skin. Aside from that, he looked no different from a human. He was a 9th-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal, only a single step away from becoming a demon monarch. Despite his appearance, he had actually trained for tens of thousands of years. Of course, in front of Bai Minghuayu, who had lived for hundreds of thousands of years, he was just a junior. Territory Lord. The golden-skinned youth said respectfully. Bian Yuanzhou is the strongest expert in our territory lord's estate, second only to the demon monarch. At the same time, he's also a member of the golden fiend race. He's refined a golden flame fiend heart, and his physique is extremely powerful, Bai Minghuayu said. Yi Xian, send someone out to defeat him. If you defeat my sister, you'll definitely be rewarded, Bai Minghuayu said. Yi Xian understood this as well. Bian Yuanzhou was originally representing the Flower Rain Royal Territory. If Old Tree or Azura Ghost Lord defeated him, they could represent the Flower Rain Royal Territory. Their chances of winning would be higher. When that time came, would they have to worry about lacking cultivation resources? After all, Bai Minghuayu wasn't just the Flower Rain Royal Territory's overlord, she was also the eldest daughter of Emperor Baiming. When Bian Yuanzhou heard that he was going to be challenged, he was slightly displeased. However, this was the overlord's wish, so he couldn't refute it. After all, he was always the one challenging others. How could he be the one being challenged? Oh, Old Tree. Who's up? Yi Xian glanced over. A 9th-grade Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. Even Yi Xian himself could probably fight him, let alone Old Tree's trio. Not even a demon monarch. I choose to give up. Old Tree shrugged. Then, Azura Ghost Lord shook his head and took a step back. They weren't afraid, but felt that Bian Yuanzhou's cultivation was too low. Only Wei Zhentian was left. Like Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian couldn't speak. However, he was one of Yi Xian's earliest subordinates. He had followed Yi Xian for many years and obeyed Yi Xian's every command. He wasn't a bully like the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord. He directly asked Yi Xian to fight. Humph, don't even think about challenging someone of a higher level. Bian Yuanzhou couldn't help but snort. He thought that Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were afraid. Yi Xian, have you decided? Bai Mingsun asked. All right, Wei Zhentian it is. After Yi Xian finished speaking, Wei Zhentian transformed into a flying sword. What? The sword? Bian Yuanzhou understood Yi Xian's meaning. He was instantly enraged. Even Bai Minghuayu didn't want to say anything. If it was the Old Tree, it might have been possible. After all, the Old Tree refined the purple demon heart, which was a grade higher than the golden flame demon heart. Chapter 1758. Don't underestimate Wei Zhentian. Go. Yi Xian gave the order without hesitation. Bush. Wei Zhentian was as swift as Yi Xian. When Yi Xian gave the order, he flew toward Duan Ling Tian. Wei Zhentian, a 7th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, arrived in front of Bian Yuanzhou in the blink of an eye. Although it was a sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou had underestimated Wei Zhentian. If he did not teach him a lesson, Bian Yuanzhou would not take him seriously. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. Facing Wei Zhentian's sneak attack, Bian Yuanzhou extended his right hand and sent Wei Zhentian flying. However, he knew that he had underestimated Wei Zhentian. Wei Zhentian's speed alone was enough to make him take him seriously. In the blink of an eye, the two of them exchanged blows. Crisp sounds rang out and entered everyone's ears. This celestial artifact does not seem to be controlled by you. Did it give birth to an artifact spirit? Bai Minghuayu asked. Yes. Yi Xian nodded. This Wei Zhentian has the ability to change its form. It's so fun. I'll ask my father to refine a demonic artifact like this for me one day, Bai Mingsun said. Bian Yuanzhou was not weak. After all, he was nurtured by Bai Minghuayu with a large amount of natural treasures just for this battle. Therefore, he was able to fight Wei Zhentian to a draw. However, as a 9th-grade Tai Peerless Immortal, it was humiliating for him to fight to a draw with a 3rd-grade Tai Peerless Immortal's celestial artifact. Nevertheless, Wei Zhentian's strength was not limited to this. Wei Zhentian, End this battle with the heavenly appraising lots. Yi Xian said to Wei Zhentian. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian, in the form of a flying sword, turned into 9 lots and attacked Bian Yuanzhou. What? Bian Yuanzhou was shocked. The heavenly appraising lots were faster than the flying sword and arrived in front of him in an instant. Before he could react, the 9 heavenly judgment lots pierced into his chest one after another, almost piercing through his demon heart. The outcome of this battle had been decided. Not bad. Bai Minghuayu nodded in satisfaction. Bian Yuanzhou was from the Golden Demon tribe and had refined the Golden Flame Demon Heart. His physique was already above average among those of the same level. Even Bai Minghuayu herself might not be able to match Bian Yuanzhou when she was a 9th-tier Tai Peerless Immortal. However, the 9 heavenly judgment lots had so easily broken through Bian Yuanzhou's defenses and almost killed Bian Yuanzhou. This was sufficient to prove Wei Zhentian's strength. Bian Yuanzhou was defeated and his face was dark. Enduring the pain, he knelt on one knee and said, "Yuanzhou has disappointed the overlord, please punish me." Although one of them had lost, Bai Minghuayu was not angry at all. This meant that Wei Zhentian was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. However, a single artifact could not participate in the gambling battle. How is their strength compared to this immortal treasure? Bai Minghuayu's gaze landed on the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord. Bonehead is stronger than this Wei Zhentian. That bald old man is even stronger. He once fought against 2 people alone, and he didn't even use his full strength. Bai Mingsun jumped out and said, "All right, if you can help me win this battle, I will give you a satisfactory reward." Bai Minghuayu said directly, "Thank you very much, City Lord." Yi Xian cupped his fist in gratitude. Old Tree was the strongest, so the old tree was the one to fight. This way, they would have a 90% chance of winning. After all, the old tree was also a demonic cultivator. Moreover, Bai Minghuayu had decided to teleport him to the border. This favor had to be returned. Don't forget, after some time, Yi Xian would be able to break through again. At that time, the old tree would break through to the 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal realm. There would be no one below the demonic monarch realm who could be his opponent. In order to obtain that immortal crystal vein as soon as possible, Bai Minghuayu was a little impatient. She directly brought Yi Xian, Bai Mingsun, and that black-clothed middle-aged man and set off. The location of the battle was right outside the immortal crystal vein. Those from Whirling Edge Royal Territory felt that victory was in their grasp, so they directly waited outside the immortal crystal vein. While Bai Minghuayu was leading the way, Yi Xian felt that it was about time, so he started to devour treasures again. Ding! Host has broken through to the 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal realm. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yan Ming Ghostly Lord have broken through to the 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal realm. System notifications rang out one after another. After sensing the change in aura, Bai Minghuayu and the black-clothed middle-aged man couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian, but they didn't say anything. In their eyes, there was no difference between a 3rd grade Tai Peerless Immortal realm and a 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal realm. 3 days later, Bai Minghuayu brought the group to the immortal crystal vein. This immortal crystal vein was jointly set up by Bai Minghuayu and Whirling Edge Royal Lord. Only the winner of the battle could own this immortal crystal vein. When Bai Minghuayu arrived, there were already 3 figures outside the immortal crystal vein. A 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, a 9th grade Demon Lord, and a 1st grade Demon King, Whirling Edge Royal Lord. "Lord Huayu, how have you been?" Whirling Edge Royal Lord couldn't help but smile when he saw Bai Minghuayu. "Let's skip the pleasantries," Bai Minghuayu said directly. "All right, but Lord Huayu, the person you brought is a little off," Whirling Edge Royal Lord said, then turned to Old Tree, who was behind Yi Xian. In Bai Minghuayu's group, besides Yi Xian, the 4th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, there was only the 8th grade Old Tree. Under normal circumstances, a 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal should be the one to fight. Why did they bring an 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal? In our battle, one of the requirements is below the Demon Lord level. We didn't say that it has to be a 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, Bai Minghuayu corrected. When Whirlwind Horde Lord heard this, he subconsciously sized up Old Shu. He had heard that there was a Bian Yuanzhou in the Horde Lord's mansion, but the one who came today was not Bian Yuanzhou. It seemed that old Shu was stronger than Bian Yuanzhou. Purple Demon Heart? I see. Whirling Edge Royal Lord saw through the clues. The purple Extreme Demon Heart was indeed stronger than the average Demon Heart. That was understandable. Since that's the case, let's begin. Whirling Edge Royal Lord, what level do you want to bet on first? Bai Minghuayu asked. Below the Demon Lord level, Whirling Edge Royal Lord said. Since Bai Minghuayu had brought an 8th grade Tai Peerless Immortal, even if he cultivated the purple Demon Heart, it wouldn't be easy to win with the difference in level. All right. Bai Minghuayu raised her eyebrows. It seemed that they were going to win the next battle. The 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal of Whirling Edge Royal Territory walked out, followed by Old Tree, who had joined Bai Minghuayu's group. Chapter 1759. Whirlwind Horde Lord will be the judge. Bai Minghuayu had Whirlwind Horde Lord announce the start of the battle just in case. All right, let's begin. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't hold back and directly announced. But in the next moment, he was shocked. When his voice fell into everyone's ears, Old Tree directly used Nether Fire Clone and flashed behind his opponent. Bang! With a muffled sound, Old Tree's fist directly pierced through his opponent's heart. His demon heart exploded, and he died instantly. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A notification sounded in Yi Xian's mind. Old Tree had won this battle. How is this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord and the 9th grade Demon Monarch were shocked. Their opponent was a genius they had carefully cultivated for this battle, but he was instantly killed by their opponent. How was this possible? Whirlwind Horde Lord, thank you for letting me win. Bai Minghuayu said with a smile on her face. There was no suspense in this battle at all. They had won this battle for free, which was really a good deal. Even the Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that someone of his level would make such a mistake. Next, let's let Horde Lord Huayu decide. I don't care if it's the Demon Monarch or the two of us fighting. Whirlwind Horde Lord said. Then let's fight the Demon Monarch. Bai Minghuayu said. She and Whirlwind Horde Lord were both first-grade Demon Kings. If they fought, he would definitely win. However, she wanted to hide her strength, so she let the black-clothed middle-aged man fight on her behalf. All right. Whirlwind Horde Lord didn't waste time. The next battle was a battle between 9th grade Demon Monarchs. As long as they won this battle, Bai Minghuayu would be able to obtain this huge immortal crystal load, which was enough to raise the Flower Rain Royal Territory's level. Whirlwind Royal Territory sent out a 9th grade Demon Monarch Elder, while Flower Rain Royal Territory sent out a black-clothed middle-aged man. Both of them were 9th grade Demon Monarchs, but they had never fought before, so they didn't know who was stronger. Because this was a bet between demonic cultivators, one side had to fall. In other words, if the Whirlwind Royal Territory lost this time, then they would suffer a crushing defeat. Not only would they lose the immortal crystal vein, they would also lose a general. Bai Minghuayu was very confident in this black-clothed middle-aged man. After all, this black-clothed middle-aged man was her #1 general. The black-robed middle-aged man was already more than 10 million years old, but due to his limited talent, he couldn't break through to the Demon King level. However, his strength was enough to challenge a Demon King. With him in the battle, they would definitely win this battle. Then, Bai Minghuayu wouldn't need to participate. On the other side, the Whirling Edge Royal region did not know the background of the middle-aged man in black, because they only knew that he was Bai Minghuayu's supervisor. In truth, they weren't confident in winning this battle, but it didn't matter. Start! Said. In an instant, the old man and the black-clothed middle-aged man began to fight. Boom! 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 A series of muffled sounds entered everyone's ears. At first glance, the strength of the two was actually on par with each other. Jesus, how is it? Bai Mingsun could not help but send a message to Bai Minghuayu. Don't worry, we will definitely win this battle. Bai Minghuayu replied. Hearing this, Bai Mingsun didn't say much even though she couldn't see the battle. Not only that, even the Old Tree, who was an 8th rank Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, couldn't see their movements clearly. He could only tell from the sounds that they were fighting fiercely. In fact, the two of them had not used their full strength, but the black-clothed middle-aged man was holding back more. He was waiting for an opportunity to kill his opponent instantly. The two of them fought for a full 10 seconds. As a demon king, the Whirlwind Horde Lord's expression slowly sank. He wasn't worried that the old man would be killed. Instead, he was wondering if his next move would succeed. This time, the bet on the immortal crystal lode was fake. Whirlwind Horde Lord's real intention was to capture Baiming Huayu, the emperor's eldest daughter, as a hostage. However, to his surprise, the youngest daughter of the emperor of Baiming, Baiming Sun, had also come. This was truly killing two birds with one stone. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord lost this battle, then the people hiding in the surroundings would take action. If the Whirlwind Horde Lord won, then it would be a 1-to-1 situation. At that time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already broken through to second-rank Demon King, would personally take action. Anyway, it all depended on this battle. On the battlefield, the two figures kept flashing, and the two pairs of demon wings were terrifyingly large. The black-clothed middle-aged man was from the Winged Demon clan, which was more useful than the demon wings, so he had the upper hand. However, at this moment, good chance. The black-clothed middle-aged man suddenly found a flaw in his opponent's defense and punched out. Bang! The powerful shadow of the black fist smashed into the old man's chest, directly bursting his chest, revealing the beating demon heart. Not good. The old man's expression changed drastically. With his chest bursting open, the next step would be dangerous. If he wasn't careful, his demon heart would shatter. At the same time, the Whirlwind Horde Lord saw this scene and quickly took out a horn and blew it. Woo 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 woo. This horn was a demon tool, and its sound could be transmitted to a very far place. However, when the horn sounded, a figure slowly appeared in the sky. It was the old man of the Whirlwind Horde Lord, who had already been killed by the black-clothed middle-aged man. What's going on? Yi Xian, Old Tree, Baiming Sun, and the black-clothed middle-aged man were at a loss when they heard this sound. However, they all had a bad feeling. This might be an ambush. Yi Feng, protect them. Baiming Huayu said to the black-clothed middle-aged man with a calm expression. Yes, Lord. The black-clothed middle-aged man nodded. Although Baiming Huayu was only a first-grade devil king, her strength was frighteningly strong. The black-clothed middle-aged man believed that if he was a first-rank demon king, he wouldn't be Baiming Huayu's opponent. Even if he was a second or third-rank demon king, he still wouldn't be able to. Who was Baiming Huayu? She was the eldest daughter of the Emperor of the North Sea. If the Emperor of the North Sea dared to let his daughter become a lord at the border, then he must have some life-saving means, such as the heavenly demon armor. Or perhaps she had the protection of an expert. Whirlwind Horde Lord, who dares to ambush me? Baiming Huayu couldn't help but ask. Since Lord Huayu knows it's an ambush, why didn't you leave? It seems like you have some protection. Whirlwind Horde Lord said, I guess Lord Huayu should have a heavenly demon armor on her, right? So what? Baiming Huayu said. Chapter 1760. Are you so confident that you can capture me alive? Baiming Huayu raised her eyebrows and asked. This time, Whirlwind Horde Lord did not answer. Instead, he turned to look at the sky. 3 figures had already flown over from the horizon. However, none of them were demonic cultivators, nor were they demons. They were 3 immortal beast eagles. Whistling wind eagles? Baiming Huayu recognized them at first glance. That's right. These are 3 third-grade king-level whistling wind eagles. Horde Lord Huayu, surrender yourself. Whirlwind Horde Lord made his move. Since you're so confident, I'd like to see where your confidence comes from. Baiming Huayu naturally would not surrender so easily. Instead, she went up to meet him. However, her opponent was not only the second-grade Demon King Whirlwind Horde Lord, but also the 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. I borrowed this Whistling Wind Horn from my father. It can control 3 third-grade Demon King level Whistling Wind Eagles. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. Whirlwind Horde Lord snorted in his heart. His initial goal was to capture Baiming Huayu and claim credit from the Demon Killer Emperor. However, Baiming Sun was also the Emperor's daughter. Hence, he quickly ordered 2 of the whistling wind eagles to attack Bai Ming Sun. Although the black-clothed middle-aged man was strong, he was only a 9th-grade demon king. It would not be easy for him to block 2 whistling wind eagles alone. However, to everyone's surprise, a faint sound was heard. Bai Ming Huayu, who was only a 1st-grade demon king, actually shattered the demon heart of the 2nd-grade demon king Whirlwind Horde Lord. Instant kill. Even the Whirlwind Horde Lord himself hadn't expected such a scene. He was actually defeated by someone who was a level above him. Moreover, it was an instant kill. The daughter of the Emperor of Bai Ming Sun was indeed extraordinary. However, at this moment, whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound broke through the air. A figure who was hiding in the surroundings quickly made his move. Insidious guy, you finally made your move. Following that, an unfamiliar voice was heard. Another figure appeared. In an instant, the 2 of them began to fight. Moreover, the aura they emitted was extremely powerful. 9th-grade Devil King. Of these 2 9th-grade Devil Kings, one was a bodyguard sent by the Dark North Emperor to Bai Ming Huayu, while the other was sent by the Devil Killer Emperor. The moment Bai Ming Huayu's bodyguards appeared, their auras enveloped the 3 whistling wind condors in the air. Then, they were easily killed by Bai Ming Huayu. Miss, take the others and leave first. I'll deal with this treacherous guy. A middle-aged man in armor said. You think you can stop me? The subordinate sent by the Masha Emperor was a black-robed man with long hair. He was skilled in concealment. If not for the middle-aged man's strength, he wouldn't have been able to discover him. Although Bai Ming Huayu was strong, she wasn't strong enough to fight against a 9th-grade Devil King. Therefore, she didn't say anything and left with the group after sending a message to the middle-aged man. I didn't expect there to be another expert here. The Masha Emperor is too sinister. Bai Ming Sun couldn't help but say. Although you and I have the heavenly demon armor, the Masha Emperor is the Devil Killer Emperor. If we fall into his hands, we will definitely become his bargaining chip to threaten father. Bai Ming Huayu said. Then why did father allow sister to be the overlord here? Bai Ming Sun asked. Bai Ming Huayu paused and said, because I'm willing to be the bait to lure the Masha Emperor. The bait? Bai Ming Sun asked. However, right after she finished speaking, a voice rang out. What? There's another person? A cry of surprise came from behind. The owner of this voice was the long-haired man under the Masha Emperor. There's not only 1 9th-grade Devil King protecting me. There are actually 2 that father has been secretly cultivating. This time, they want to kill one of the Masha Emperor's generals. Bai Ming Huayu said. Now Bai Ming Sun understood. This was a conspiracy, and it wasn't small. But if it succeeded, they would be able to kill one of the Masha Emperor's generals. Even I don't know. Bai Ming Sun pouted. You're still young, of course you don't know. Bai Ming Huayu said with a smile. Bai Ming Sun was only a few thousand years old, not even 10,000 years old. Moreover, she was only a 1st-grade pure young true immortal. It was normal for her not to know these secrets. In any case, they had won this battle. Compared to the immortal crystal mine and the whirlwind royal territory, the life of a 9th-grade Devil King was much more important. Even if the former increased in value by 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times, it still couldn't compare to a 9th-grade Devil King. Not long later, the armored middle-aged man caught up to Bai Ming Huayu, accompanied by a strange man. Miss, the execution has been carried out. The armored middle-aged man said. Thank you, uncles. Bai Ming Huayu smiled. Afterwards, the 2 9th-grade Devil Kings led Bai Ming Huayu and the others back to the Overlord's estate. The speed of a 9th-grade Devil King wasn't just for show. In less than an hour, they had returned. Yi Xian, this time, you've helped me win a battle. This is your reward. After returning to the Overlord's estate, Bai Ming Huayu took out a yin and yang ring and handed it to Yi Xian. Overlord, this. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and didn't accept it. This time, it was a trap set by the Emperor of Bai Ming. Although the old tree had won a battle, it didn't do much. That's a separate matter. Besides, you're Qi Su's friend. Bai Ming Huayu said. If it was someone else, Yi Xian definitely wouldn't reject it. But Bai Minghuayu was the fiancé of the little demon king, so they were friends. However, since she had already said so, Yi Xian couldn't reject it anymore and accepted it. As expected, the amount of things in this yin and yang ring was huge. It should be enough for him to break through to the 5th grade Devil Monarch realm. There were also some seeds of heaven and earth treasures in this ring. Yi Xian immediately got someone to plant them in the planting space. Ding! The planting space's level has increased. The current level is level 10. A system notification sounded. A level 10 planting space was much bigger. Most importantly, the flow of space had increased from 400 times to 800 times. A day in the outside world was equivalent to 800 days inside. It was godly. Alright, my mission is complete. I don't need to stay in the Flower Rain Royal Territory anymore. Let's go to the Royal Territory. Bai Minghuayu said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. In the Flower Rain Royal Territory's overlord's estate, there was a teleportation formation that only Bai Minghuayu could activate. The reason why Bai Minghuayu stayed at the border was to be a bait to lure the demon killer emperor. Now that her plan had succeeded, she didn't need to be a small overlord anymore. Chapter 1761. When Yi Xian was in the Flower Rain Territory's Lord's Manor, he could already feel a powerful aura. However, when he arrived at the Dark North Royal Territory, he almost couldn't breathe. One had to know that the average cultivation level in the Royal Territory was the Demon King realm. In a situation where Demon Kings were everywhere, his Tai Peerless Immortal cultivation level was nothing. Not to mention Tai Peerless Immortals, even Demon Kings were nothing. Fortunately, Bai Minghuayu was here. Otherwise, Yi Xian would have to kneel on the ground as soon as he landed. Let's go. I'll bring you to the border's teleportation array. Bai Minghuayu didn't say anything and brought Yi Xian to another teleportation array. Along the way, many people sensed Yi Xian's identity as a cultivator and couldn't help but look at him in surprise. How did the eldest daughter of the Dark North Royal Territory know such a cultivator? Moreover, his cultivation level was so low? However, they didn't dare to speak because there were 2 9th grade Demon King bodyguards behind them. From here, you can teleport to the border's Demon Sun Royal Territory. However, with your identity as a cultivator, I'm afraid you'll become a rat on the street. Bai Minghuayu then said to someone behind her, Yi Feng, you send him over. Yi Feng was the general manager of the Flower Rain Territory, a 9th grade Demon King. Although his strength was the weakest in the Dark North Royal Territory, it shouldn't be a problem for him to go to the Chaos Royal Territory. Although Little Demon King was one of the 18 heavenly kings under the Shura sovereign, his cultivation level was the lowest. The other 17 were all 9th grade Demon Kings, but he was only a 3rd grade Demon King. Therefore, Little Demon King was also known as the Heavenly King with the most potential. Of course, most of them were ridiculing him. No need. I also want to experience it. Yi Xian refused directly. How could he level up if he brought someone along? If that's the case, then I won't say much. Bai Minghuayu didn't continue. In her impression, Yi Xian wasn't a stupid person. He shouldn't die so easily. At this time, Bai Mingsun was still looking at Bai Minghuayu, trying to persuade her. However, Bai Minghuayu was determined not to let her leave. The teleportation portal began to operate. Yi Xian stepped into it and was teleported away in no time. Their destination was the Demon Sun Royal Territory. It was a royal territory similar to the Flower Rain Royal Territory, and its lord was a 1st grade Devil King. Currently, Yi Xian was a Tier 4 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal, while the Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian were all Tier 8 Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. They would probably break through again in a few more days. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to take action after breaking through. After all, they had plenty of time. Several days later. Ding! Host has made a breakthrough. Host is now a Tier 5 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 9th grade Grand Unity Supreme Immortals. The 3 from the Old Tree had all broken through to Grand Unity Peerless Immortal. They were only one step away from becoming Immortal Lords. The Demon Yang Royal Territory belongs to the Emperor of the Dark North. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. The Emperor of the Dark North was Bai Minghuayu's father, and Bai Minghuayu was the Little Demon King's fiancé. Therefore, the Emperor of the Dark North was the Little Demon King's father-in-law. It wasn't good to rob a friend's territory. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to leave as soon as possible. However, along the way, there were still many who came to throw their lives away. Although he didn't take the initiative to rob, he didn't reject those who came to throw their lives away. When he passed through the Demon Yang Royal Territory and arrived at the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, which belonged to the Shura Royal Territory, his cultivation level had increased again. He was now a Tier 6 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. As for the Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, and Azura Ghost Lord, they had all broken through to Immortal Lord. However, their strength was still not enough to find the Little Demon King. Let's go. Let's rob. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and started to act according to his plan. His plan was to rob the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. Once he was done, he would have enough to go to the Demon Sun Royal Territory. In fact, he didn't need to worry about heavenly treasures. After all, the things that Bai Minghuayu gave him were enough for him to break through to Demon Lord. What he needed now was time. However, he felt that it was too hard to stay in seclusion, so he came out for a stroll. The Old Tree and the other two were now Immortal Lords. According to the demonic cultivators, they were Demon Lords. As Tier 1 Demon Lords, they had outstanding combat strength. If they joined forces, even a Tier 7 Demon Lord wouldn't be able to do anything to them. Instead, they might be killed. Although this strength couldn't sweep through the entire Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory, as long as he was given time, it would be enough. A few days later, ding! Host has broken through. You are now a Tier 7 Grand Unity Supreme Immortal. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding! Wei Zhentian has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord has broken through. You are now a Tier 2 Immortal Lord. The few of them broke through again, and their strength soared. However, just as he was about to continue to rob, he found an interesting map in one of the Qian Kuan rings. Land of Devouring? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had the Immortal Grade Devouring System. Without this magical thing, he wouldn't have been able to ascend to the Immortal Realm. He would probably still be a cripple. Therefore, he was very sensitive to the word devouring. The map showed that there was a place called the Land of Devouring in the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. There was also a description on it. The Land of Devouring was occupied by a powerful king-grade immortal beast. Those who entered would die without leaving behind a corpse. Even the Lord of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was afraid of it. Seeing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. How long had it been since he last saw the devouring beast? This king-grade immortal beast devoured everything. Could it be the devouring beast? As long as he could kill this king-grade immortal beast, he would be able to obtain one devouring point. At that time, he would be able to strengthen his bloodline and become stronger. Devouring beast? Let me see if you are the one. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and hurriedly rushed to the northwest of the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. The Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory was considered big. Yi Xian used the Immortal Ascension steps to rush over, but it still took him a lot of time. When he arrived at the Land of Devouring, he had already broken through to the 8th grade Tai Sovereign Celestial Realm. The Old Tree and the other two were 3rd grade Immortal Lords. This realm was enough for them to do whatever they wanted in the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. However, when he arrived, his eye of revelation saw a group of demonic cultivators fleeing in panic. The strongest ones seemed to be the 3 9th grade Immortal Lords. Could it be that they want to enter the Land of Devouring to kill that immortal beast? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, 9th grade Immortal Lords, and there were 3 of them. In addition to the others, their strength was enough to contend with a Demon King. Such a group of people had a gloomy expression. They quickly left the Land of Devouring as if their buttocks were on fire. They must have been frightened by that immortal beast. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but be curious. He really wanted to enter the Land of Devouring to see if that immortal beast was the devouring beast that he was looking for. Chapter 1762. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhintian. Leave no one alive. Yi Xian immediately gave the order to the three of them. So what if there were 3 9th-grade demon lords? Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet. Eye of Azura. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord immediately used their ultimate moves. The effect of the Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet was similar to the 9 Dragons Lightning Fire Barrier. However, it was more practical than the 9 Dragons Lightning Fire Barrier. Other than absorbing attacks, it would also increase in strength when people nearby died. As for Wei Zhintian, he turned into a lightning token. This lightning token was called the Heavenly Wrath token. Those who were targeted by Wei Zhintian would be attacked by the Heavenly Wrath. The Heavenly Wrath was the Heavenly Wrath lightning. Its power was extraordinary. Rumble. The clear and boundless sky was instantly filled with dark clouds. Following that, a bolt of heavenly tribulation struck down. The attack speed and power of the Heavenly Wrath lightning would increase according to Wei Zhintian's cultivation level. Now that Wei Zhintian was a 3rd-grade immortal lord, his target was the 7th-grade demon lords. Therefore, he would kill them with every strike. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Ding. Host's killing intent has increased. Before the Azura Ghost Lord could even charge into the group of enemies, one notification after another sounded out in Yi Xian's mind. His killing intent value started to crazily rise. Once these people died, the Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet and the Eye of Azura would increase in strength. Not only that, but Yi Xian's slaughter seals were also formed. In an instant, 6 slaughter seals were formed. 5 times, slaughter mode. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He immediately used 5 slaughter seals to increase his strength by 5 times. He was only an 8th-grade Tai Absolute Immortal. Even if his strength was increased by 5 times, he would not be able to fight against a 7th-grade demon lord. However, 5 times the strength was effective for Wei Zhintian, who was in the form of a magic treasure. Simply put, the power of the Heavenly Wrath lightning had increased by 5 times. Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Chain. Infernal Darkness Soul Shattering Strike. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. The Old Tree and the Azura Ghost Lord also approached the enemy and started attacking. Because their cultivation levels were lower, no one took them seriously in the beginning. They were running for their lives, so how could they have the time to care about Yi Xian and the others? Even if it was a rank 6 demonic lord, no one would want to kill him and take his universe ring. After all, the immortal beast in the devouring ground was too terrifying. They would flee first. As a result, Yi Xian had a few opportunities to take advantage of. Although Ghost Venerate Azura was only a 3rd-grade immortal lord, he was very powerful. Just 1 ray of Azura Divine Light was enough to kill more than 10 people. At the same time, the Old Tree also rushed into the crowd and unleashed the power of the Inferno Dark Soul Suppressing Tablet. Bang! A loud noise was heard. At this moment, there were only a few 8th-stage Devil Monarchs and 3 9th-stage Devil Monarchs left in this group of Devil Cultivators. Furthermore, after those people died, the Azura Ghost Overlord's Eye of Azura finished accumulating energy. Who is it? Seeing that all the 7th-stage Devil Monarchs and 2 8th-stage Devil Monarchs had died in an instant, the remaining people were all astonished. Damn, how many stages did they surpass? Before they could recover from their astonishment, the Old Tree and Ghost Overlord Azura attacked again. Inferno Dark Soul Locking Chain. Eye of Azura, Azura Divine Light. Lightning of Heavenly Wrath. Under the joint attack of the Old Tree trio, another 3 8th-stage Devil Monarchs fell. At this moment, there were only 3 injured 9th-stage Devil Monarchs and 2 8th-stage Devil Monarchs left. Bastards, you're courting death. The 3 9th-stage Devil Monarchs were furious and decided to attack. Originally, Old Shu and the other 2 rank 3 Immortal Monarchs were not qualified for them to take action. However, the 3 of them were simply too powerful. They had actually managed to kill rank 7 Immortal Monarchs, and even rank 8 Immortal Monarchs. If they did not attack now, they would also be threatened. In an instant, These people exchanged blows with the old tree trio. This time, Yi Xian could not collect the universe ring and suddenly break through like before. However, even so, the old tree trio still had the ability to deal with the 3 ninth stage devil monarchs. After all, the other party was injured, and their strength was too weak compared to Yifeng. Even if everyone worked together, they would not be able to defeat Bai Minghuayu's strongest subordinate, Yifeng. The old tree's sneak attack, the Azura ghost overlord Azura, and Wei Zhentian continuously attacked with lightning of heavenly wrath. No one would notice him. 10 seconds later, the remaining 8th stage devil monarchs all fell. As a result, only the 3 ninth stage devil monarchs were left. However, at this moment, suddenly, a heaven-shaking roar entered everyone's ears. After hearing this shocking sound, Yi Xian hastily turned his head. With the eye of revelation, he saw a fat figure slowly approaching. This speed was probably not as fast as a 9th stage devil monarch, but its body was terrifyingly large. Not good, the devil dragon is here. The 3 ninth stage devil monarchs' expressions changed as they quickly fled. Devil dragon? When Yi Xian heard this, he quickly memorized this fat black dragon and swept a glance at it. There was indeed a symbol on this fat dragon's body. However, this symbol was not entirely the Devour symbol, but an extension of the Devour symbol. The Devour symbol can be found in this symbol, but it has a few more strokes. Although I don't know what it is, it must be related to the immortal Devour system. Yi Xian was almost certain. This fat black dragon was the owner of the land of Devour, and it was also what Yi Xian was looking for. However, it had just appeared and scared off the 3 ninth stage devil monarchs. Its strength was probably extraordinary. At this moment, before Yi Xian could finish his thoughts, the fat dragon suddenly opened its mouth and sucked in a deep breath. An invisible force directly enveloped the 3 ninth stage devil monarchs. Not only that, even the old tree, the Azura ghost overlord, and Wei Zhentian were locked on. Only Yi Xian was standing in place in shock. This is bad. The 3 ninth stage devil monarchs paused, and their faces changed drastically. In the next moment, their bodies rapidly retreated and were sucked into this fat black dragon's mouth. Even the old tree, the Azura ghost overlord, and Wei Zhentian were not spared. What the F***CK? Yi Xian was shocked. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding! Wei Zhentian is dead. Ding! Wei Zhentian is resurrected. Ding! Azura Ghost Overlord is dead. Ding! Azura Ghost Overlord is resurrected. 6 consecutive system notifications rang in Yi Xian's mind. In an instant, the 3 old tree fell and were resurrected beside Yi Xian. No wonder that group of people were scared out of their wits. It turned out that this fat black dragon was so strong. However, just as Yi Xian was surprised, woo-woo! Suddenly, a gust of wind blew. This fat black dragon, after swallowing so many people, actually burped. Chapter 1763. The Gate of the Void. Yi Xian's eyes lit up as he opened up a gate of the void in front of him. The gale that was blowing towards him went in, but it did not hurt Yi Xian. You do have some skills. Old tree, Azura ghost lord, Wei Zhentian, get it. Immediately, Yi Xian summoned the 3 of them once again. However, Azura ghost lord and Wei Zhentian's undying fighting soul had been activated. Now that they were dead, the effect was gone. After receiving Yi Xian's order, Old Tree and the other 2 quickly rushed out and faced the gale head-on. Wei Zhentian's current form had the Heaven's Wrath Order and the Heaven's Splitter Axe. Azura Ghost Lord held the Heaven's Splitter Axe and slashed at the fat black dragon. This slash had the power to split the heavens and earth. It broke through the gale and hit the fat black dragon. Bang! The fat black dragon trembled and could not help but cry out in pain. Then the gale stopped as well. Old Tree and the other 2 quickly took advantage of this opportunity to rush over. Wei Zhentian, Million Beasts Diagram. At that moment, Yi Xian quickly gave an order that shook the world. The Million Beasts Diagram was a rare treasure. Once this diagram was used, the surrounding immortal beast's strength would be reduced by half. Although Azura Ghost Lord had the Heaven Splitter Axe and was extremely powerful, once the Million Beast diagram was used, the fat black dragon's combat strength would be reduced by half. This was more effective than using the Heaven Splitter Axe. After all, Old Tree could also hurt the fat black dragon. This big black dragon must be related to the immortal level devouring system. It might have 2 or 3 devouring points. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's eyes could not help but light up. The devouring beasts that he had encountered before were all low-level devouring beasts that only gave him 1 devouring point. Once, he had nurtured a devouring beast to the intermediate level and obtained 2 devouring points. This fat black dragon was a devouring beast that he had never seen before. Maybe it was a high-level devouring beast? However, this devourer beast was at least at the Demon King tier, so Yi Xian had to retreat a little further to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Just now, the devouring ability of that devouring beast was able to kill even a 9th grade Devil King. Yi Xian reckoned that the reason why he was not sucked in was probably because of the immortal grade devouring system. However, the fat of this black fat dragon was simply too thick. Even after Ghost Lord Azura and the Old Tree bombarded it for half a minute, they were still unable to break it open. During this time, Azura Ghost Lord and the Old Tree both died many times. Wei Zhentian was currently in his Myriad Beasts diagram form and could suppress the fat black dragon to half of its original strength. Even so, it was not something that the Azura Ghost Lord and the Old Tree could deal with. If he wanted to find a weakness, he couldn't do it through the mouth. After all, the Old Tree and the Azura Ghost Lord would be melted to death. As such, Yi Xian couldn't do anything to this fat black dragon. Anyway, this land of devouring has existed for thousands of years. There's no need to rush. I'll come back after I break through to the 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and decided to retreat temporarily. After all, he had already marked this black flying dragon with the Death Hunt order. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, let's retreat. Yi Xian immediately left, and the fat black dragon also returned to the depths of the land of devouring. As for Wei Zhentian, Yi Xian allowed him to maintain his Myriad Beasts diagram form. This way, he could use it again after a few days. After all, the Myriad Beasts diagram was a rare treasure. A few days later, ding! Host has broken through to the 9th grade Tai Peerless Immortal Realm. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian have broken through to the 4th grade Immortal Realm. The cultivation of the 4 of them had once again soared to the next level. Now, Yi Xian estimated that Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord should have the ability to hurt that fat black dragon. After all their skills had been restored. Yi Xian immediately led Azura Ghost Lord and the other 2 into the land of devouring. There wasn't a single living thing in the land of devouring, not even a blade of grass. After all, that fat black dragon had devoured everything. After traveling at full speed for about half a day, Yi Xian finally saw that fat black dragon again. Go kill it. Yi Xian didn't say anything else and directly gave the order. In an instant, Azura Ghost Lord, Old Tree, and Wei Zhentian rushed over. The Myriad Beasts diagram suppressed it instantly. This Myriad Beasts diagram was different from other treasures. It was stable and wouldn't increase with Wei Zhentian's cultivation level. However, it was already very scary to have half of its strength reduced. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord, who had broken through their cultivation level, took the lead and rushed over. During the battle a few days ago, Yi Xian observed that this fat black dragon would only burp after it had devoured something. At that time, it would exhale a fierce gust of wind. However, now that it had devoured Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian, who were only 4th grade Immortal Lords, they definitely wouldn't be enough for it to burp. Therefore, Yi Xian was very relieved. This fat black dragon also noticed the Old Tree and the other 2. It flapped its huge wings and tried to kill the Old Tree and the other 2. If it was at its peak, it could have smashed the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord into pieces. However, now that Wei Zhentian had transformed into the Myriad Beast diagram, its strength was reduced to half. Therefore, the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord easily dodged its attack. Seeing that the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord were not dead, the fat black dragon opened its bloody mouth and sucked in a mouthful of air. 3 invisible forces enveloped the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian, and then they were quickly sucked into the fat black dragon's mouth. However, Yi Xian had the immortal grade devouring system, so this devouring ability was useless against him. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord is resurrected. System notifications rang out one after another. The old tree and Azura Ghost Lord were killed directly. Although their strength was reduced by 50%, this devouring ability was too strong. However, Yi Xian noticed something. Every time this fat black dragon finished devouring, it would burp and release a gust of wind. However, there was a time difference between the 2 devouring sessions. Therefore, he had to take advantage of this time to deal a heavy blow to the fat black dragon. Undying Battle Soul. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. At that moment, the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord went all out, targeting the fat black dragon's head and bombarding it continuously. Boom, boom, boom. A series of muffled sounds rang out. Previously, the old tree and Azura Ghost Lord could not hurt this fat black dragon at all. However, now that they had the strength, although the damage was not great, they could definitely exhaust this fat black dragon to death. Chapter 1764. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord is dead. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord is resurrected. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord is resurrected. After one death, the effect of the undying battle soul would disappear. However, it did not matter. The previous round of attacks had caused quite a bit of damage to the fat black dragon. It just so happened that Wei Zhentian had not only maintained the Myriad Beasts illustration, but also the Heavenly Wrath order. Heavenly Wrath Lightning, boom. Yi Xian thought to himself. In the next moment, the sky was covered with dark clouds as a bolt of Heavenly Wrath Lightning struck. The top of the fat black dragon's head had already been pierced, and the Heavenly Wrath Lightning directly smashed into the fat black dragon's flesh. This power had already surpassed the attacks of the Azura Ghost Lord and the old tree. It directly struck the fat black dragon, causing its flesh to tremble. Boom! The Heavenly Wrath Lightning struck one after another. Although the fat black dragon's devouring ability was strong, it could not do anything against such an attack. After all, its speed was not comparable to a 9th-grade demon lord. While it was being tortured, the old tree and the Azura Ghost Lord died a few times. However, it did not matter. After all, their mission was completed, which was to break open a hole and let Wei Zhentian strike. The fat black dragon's painful roar reverberated throughout the entire land of devouring. It sounded heart-wrenching. However, for the sake of devouring points, Yi Xian could only choose to kill it cruelly. As he did not need to fight personally, Yi Xian watched leisurely. This battle lasted for a long time, almost an hour. An hour later, the fat black dragon finally fell to the ground on its last breath and died. In this hour, it did not know how many strikes of Heavenly Wrath Lightning had struck it. In any case, it had lost count. If not for Wei Zhentian's Heavenly Wrath order, it would not have been so easy to kill this fat black dragon. Ding! Host's killing intent has increased. A system notification sounded, indicating that the fat black dragon had died. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly flew over and put away the corpse. Ding! Host has devoured a special devouring beast corpse. Ding! Host has learned the super devouring skill. Ding! Host has activated the Tower of Trials system. When the 3 system notifications rang out, Yi Xian froze in place. It turned out that the fat black dragon was not an ordinary devourer beast, but a special devourer beast. Super Devour allows me to forcibly devour through space. As for the Tower of Trials system, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and quickly checked. The Tower of Trials system allowed him to enter and challenge the levels. The first level was for opponents 1 level higher than him, the second level was for opponents 2 levels higher than him, the third level was for opponents 3 levels higher than him, and so on. As long as one could challenge a level, one would be able to obtain one devour point. Furthermore, this Tower of Trials did not have an upper limit. If Yi Xian challenged someone 10 levels above him, he would be able to obtain 10 devour points. Although it wasn't a devouring beast and didn't obtain any devouring points, it did obtain some devouring points. Furthermore, in the future, if he were to encounter a special devouring beast, he would be able to refresh the level of the Tower of Trials. What a waste of devour points. Yi Xian couldn't help but laugh. Now that he had gotten rid of the danger in the land of devouring and had activated the Tower of Trials system, there was no need for him to leave so soon. This Tower of Trials tests my strength. I can't summon any beasts. Fine, I have to see what level my strength is at. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. The Tower of Trials could be challenged once a day. If he won, he could continue. If he lost, he would have to wait until the next day to continue. At that moment, Yi Xian focused his consciousness on the Tower of Trials. Ding, do you want to challenge the first level of the Tower of Trials? The first level of the Tower of Trials required one to challenge someone one level higher than Yi Xian. Furthermore, each challenge was randomly drawn, so there were differences in strength. Yi Xian was now a level 9 Tai Absolute Immortal, which meant that he would have to challenge a level 1 Immortal Lord. Yes. Yi Xian immediately chose yes. Ding, drawing begins. Ding, the host has drawn a demonic cultivator. Ding, the demonic cultivator's strength is 3 stars. In an instant, Yi Xian's surroundings changed. At that moment, he appeared in a spacious arena. The Tower of Trials required one to be chosen from the Immortal Cultivator, the Demonic Cultivator, and the Demonic Cultivator. Furthermore, the difficulty varied from 1 star to 5 stars. This time, Yi Xian had drawn 3 stars, which meant that he was ranked in the middle of the level 1 Immortal Lords. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. Then it gradually solidified. Yi Xian hurriedly took a closer look. He discovered that it was a middle-aged man in black clothes. This person's aura was that of a level 1 Immortal Lord. Ding! The Tower of Trials starts countdown. 3, 2, 1. Begin. When the system finished counting down, this level 1 Immortal Lord began to move. After all, he was a demonic cultivator, so he directly charged at Yi Xian. This time, Yi Xian couldn't use any beasts. He could only rely on himself. He immediately condensed the departing flame immortal sword and fiercely slashed at this demonic cultivator. Rip. This flaming sword chi instantly cut this demonic cultivator in half. His demonic heart shattered, and this demonic cultivator died tragically on the spot. Instant kill. Ding! The host's challenge is successful. Ding! The host has obtained 1 devour point. Ding! The host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing this, Yi Xian's lips slightly curled up. Although the opponent was 1 level higher than him, who was he? Challenging someone of a higher level was nothing difficult. Recently, it had been Old Tree and the other 2 who had taken action. However, this didn't mean that he was weak. It was extremely easy for him to instantly kill an opponent of a higher level. Because the challenge was successful, he obtained 1 devour point. Adding the 2 devour points that he hadn't used before, he now had 3 devour points. However, Yi Xian didn't use them for the time being. Instead, he continued to challenge. Ding! The host has begun to challenge the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials. Begin drawing. The host has drawn a cultivator. This cultivator's strength is 2 stars. The 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials represented a level 2 Immortal Lord. However, this cultivator's strength was only 2 stars, which was very weak. Soon, the challenge began. Yi Xian's opponent, who was a level 2 Immortal Lord, directly controlled a flying sword and attacked Yi Xian. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian directly flashed behind his opponent and stabbed with his sword. Rip. The departing flame immortal sword stabbed into his opponent's body and pierced through his immortal heart. The effect of incinerate the world immediately burned the corpse, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 1765. Ding! Host's challenge is successful. Ding! Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding! Host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? Now, Yi Xian had 4 Devour points. He chose to accept the challenge again and proceeded with the 3rd challenge. The 3rd time he drew a Xiuyao. Zooists also relied on their physique to survive. However, Zooists had one more transformation, which was to return to their original form. As a 9th level Tai Peerless Immortal, Yi Xian won easily against a 4-star 3rd level Immortal Lord. Now, he had 5 Devour points. Continue. Yi Xian did not waste time and continued with the challenge. After all, the previous few challenges were all free points. The 4th level was a 4th level Immortal Lord. This time, he encountered a 5-star difficulty. However, Yi Xian had no problem dealing with it. After winning this battle, Yi Xian would have 6 Devour points. Next up was the 5th level of the Tower of Trials. This time, Yi Xian would face a 5th level Immortal Lord. If it's only 1 to 3 stars, I should be able to deal with it easily. If it's a 4-star or 5-star challenge, I'll have to use my trump card. Yi Xian thought to himself. The Tower of Trials was different from the outside world. Inside, as long as he defeated his opponent, all his skills would be refreshed. Soon, the challenge began again. This time, Yi Xian drew a 4-star 5th level Immortal Lord. Come. Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. 3, 2, 1. Begin. The 5th trial challenge had finally begun. Before the start, all of Yi Xian's skills couldn't be used and his body couldn't move. Therefore, after the start of the trial challenge, he quickly used the Death Pursuit command to mark his opponent. This way, when he fought with his opponent, his strength would be even stronger. Moreover, every challenge was independent. Every time his trump card was used, it would be refreshed. After using the Death Hunt command, Yi Xian immediately used his trump card. Unicorn Descend. He had not used this move for a long time. In an instant, a blazing unicorn appeared. However, the blazing unicorn that appeared this time was a little different from before. Ding! Host has successfully summoned a level 2 flaming unicorn. This system notification caused Yi Xian to be slightly stunned. Level 2 flame unicorn? He quickly checked and realized that he had only summoned a level 1 unicorn before. This time, he was able to summon a level 2 unicorn because of his luck attribute. Level 2 unicorn was stronger than level 1 unicorn. As soon as this level 2 flaming unicorn descended, its flames soared into the sky, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. That Xiuma cultivator is startled and retreats at once. Even so, his armor is burned by the flames of the level 2 flame unicorn. Not bad. Yi Xian grinned and quickly flashed behind this 5th stage demon monarch, then suddenly chopped down. 1000 Severing Slash. This move is Yi Xian's strongest attack. Although it depends a little on luck, his opponent is only a 5th stage demon monarch. There is a difference of 5 stages between them, so this is not too much. However, this time his luck might have been used up. The level 2000 Severing Slash did not trigger a one-hit kill, only a critical hit. Bang! 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 Although it was only a critical hit, it still shattered this 5th stage demon monarch's armor and sent him flying. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the level 2 flame unicorn quickly charged forward. Its 2 front hooves are raised like a horse and then fiercely stomped down. Bang! The chest of this 5th stage demon monarch is directly pierced through by this stomp. Instant kill. Ding! Challenge successful. Host has obtained 1 Devour point. Host can continue the challenge. Do you wish to proceed? After winning the 5th challenge, Yi Xian obtained a total of 5 Devour points. Adding the 2 points from before, he now has a total of 7 Devour points. Activating the 2nd Immortal Auxiliary Bloodline column requires 2 Devour points. Activating the 2nd Immortal Bloodline column requires 4 Devour points. The 2nd Auxiliary Bloodline column was the reward for completing the chain of random missions. Now, Yi Xian was prepared to spend 4 Devour points to activate the 2nd Bloodline column. What? My current stage is not enough? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow, his expression slightly helpless. He remembered that he had exchanged for the space-time bloodline when he was a golden immortal. He was only a tiny peerless immortal now, so he could not exchange for it. As for what stage he needed to exchange for it, he was not sure. Helpless, he could only give up on this idea. Right now, he actually had 7 Devour points. How should he spend them? 7 Devour points. It's best to use them to upgrade my bloodline. This way, I can continue to challenge the Tower of Trials. When the time comes, I can continue to obtain Devour points. I won't lose out. Yi Xian thought for a while and made his decision. After all, he had already won. There was no need to immediately decide whether to continue the challenge. He would wait and see. Right now, he had a total of 4 immortal bloodlines. The first was the Immortal Slayer bloodline, the second was the Immortal Unicorn bloodline, the third was the Immortal Phoenix bloodline, and the fourth was the Space-Time bloodline. After some thought, he decided to add the 2 Devour points to the Space-Time bloodline's control of time. The Space-Time bloodline had already been upgraded once. Now that it had been upgraded twice, the flow of time in the planted dimension had increased from 800 times to 1,600 times, and then to 3,200 times. 3,200 times the flow of time meant that 8 years in the planted dimension would only be 1 day in the outside world. In that case, Luo Luo would cultivate for 260 years in the planted dimension would only be 1 month in the outside world. At that time, with Luo Luo's Heavenly Fox bloodline, she would definitely be able to catch up. It increased to 3,200 times. Why don't I try again? Yi Xian thought to himself and spent another Devour point. Now, the flow of time in the planted dimension had increased to 6,400 times. However, after this, he would have to spend 2 Devour points every time he leveled up. Yi Xian's control of time had advanced, and the cooldown of time reversal had been reduced to 1 day. The current Yi Xian was practically immortal. Even if 3 of his clones were destroyed, so what? As long as his 4th clone in the mortal world used time reversal, his clones could still be resurrected. Furthermore, using this time reversal, he could do many things, such as exploring. I spent 3 points to advance to control. I still have 4 Devour points left. Yi Xian thought for a moment and added a Devour point to the Carnage mark. Ding! The Slaughter Seal has successfully evolved. This was the first time the Slaughter Seal had leveled up. This increased the Slaughter Seal's amplification by 20%, reaching 1.2 times. The Immortal Murdering Puppet could also be summoned using 4 slaughter marks to summon a stronger one. Previously, he could only summon 2 Immortal Murdering Puppets twice. The Immortal Slaying Breath Slash and the Immortal Slaying Sword formation were naturally more powerful. As for the Immortal Eliminating Arrow, after leveling up, it had increased from 1 arrow to 2 arrows. It was more powerful, faster, and had an additional piercing effect. Chapter 1766. After strengthening, Yi Xian decided to save the last 3 devouring points and continue to challenge the 6th floor of the Tower of Refinement. The 6th floor of the Tower of Refinement was a 6th tier Immortal Duke level. It would be fine if he encountered a 1-star to 3-star Immortal Duke level cultivator, but if he encountered a 4-star or 5-star Immortal Duke level cultivator, Yi Xian didn't know if he could defeat them. However, as the floors of the Tower of Refinement increased, the chances of encountering a 1-star to 3-star Immortal Duke level cultivator decreased greatly. However, it didn't matter even if he failed. After all, he could challenge it once a day. If he failed this time, he could always try again tomorrow. However, his luck ran out this time. This time, he encountered a 6th tier Immortal Duke level cultivator. Moreover, it was a 5-star Immortal Duke level cultivator. As soon as the battle started, his opponent transformed. Moreover, his true form was a 5-clawed golden dragon. In an instant, the unicorn that Yi Xian had just summoned was smashed to pieces by the golden dragon's tail. So powerful! Yi Xian swallowed his saliva and slashed with his sword. 1,000 cuts. 1,000 cuts could be used 2,000 times in an instant. Moreover, the chances of triggering a one-hit kill were increased. If this attack had landed on the 5-clawed golden dragon, it might have been able to kill it instantly. Unfortunately, the 5-clawed golden dragon was extremely fast and dodged the attack. Yi Xian thought that the 5-clawed golden dragon would block the 1,000 cuts. After all, Dragons were proud creatures. Why would it dodge such a weak attack? Roar! At this moment, the five-clawed golden dragon suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of golden dragon breath. Oh no! Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. The golden dragon breath covered a large area and was very powerful. If a 9th-tier primordial unity immortal like him were to be hit by it, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. Fortunately, Yi Xian had various tricks up his sleeve. Eye of Assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian appeared behind the five-clawed golden dragon and slashed with his right hand holding the departing flame immortal sword. Bang! The leaf fire sword chi landed on the back of the five-clawed golden dragon, but it was unable to break through its power. Now, the unicorn deterrence skill of the unicorn of the immortal eye bloodline is also effective against Zuyoists. Even so, Yi Xian's all-out attack is still unable to break through Zuyoist defenses. His attack power was high, his speed was fast, and his defense was strong. This wasn't something that Yi Xian could deal with right now. However, Yi Xian did not want to admit defeat so quickly. After all, the time in the trial tower was calculated according to the time in the planting space. Only a day had passed in the outside world while they had been fighting for more than 10 years. From the beginning until now, almost no time had passed in the outside world, so Yi Xian was not worried. As long as this five-clawed golden dragon could not hurt him, then he had a glimmer of hope of winning. After all, he was still condensing slaughter seals. As long as Yi Xian continued to fight, he would continue to generate killing intent. Once it reached a certain value, it would condense into the next killing mark. Anyway, there was plenty of time, so Yi Xian continued to waste time with the five-clawed golden dragon. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. Ding! The host has condensed a slaughter seal. 5 consecutive system notifications rang out, all of them reminding him that he had condensed a slaughter seal. After fighting for an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian directly condensed 5 slaughter seals. Including the initial one, he now had 6 slaughter seals. 6-fold slaughter seal, activate. At this time, Yi Xian's eyes flashed and his aura instantly soared. Don't forget, the slaughter seal had evolved once. Consuming 1 slaughter seal could increase one's strength by 2 times. In fact, he could directly consume all of the slaughter seals, which would increase his strength by 6 times. However, it was better to keep one so that he could continue to condense slaughter seals without needing to use them again. If all of the slaughter seals were used up, continuing the battle would not produce any killing intent, and he would have to use the slaughter seal skill again. Therefore, Yi Xian kept 1 slaughter seal. After increasing his strength by 6 times, Yi Xian's attacks became much sharper. This time, he could finally cause damage to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Of course, this damage was negligible. It only caused cracks to the 5-clawed golden dragon scales. This 5-clawed golden dragon was 10,000 meters long and had countless scales on its body. Moreover, its speed was very fast. Yi Xian could not focus on one scale, so he could only continue to fight in a battle of attrition. Ding! The slaughter seal has disappeared. After a while, Yi Xian's slaughter seal disappeared. After all, it had a duration. Fortunately, he didn't use up all of them just now, so Yi Xian continued to condense the slaughter inscriptions and condensed them into 6 more. The slaughter seal is not obvious. In that case, let's use the fairy slaying sword formation. In an instant, Yi Xian consumed another 5 slaughter seals and directly used the fairy slaying sword formation. The fairy slaying sword formation began to operate. However, this time, it was more effective than Yi Xian's own strength increase of 5 times. Countless flying swords attacked and caused a large area of damage to the 5-clawed golden dragon. Drip. Amidst the howling of the wind, Yi Xian caught some subtle sounds. Yi Xian hurriedly turned his head to look and found that he had finally truly injured the 5-clawed golden dragon. The dripping sound was the 5-clawed golden dragon's golden dragon blood falling to the ground. Unfortunately, even the fairy slaying sword formation could not kill this 5-clawed golden dragon. It only caused superficial wounds. But so what? Yi Xian now had time and energy. If he could not kill it in one go, then he would wear it out. Soon, he condensed another 5 slaughter seals, enough to use the fairy-slaying sword formation again. Unfortunately, this 5-clawed golden dragon could recover from its injuries. At this time, it had returned to its peak. Damn, it seems that I can't kill it without finding its demon heart. Yi Xian felt very helpless. Where would the demon heart of such a long 5-clawed golden dragon be hiding? Moreover, he could not even break through the 5-clawed golden dragon's defenses, let alone find its demon heart and destroy it. Looks like there is no other way. If I continue to fight, I will only repeat this scene. However, when I break through to the Immortal Lord realm and my strength increases greatly, I will try the 6th level of the trial tower again. Yi Xian thought to himself, raising an eyebrow. This failure did not discourage him. He was only a 9th-tier Tai Peerless Immortal now. It was already very good that he could fight a 6th-tier 5-clawed golden dragon until now. Next, he would not be breaking through a small realm, but a large one. When that time came, his strength would increase rapidly. Moreover, if he encountered a 4-star level of difficulty, Immortal Cultivator or Demonic Cultivator, it would be even easier to deal with them. The 6th level of the trial tower could not stop him. Immediately, he withdrew his consciousness from the Tower of Trials and made a conclusion. Chapter 1767. Following which, Yi Xian strengthened the space-time bloodline's control time thrice, increasing the speed from 800 times to 6,400 times, leaving him with 4 points. Finally, he strengthened the massacre mark once more, leaving him with 3 devour points. I'll find a place first. After I break through to the Immortal Lord realm, I'll challenge the 6th level of the Tower of Trials and then sweep through the entire Scarlet Cloud royal territory. Yi Xian made a plan in his mind. There was no need to find a place. It was within the land of Devouring. No one should know that he had already killed the owner of the land of Devouring. It would not be a problem to rest here for a few days. A few days later, ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 1st-grade Immortal Lord. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. You are now a 5th-grade Immortal Lord. Originally, demonic cultivators corresponded to demonic lords. However, the earliest ones were immortal cultivators. Later on, demonic cultivators appeared. Hence, the system assumed that they were immortal lords. At this point, Yi Xian's strength had increased by several folds. He now had some confidence in the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. This time, he should be able to pass. Immediately, he began to challenge the 6th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding! Host has drawn an Immortal Cultivator. Ding! Ability difficulty, 4 stars. As Yi Xian had broken through, he did not draw a 6th-grade Immortal Lord this time, but a 7th-grade Immortal Lord. However, it did not matter. 3, 2, 1. When the system start notification sounded, Yi Xian quickly used the Death Hunt token to mark his opponent. At the same time, his opponent threw out a flying sword, aiming for Yi Xian's heart. Too naive. Assassin's Eye. Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He quickly used the Assassin's Eye to flash behind his opponent and slashed viciously. 1000 Extinction Slash. Bam! 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 Ding! Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. Host has triggered the one-hit kill effect. After a series of violent tremors, the Immortal Cultivator was killed by Yi Xian. The one-hit kill effect had appeared twice. Yi Xian has successfully cleared the 6th level of the Tower of Trials and obtained 1 Devour point. Not bad, not bad. Another 4 Devour points. Let's see if I can challenge the 7th floor. Yi Xian grinned and entered the 7th floor of the Tower of Trials. Ding! The host has drawn an Immortal Cultivator. Ding! Difficulty level, 5 stars. The 7th level of the Pagoda of Trials was 7 levels higher than Yi Xian, which meant that he would encounter an 8th-grade Immortal Monarch opponent. Furthermore, since Yi Xian had surpassed level 6, the following challenges were all at the level of 5-star. Among the 3 big schools, Xiaxianis are good at group battles, Xiamoists are good at one-on-one battles and are even more powerful than Xiaxianis. As for the 3rd school, Zhuoists, they are the most powerful. Although Yi Xian's opponent this time was an immortal cultivator, it was not to be underestimated. 3, 2, 1. After the countdown ended, Yi Xian's opponent didn't attack him with a flying sword like Yi Xian had expected. Strange. Yi Xian was slightly astonished. He immediately marked his opponent with the death warrant and rushed over. Finally, the immortal cultivator made his move. A swift and fierce attack directly attacked Yi Xian. Eye of assassination. In an instant, Yi Xian moved to the back of the immortal cultivator and ruthlessly slashed at him. This move was still the thousand-severing slash. However, this immortal cultivator seemed to have eyes on the back of his head. He dodged the thousand-severing slash without even turning around. Then, he shot forward and instantly pierced Yi Xian's dazzling speed immortal heart. Only now did Yi Xian realize that this immortal cultivator was no ordinary immortal cultivator. This person was actually a sword immortal. Immortal cultivators usually used magic treasures in battle. However, there was a powerful branch of immortal cultivators, and that was the sword immortal. After breaking through to immortal level, very few immortals were able to practice sword arts. Those who could practice sword arts were called sword immortals. Sword immortals were even more frightening than Xiamoists. They could fight Xiamoists in close combat by relying on their relatively weak physiques. They weren't even afraid of Zeus. Chapter 1768. A few days later. Ding. Host has made a breakthrough. You are now a second-grade immortal lord. Ding. Azura Ghost Lord, Mighty Flaming Ghost Lord has made a breakthrough. You are now a sixth-grade immortal lord. The Little Demon King was a third-grade immortal lord at his peak, so the chaotic royal territory he was in charge of wasn't that strong. Yi Xian's strength was enough for him to run amok in the chaotic royal territory. The Little Demon King is in the north. Yi Xian immediately locked onto the Little Demon King's location and rushed over. After all, he had the death hunt order. However, during the time the Little Demon King was in the immortal world, the chaotic royal territory was without a leader and the various forces were divided. In addition, the Little Demon King went into seclusion immediately after returning, so the chaotic royal territory was very chaotic. On the way to find the Little Demon King, Yi Xian encountered many migrating teams. These teams were all kept in the planting space by him. 3 days later, he finally arrived in the vicinity of the Little Demon King's seclusion. However, this didn't seem to be the Lord Manor of the chaotic royal territory. Strange, the Lord Manor of the chaotic royal territory is in the east, and the Little Demon King is in the north. He has been in seclusion for some time. Although Yi Xian found it strange, he didn't think too much about it. Maybe the Little Demon King didn't want to be in seclusion in the Lord Manor? However, just as Yi Xian was about to find the Little Demon King, he sensed the Little Demon King suddenly moving with the help of the Death Hunt order. Moreover, his speed wasn't slow. What's going on? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. The Little Demon King didn't move when he was in the demon world. Why did the Little Demon King run away when he entered the chaotic royal territory? Fortunately, the Little Demon King was moving directly in the direction of Yi Xian. Perhaps it was because he sensed Yi Xian. After all, the Little Demon King's physical body was Yi Xian's nephew. Immediately, Yi Xian quickly went up to greet him. Finally, he saw the Little Demon King. However, the Little Demon King was in an extremely sorry state. His face was pale, his body was full of injuries, and half of his demonic wings were broken. What's going on? Yi Xian's body trembled as he hurriedly shouted. Brat, you're finally here. Cut the crap and run. Little Demon King couldn't help but say. You're being hunted? Yi Xian immediately. At this moment, the Little Demon King of Chaos had already returned to his peak. He was now a third-grade Demon King. Moreover, he had the original demon body now. His strength was extraordinary. Those who could hunt him down were most likely not weak in cultivation. A group of unknown people came and attacked me directly. My good friend, the Great Demon King, was killed on the spot in order to protect me. The Little Demon King of Chaos sent a sound transmission to Yi Xian, then turned around to see a group of people madly chasing after him. Their realms don't seem to be low. They are at least third-grade Demon Kings. Who is it that dares to hunt down the 18 heavenly kings under the Azura sovereign? Yi Xian didn't understand the situation, but he would leave first. Immediately, he put Little Demon King into the planting space through the air. The flow of time in the planting space was 6,400 times slower than the outside world. The Little Demon King's injuries could be healed quickly. Good boy. I'm poisoned now. As long as you can hold on for a while, I'll be able to kill all of them. The Little Demon King said immediately after he found out that the flow of time was 6,400 times slower. Easy. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He broke through the void and went in. While he was on his way, he would leave a mark in the void from time to time. That way, he could escape easily if anything happened. In an instant, he was out of the sight of the group of pursuers. 2 hours in the planting space was only 1 second in the outside world. Yi Xian left through the void door and waited for a while. Fortunately, the Little Demon King's injuries weren't serious. After resting in the planting space for a while, he was fully healed. Let me out. I'll kill them all. The Little Demon King said angrily. No problem. Yi Xian gave the order and directly broke through the void. At the same time, he turned Wei Zhentian into the Mystic God armor and put it on the Little Demon King. As a third-grade Demon King, coupled with the Mystic Divine Battle armor, his battle prowess had increased significantly. In less than half a day, he had slaughtered all the people who were chasing after him. There was a 6th-grade Demon King among those who came. It seems like they came from a high-grade royal territory. If it wasn't for the Great Demon King, I would have died. The Little Demon King thought to himself and then met up with Yi Xian. What's wrong with you? Yi Xian asked, puzzled. I suspect that the Shura sovereign is coveting my original demon body. That's why he got someone to kill me secretly. Let's go to the North Deep Emperor's territory first. The Little Demon King said. Coveting your original demon body? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. This Shura sovereign was really something. He actually coveted his subordinate's body. However, he could tell that this was a serious matter. So, he quickly broke through the void and returned to the Scarlet Cloud royal territory. Then, he broke through the void again and returned to the Demon Sun royal territory under the Shura sovereign. I told the Great Demon King about the original demon body. Maybe the Great Demon King accidentally let it slip and caused me to be hunted down. You mustn't tell anyone about this, Little Demon King of Chaos reminded. Then where are we going? Are we going to the Heavenly Chaos royal territory? Yi Xian asked. This question made the Little Demon King pause for a moment. The Heavenly Chaos Demon King was his father. Although they had some conflicts, which led to the Little Demon King going to the Shura sovereign's territory. However, they were father and son after all. Now that they were in such a situation, the Heavenly Chaos Demon King should be able to take them in. My body was poisoned. I'm afraid I can't improve anymore. Unless there's an expert to cure me, the Little Demon King thought for a moment and said, then let's go to the Heavenly Chaos royal territory. Okay, you can stay in my space. Yi Xian nodded and then turned around and left. The original demon body was very important. So, there were not many people that the Little Demon King could trust now. However, the Heavenly Chaos Demon King, as his father, should be trustworthy. As for Baiming Huayu and the Emperor of the North, they probably couldn't. By the way, what about the refining method of the Heavenly Demon Heart? At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly remembered something. My good friend, the Great Demon King, once obtained the refining method of the Heavenly Demon Heart. But now that he's dead and his body has been taken away, I'm afraid, the Little Demon King said helplessly. What? Then what should we do? Yi Xian said hurriedly. This time, I'm being hunted down. It must be the Shura sovereign's people. As long as we can find the Great Demon King's body, it'll be fine. The Little Demon King said. Sai, forget it. I'll send you to the Heavenly Chaos royal territory first. Chapter 1769. The Little Demon King was also Yi Xian's friend. Moreover, he had taken over his nephew's body. If he didn't help, who would? Fortunately, the transfer array Yi Xian used to teleport to Demon Sun royal territory was two-way. He could use it to teleport to the Dark North royal territory. Of course, the realm of the transfer array couldn't be higher than the Demon King. Yi Xian was only a second-grade immortal monarch. The transfer array began to operate and Yi Xian returned to the Dark North Royal Territory. The little demon king was now in his planting space, so Yi Xian wasn't worried. There was a demon king guarding the transfer array. He immediately raised his eyebrows when he sensed the aura of a cultivator. It's Princess Huayu's friend. The demon king recognized Yi Xian. Excuse me, can I teleport to the heaven-battering heavenly territory from here? Yi Xian asked directly. The demon king? The demon king nodded. Okay, then please help me teleport to the heaven-battering heavenly territory. Hearing this, the demon king paused and said, Please wait for a moment, sir. I need to ask Princess Huayu. Previously, when Yi Xian was teleported to the Demon Sun Royal Territory, he was brought along by Baiming Huayu. Now that Yi Xian had suddenly returned, the Demon King didn't dare to privately teleport Yi Xian to the Heaven-Battering King's territory. The Heaven-Battering Heavenly Demon King was a 9th-grade Demon King. His territory was countless times bigger than the Heaven-Battering Heavenly Territory. If Yi Xian went alone, he would probably waste a lot of time and it would be very dangerous. After all, any random person on the way would probably be a Demon King. After a while, the Demon King finished asking for instructions. Not only that, Baiming Huayu also came to see Yi Xian personally with Baiming Sun. Why are you back? Baiming Huayu asked in surprise. I went to the Red Cloud Royal Territory once, and then the little Demon King sent me a message, telling me to wait at the Lord's mansion of the Heavenly Battering Heavenly Territory, Yi Xian said casually. Since he has come out of seclusion, why didn't he reply to my message? Baiming Huayu was a little surprised. But just as she finished speaking, she received a message from Little Devil Incarnate. Now it was confirmed. If that's the case, then I'll go to Uncle's place and wait. Baiming Huayu said. The teleportation array began to operate again. This time, 3 people were teleported, namely Yi Xian, Baiming Huayu, and Baiming Sun. Their destination was the heaven-battering heavenly domain. Very soon, the 3 of them were teleported to the heavenly battering heavenly domain in the Lord's residence. The teleportation portal has been activated. Are there people from the Dark North Royal Territory? In the Lord's residence of the heavenly heaven domain, a demon king guarding a special teleportation array looked at the teleportation array in surprise. In the next moment he sensed 3 auras, 2 demonic cultivators and 1 immortal cultivator. Greetings, Princess Flower Rain. When the demon king saw Baiming Huayu, he immediately greeted her respectfully. The teleportation array in front of them was specially set up for the Dark North Royal Territory. It could only be teleported from the Dark North Royal Territory, but not from there. Baiming Huayu nodded slightly and said, Take me to Lord Hunan. The Demon King responded and then left with Baiming Huayu and the other 2. After a while, Demon King Huntian sensed Baiming Huayu's aura and took the initiative to greet her. Why are you here? Demon King Huntian was a middle-aged man with a beard. When he saw Baiming Huayu, he couldn't help but ask in surprise. Uncle, I've brought someone to see you. Baiming Huayu said and looked at Yi Xian. Demon King Huntian followed her gaze and also saw Yi Xian. This is... Demon King Huntian asked in surprise. Why would a second-grade immortal monarch realm cultivator appear here? Greetings, senior. Yi Xian hurriedly greeted. At the same time, he transmitted a message to Demon King Huntian. Senior, Chi Su is being hunted down in the Huntian Royal Territory. We suspect that it was done by the Shura Sovereign, so I brought him here. What? Hearing this, Demon King Huntian was surprised. Demon King Huntian was one of the 2 heavenly kings with the most potential under the Shura Sovereign. How could he be hunted down by the Shura Sovereign? Chi Su went to the immortal world and his physical body was destroyed. Then, he was reborn in my nephew's body. Unexpectedly, my nephew has the original demon body. This matter was accidentally leaked, so... Yi Xian explained what happened. Original demon body. Demon King Huntian's body trembled again after hearing this. This was a very powerful body. Where is he now? Demon King Huntian asked. Senior, don't worry. He's on the way and will arrive in a few days. Yi Xian transmitted a message. Okay, in that case you can stay here first. Demon King Huntian nodded. On the other side, Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun saw that Yi Xian and Demon King Huntian did not speak for a long time. They knew that the other party was transmitting a message privately. Then, Demon King Huntian arranged a residence for Yi Xian, as well as Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun. In order not to expose the planting space, Yi Xian could only be cautious. Although Baiming Sun already knew this secret, Yi Xian had negotiated with her before. Baiming Sun also promised not to tell a third person about this matter. Of course, Yi Xian was not afraid of this matter being exposed because he still had a bug-level skill, time reversal. Yi Xian temporarily stayed in the Lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He was thinking that he would summon Demon King Huntian in a few days. During this period, ding, the host has broken through. Currently, the host is a third-grade immortal lord. Ding, Shura Ghost Lord, Majestic Flaming Ghost Lord has broken through. Currently, the host is a 7th-grade immortal lord. After several system notifications, Yi Xian and the other 3 people broke through again. At this time, it was already the 3rd day since Yi Xian stayed in the lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He estimated the time and felt that it was about time, so he directly summoned Demon King Huntian. Demon King Huntian was only a 3rd-grade immortal lord. Even the gatekeeper of the lord residence was higher than him. Therefore, his appearance did not attract the attention of others. Follow me. Demon King Huntian sensed that he was already in the lord residence of the Huntian royal territory. He directly took Yi Xian to find his father. Senior Chi Su is here. On the way, Yi Xian directly transmitted a message to Demon King Huntian. As long as they were within a certain distance, he could transmit a message to Demon King Huntian. As for the communication magic crystal in the hands of Baiming Huayu and the others, Yi Xian did not have such a super long-distance communication tool. Otherwise, he would not have to go through so much trouble to find him. After a while, Yi Xian and Demon King Huntian found Demon King Huntian. As soon as the father and son met, the atmosphere was a little tense. Although Demon King Huntian changed his physical body, Demon King Huntian still recognized him at a glance. Chapter 1770. I have the original demon body. Not to mention Shura sovereigns, even high-level demon sovereigns or even demon sovereigns would be tempted. Not only that, the poison in my body has remained hidden for several tens of years. My cultivation has been suppressed at the 3rd grade of the Devil King realm. Otherwise, I would have broken through to the high-level Devil King realm. Little Devil King coldly snorted. Little Demon King came to the demon realm earlier than Yi Xian, but it was impossible for decades to pass. Therefore, there was a time difference between the immortal realm and the demon realm. However, Yi Xian was speechless when he heard Little Demon King's words. Was the original demon body really that powerful? One had to know that Little Demon King had only taken over his body for a short time and he had already recovered to 3rd-rank Demon King. If he wasn't poisoned, he would have surpassed his peak. In any case, it was very powerful. Let me see. Demon King Huntian didn't say anything and directly stepped forward to check Little Demon King's condition. After a while, he slowly said, I can detoxify your poison, but I'm afraid it will take about 100 years. 100 years? Hearing this, Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He had only lived for 30 years and it would take him 100 years to detoxify a single poison. How was he supposed to play? However, if it was placed in the planting space, 100 years would only be 6 days. It seemed that the planting space was going to be exposed. Yi Xian privately discussed with Little Demon King. Then, the latter told Yi Xian about the planting space to Demon King Huntian. The space flow is 6,400 times slower than the outside world? Demon King Huntian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath when he heard this news. 6,400 times? What did it mean? The situation in the demon realm was very changeable. It could change once every 10,000 years. Moreover, the demon realm was very cruel. Demonic cultivators were generally young and those who could live for 1,000,000 years were all experts. Not to mention 10,000 years, 100 years in the outside world was equivalent to 640,000 years in the planting space. If it was 150 years, it would be more than 1,000,000 years. This was a great cultivation tool. In order to prove it, Yi Xian could only put Demon King Huntian into the planting space. If it was before, he wouldn't have been able to take in Demon King Huntian. However, now that the planting space had reached level 10, he could take in people 20 levels higher than him. Yi Xian was now a Tier 3 Immortal Monarch, which meant that he could store a Tier 5 Devil Emperor into his planting space. Therefore, he did not have to worry about this problem. Demon King Huntian stayed in the planting space for a while and then returned to the outside world to compare. It was indeed 6,400 times faster. Alright, in that case, it will only take 6 days to detoxify the poison inside. Demon King Huntian nodded in satisfaction. As long as the detoxification was completed, the little Demon King of Chaos would be able to break through quickly. With the addition of Yi Xian's plant-based space, he would be able to increase his realm quickly. It wouldn't be a problem for him to reach the Devil Emperor realm, or even the Devil Lord above the Devil Emperor realm. The reason why the Shura Sovereign attacked Demon King Huntian was because the origin devil body was extremely rare and heaven-defying. Secondly, he was afraid that the little Demon King would rise up and replace him. In the following 6 days, Yi Xian stayed in the Lord's manor of the heavenly battering Heavenly Lord. After 6 days, the little Demon King of Chaos's poison was completely removed. At the same time, Yi Xian had also broken through to the Tier 4 Immortal Monarch realm. As for the old tree and the other two, they had reached the Tier 8 Immortal Monarch realm. F***CK, the poison is finally removed. Moreover, it seems that my seclusion wasn't in vain. In the following period of time, I should be able to break through quickly. In the planting space, the little Demon King of Chaos stretched his body and couldn't help but say. The flow of time in the planting space was more than 6,000 times faster than the outside world. A day in the outside world was more than 10 years in the planting space. Therefore, the little Demon King of Chaos decided to directly cultivate to the Tier 9 Devil King realm or the Devil Emperor realm. Then, he would seek revenge from the Shura Sovereign and take back the corpse of the Great Devil Lord. However, this was a relatively long period of time for Yi Xian. Fortunately, there were still many good things in Yi Xian's devouring space, which was enough for him to continue breaking through. In his current situation, as long as he had enough cultivation resources, he could break through once every 5 days. This time, the little Demon King of Chaos had been in seclusion for half a month. Half a month in the outside world was almost 300 years in the planting space. At the same time, the little Demon King of Chaos had broken through from the Tier 3 Devil King realm to the Tier 9 Devil King realm. The original demon body was so heaven-defying. Moreover, this was only because of Yi Xian's planting space, which was at the Immortal Monarch realm. If his realm was higher, the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth would be more abundant. By then, the little Demon King of Chaos might have already become a Devil Emperor. One had to know that the original demon body of a devil cultivator was almost at the same level as Luo Luo's heavenly loathing fox bloodline. In this half a month, Yi Xian had broken through to the Tier 7 Immortal Monarch realm. As for the old tree and the others, they had directly reached the Tier 2 Immortal King realm. Now, their strength was enough to wander around the territories of the Shura Sovereign, the North Deep Emperor, and the Devil Killer Emperor. Chi Su, my cultivation resources have been used up by you during this period of time. If you want to cultivate to the Devil Emperor realm, I'm afraid you will have to do it yourself. In the planting space, the Demon King of Chaos said to the little Demon King of Chaos. This time, he had put in a lot of effort. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the little Demon King to break through to the Tier 9 Demon King realm in such a short period of time, even with the planting space. However, now that the little Demon King had reached the Tier 9 Demon King realm, he could directly go to the territories of the other Devil Emperors to wreak havoc and plunder. If it was before, the little Demon King would definitely go to the Devil Killer Emperor's territory. But now that the Shura Sovereign had attacked him, if he didn't take revenge now, when would he? Yi Xian, let's work together and plunder all the territories of the Shura Sovereign. After we're done, I'll give you 10%. How about that? The little Demon King said. Only 10%? Yi Xian was a little disdainful. Previously, when they worked together in the immortal world, the little Demon King would get 99% of the loot, while Yi Xian would only get 1% of the loot. At that time, Yi Xian's realm was too low, so he endured it. But now, his strength wasn't weak either. If the old tree worked together, they would be able to fight against an ordinary Tier 9 Demon King. If he were to act alone, he would gain even more. Don't look down on me just because I'm a 9th grade Devil King right now. I'm afraid that my strength isn't any weaker than the Shura Sovereign. Once I gather enough heavenly treasures, I'll chop up the Shura Sovereign and become the new Shura Sovereign. No, the Chaotic Sovereign. At that time, I'll give you half of my territory. At this moment, he desperately wanted to break through to the Devil Emperor realm, so he gave 10% to Yi Xian. He had his eyes on Yi Xian's planting space. Otherwise, he could have acted alone. Chapter 1771. The current Yi Xian wasn't a bad idea to act on his own. However, compared to the Origin Devil Body's little Demon King, he was still quite lacking. Moreover, he also needed the refining method of the Heavenly Demon Heart. If the little devil could find the great Demon Lord's corpse, then Luo could start refining the Heavenly Demon Heart. You are now a 9th grade Demon King, but if you want to cooperate with me, we still need to see your strength. You can fight with them. Yi Xian said to the little devil. The 3 of them? The little devil understood who Yi Xian was talking about and turned to look at the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian. That's right. Let's fight first and see your strength. Yi Xian nodded. Okay. The little devil did not waste time. He spread his wings and looked at the 3 old tree. The 3 old tree were now 2nd grade immortal kings. If they joined forces, it should not be a problem for them to deal with a 9th grade Demon King. The little devil was also a 9th grade Demon King, but he did not know if he could fight with him. Come. I'll show you the power of the Origin Demon Body. Attack as you please. The little devil grinned. Okay, then we won't hold back. Yi Xian's eyes flashed as he gave the order to the 3 old tree. At that moment, the 3 old tree moved out in full force, ready to give the little devil a good beating. Nether Fire Clone. Old tree took the lead and flashed to the back of the little devil. Then he threw a punch. Old tree's punch was extraordinary, but the little devil took it head-on. Bang! There was a sound, but there was no damage. That won't be able to break through my defense. Little Demon King of Chaos grinned. Don't be smug. There's more. Old tree shouted. His whole body turned into a black light and crashed into the back of the little devil. Nether Soul-breaking strike. Boom. The little Demon King of Chaos received a heavy blow from his back and was sent flying. However, the discerning Yi Xian could tell with a single glance that the little Demon King of Chaos wasn't injured. What a powerful defense. Is the original demon body so powerful? Yi Xian raised an eyebrow. The Netherworld soul-shattering strike was the old tree's strongest attack. It was enough to kill an 8th stage Devil King. However, when this attack landed on the little Demon King's body, it didn't even leave a single mark. It seemed that the old tree was out of tricks. The little Demon King was sent flying by the old tree's attack. After spinning a few times in the air, the Azura Ghost Venerable came forward and slashed him back. However, this sword was still unable to leave any wounds on the little Demon King's body. However, this was still not his strongest attack. Wei Zhentian, Sky-Splitting Axe. Yi Xian gave Wei Zhentian another order. In the blink of an eye, the might shakes the heavens transformed into the Sky-Splitter Axe, one of the most powerful magic treasures in existence. Then, Ghost Lord Azura grabbed it and viciously hacked at it. Boom! An extremely powerful force tore through the void and slashed onto the body of the little Demon King of Chaos. Bam! The little Demon King of Chaos was slashed by the energy. He fell down and smashed into the ground. This slash is not bad. It made me feel pain. However, it still can't hurt me. The little devil got up from the ground and patted the dust off his body. This time, Yi Xian and the rest were impressed. The Azura Ghost Venerable's attack with the Sky-Splitting Axe was enough to injure a 9th stage Devil King. However, it still couldn't hurt the little devil. This was the power of the original demon body. Yi Xian estimated that if the Azura Ghost Venerable wore the Mystic God armor and wielded the Sky-Splitting Axe, he might be able to hurt the little devil. Unfortunately, there was only one Wei Zhentian. It couldn't transform into both the Mystic God armor and the sky-splitting axe at the same time. The Mystic God armor is the most practical Dharma treasure that Wei Zhentian can transform into. Why not keep it? At this time, Yi Xian couldn't help but think to himself. What he meant by keeping it was to spend 1 devour point to keep the Mystic God armor. In the future, Wei Zhentian could transform into the Mystic God armor at any time. Moreover, it wouldn't take up the 3 pre-selections. Ding! The Mystic God armor has been successfully retained. A system notification sounded. Yi Xian immediately spent 1 devour point to keep the Mystic God armor. Then, he spent another devour point to upgrade the control time again. At this time, the flow of time in the planted space was 12,800 times slower than the outside world. Staying in the planted space for 35 years was equivalent to only 1 day in the outside world. This was unbelievable. However, he was only left with 2 devour points. It was pitifully little. Alright, I've been beaten up by you guys. It's my turn now. At this time, a young voice suddenly sounded in Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head to look and saw the little demon king instantly disappear. Immediately after, a series of system notifications sounded out in his mind. Ding! Yan Ming Ghost Lord has died. Yan Ming Ghost Lord has been revived. Ding! Azura Ghost Venerable has died. Azura Ghost Venerable has been revived. Ding! Wei Zhentian has died. Wei Zhentian has been revived. 6 system notifications sounded out in a row, causing Yi Xian to be stunned. Old Tree and the other 2 were killed instantly. My strength is not limited to this. Origin Demon Armor. Little Demon King of Chaos suddenly laughed loudly. Then, a layer of black crystal armor covered his entire body. This Origin Demon Armor has amazing defense. It can greatly reduce the attacks of demonic cultivators. My current strength is probably on par with the Shura Sovereign. Little Demon King of Chaos paused for a moment before he continued. However, this Shura Sovereign might have already broken through to the 2nd grade Demon Emperor. So, to be on the safe side, I'd better break through to the Demon Emperor first before I look for him. If that's the case, let's move now? Yi Xian said to Little Devil. Alright. Little Devil nodded. Since the Shura Sovereign dared to attack him, he had to be prepared for revenge. He would start from the Shura Sovereign's territories. Immediately, Little Devil used the teleportation circle to teleport to the Demon Sun Royal Territory and then to the Scarlet Cloud Royal Territory. As for Baiming Huayu and Baiming Sun, due to their low cultivation, they did not know that Little Devil had returned. They were still waiting in the mansion. My current strength is invincible among the Demon Kings. Let's go. Watch me kill all those Demon Kings under the Shura Sovereign. The little Demon King of Chaos spread his wings and flew with Yi Xian. Originally, Little Devil and Great Demon King were the Demon Kings under the Shura Sovereign. Excluding the 2 of them, there were 16 others. Among the 16 Heavenly Kings, 10 of them were 9th grade Demon Kings. However, this realm was nothing to the Little Demon Kings. The 9th grade Demon King's Little Devil was fast. Coupled with his origin demon body, he arrived at a top-tier royal territory in just 1 day. The lord of this top-tier royal territory was an 8th grade Demon King. He was powerful. Chapter 1772. I'll take 90% and you'll take 10%. Little Devil King said to Yi Xian. All right. Yi Xian did not say much. After all, even 10% of the income from an 8th grade Devil King's mansion was enough for him to spend freely. Of course, Little Devil King and him coming to plunder this time was in disguise. Perhaps, even if the Shura Sovereign racked his brains, he would never have thought that this 9th grade Devil King, who acted as he pleased in his territory, was actually his subordinate. Old man, wait until I break through to the Devil Emperor realm, then I'll replace you. Little Devil King thought to himself as he plundered the Shura Sovereign's territory. A 9th grade Devil King was nothing to be afraid of. However, Little Devil King was not an ordinary 9th grade Devil King. His strength was even stronger than an ordinary Devil Emperor. Therefore, this was enough to cause panic in the Shura Sovereign's territory. This time, the plundering lasted for half a month. After half a month, The Shura sovereign's subordinates were only left with the 6 great heavenly kings. After half a month, Yi Xian broke through to the 1st grade celestial king realm, while Old Tree and the others broke through to the 5th grade celestial king realm. At this moment, they were already qualified to challenge the Devil Emperors. However, Little Devil King was still a 9th grade Devil King. After all, he spent most of his time on the road. At this moment, they were ready to march into the Shura sovereign territory. Due to the increase in his cultivation, Yi Xian did not need to rely on Qi Su anymore. He could just wear the immortal ascension steps and cloud shoes. Previously, Qi Su had beaten up Old Tree and the other 2. Now that Old Tree and the other 2 had broken through to the 5th grade celestial king realm, they naturally wanted to get back at Qi Su. Qi Su, let's fight again. Old Tree could not help but say to Qi Su while Yi Xian was on the road. Fine, let's test my true strength today. Qi Su opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit. Although he had suffered a lot of beatings that day, Old Tree and the other 2 were unable to break through his defense. Therefore, they were very frustrated. Today, Qi Su was prepared to go all out. In the planting space, the 2 of them stood opposite each other. With the Old Tree's current strength, he might be able to challenge Qi Su alone, so he decided to go first. Netherworld Fire Clone. The Old Tree did not waste any time. With a flash, he appeared behind Little Demon and delivered a vicious punch to his back. Last time, he was unable to break through its defenses. This time, he had broken through 3 realms, so it should be enough, right? Qi Su also understood the power of the punch. He had already condensed his Origin Fiend armor, so the Old Tree's punch failed to shatter it. What a strong defense. Old Tree raised his eyebrows. Of course, don't forget that you're also a demonic cultivator. Qi Su grinned. Not only was the Origin Devil armor powerful in defense, it could also reduce the damage of demonic cultivators. The Old Tree was also a devil cultivator, so his attack power was much weaker than before. Is that so? Then let's try this. Old Tree's eyes flickered. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into the Mystic God armor and put it on Old Tree's body. Immediately after, another Netherworld Fire clone attacked. As there was no direct contact, the Origin Devil armor's effect could not be unleashed this time. Moreover, the Mystic God armor also increased the Old Tree's physique by a large amount. This punch directly cracked the Origin Devil armor. *CK. The Little Demon King of Chaos was shocked. One had to know that he was a 9th grade Demon King, and also had the Origin Devil body. The Old Tree was only a 5th grade Demon King, but he actually cracked the Origin Devil armor that he was so proud of. Although it was only a small piece, it was enough to shock him. To be able to crack the Origin Devil armor meant that his life was threatened. Good fellow, let's fight with all our might. Little Demon no longer held back. He immediately spread his demonic wings and attacked the Old Tree with all his might. Boom, boom, boom. A series of loud noises reverberated in the planting space. A 9th grade Demon King and a 5th grade Demon King actually fought to a draw. Although the Old Tree did not have a bloodline like the Heavenly Loathsome Fox or the Origin Devil body, after several advancements, his strength had increased to a very terrifying realm. It was not a problem for him to fight across 4 realms. If the Azura Ghost Lord was added, Little Demon would probably lose. However, at this moment, Yi Xian's projections suddenly revealed a sly smile. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, kill Qi Su. Yi Xian's voice rang in the minds of the Old Tree trio. Hearing this, the Old Tree trio was shocked. Wasn't Qi Su Yi Xian's good friend? Why did Yi Xian want to kill him? Yi Xian said to the Old Tree trio, TSK, I have a time reversal skill. I'll let you guys kill him and have fun. Time reversal? Hearing this, the Old Tree trio only felt incredulous. There was actually such a heaven-defying skill. However, since it was Yi Xian who said it, they would naturally obey unconditionally. Kill. The Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord's eyes flickered as they went all out. Undying Battle Soul. Grasp of the Netherworld. Netherworld Soul-Shattering Strike. The Old Tree trio really used all their trump cards. At this moment, little Demon King did not know that Yi Xian wanted to kill him and was still fighting to his heart's content. However, as time passed, he became a little tired. His origin devil battle armor was beaten to a pulp by the old tree, revealing his body. Wei Zhentian, Heavenly Judgment Stick. After hearing Yi Xian's order, Wei Zhentian quickly left the old tree, turned into 9 streams of light, and attacked Little Demon King's back. Little Demon King was a little confused. His body trembled violently, but he could not block the 9 heavenly judgment sticks. Little Demon King's demon heart was pierced with a soft sound. His eyes widened as he looked at Yi Xian's projection and spat out a few words with difficulty. If *CK your grandmother, Little Demon King, dead. Yi Xian looked at Little Demon King's corpse falling from the sky and could not help but curl his lips slightly. It seemed that he was still a little stronger. Alright, time reversal. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and directly used the once-a-day time reversal skill to return to the time before their battle. Qi Su, let's fight again. After time reversal, the old tree and the others seemed to have lost their memories and began to fight Little Demon King again. However, this time, Yi Xian did not give the order to kill Qi Su, so he was the only one who knew about this. Yi Xian looked at Little Demon King who was fighting fiercely with the old tree and the others and could not help but sigh inwardly. Time reversal once a day, and it can last for 8 days. As long as my clone and I don't die instantly in the mortal world, I won't die. Chapter 1773. A dead end was like entering a dangerous place. Everything was going smoothly at first, but after 10 days, one would realize that it was a bottomless pit with no way out. In this case, even if time was reversed to 8 days ago, it would be useless. Hence, Yi Xian would have to avoid such situations in the future. At most, he would have to start all over again. He would not fall into such a predicament. At this time, the battle in the planting space was also coming to an end. Although the origin demon body was very strong, the Little Demon King had only just succeeded in cultivating it. Other than refining the origin demon armor, he didn't have anything else, so his combat strength wasn't that strong. However, the original demon body was enough for him to do as he pleased in the devil world. After all, the devil world was full of demonic cultivators. Qi Su, how much longer do you need to break through to become a devil emperor? Yi Xian suddenly asked. Give me another 100 years. Qi Su replied. 100 years? Yi Xian heard this and could not help but squint slightly. He knew that the 100 years Qi Su was talking about was 100 years in the plant space. 100 years in the plant space was only 3 days in the outside world. However, when the Little Demon King came out of seclusion, he would most likely become a devil emperor. At that time, he would seek revenge on the Shura sovereign and replace him. While the Little Demon King was in seclusion, Yi Xian used the immortal ascension steps to rush over. In less than 3 days he arrived at the Shura royal territory. This was the Shura sovereign's territory. At the same time, it was also where he was. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 2nd grade immortal king. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. Currently a 6th grade immortal king. Not long after Yi Xian arrived at the Shura royal territory, he broke through again. However, the Little Demon King had not come out of seclusion yet. With my current strength, it is enough to destroy the Shura sovereign. Why don't I go first and capture the Shura sovereign alive and hand him over to the Little Demon King? Thinking of this, Yi Xian could not help but smile slightly. Shura sovereign might already be a 2nd stage devil emperor. However, this realm wasn't very high for the current old tree trio. It was only 5 realms higher than the old tree. However, for the Shura sovereign to be able to establish himself in the demon realm, he must have some tricks up his sleeve. Perhaps he was not as easy to deal with as they thought. Yi Xian immediately continued on his journey. However, he suddenly heard a system notification along the way. Ding! Host has triggered a random quest. Defeat the Shura sovereign and complete the reward, the Eye of the Shura, to evolve. The system prompted. Defeat the Shura sovereign. Yi Xian's eyes narrowed slightly. This quest wasn't bad. The reward for completing it was actually an evolution of the Eye of Azura. He wondered what would happen. Yi Xian immediately flew towards the Azura royal territory's overlord manor. In less than a day, he arrived at the lord mansion of the Shura royal territory. Along the way, he cut through all obstacles and killed all demonic cultivators. With his current realm, killing a devil emperor was not a problem. How could a mere devil king do anything to him? At this moment, the little devil king was still in seclusion and had yet to wake up. Since that was the case, Yi Xian was not going to hold back. Old tree, Azura ghost venerable, go. Yi Xian immediately gave the order. At the same time, Wei Zhentian transformed into the mystic divine battle armor and put it on Yi Xian. Now that the mystic divine battle armor was kept, Yi Xian could use it whenever he wanted. Although he was only a second-stage immortal king, he could fight opponents who were 6 realms higher than him. After putting on the mystic divine battle armor, he could even fight opponents who were 7 realms higher. His strength was top-notch among the devil kings. Eye of the Azura. Old Tree took the lead and rushed into the Overlord Manor. Following that, Azura Ghost Venerable also activated his ultimate skill. As a 6th-grade immortal king, once he opened his Eye of Azura, anyone who was of the same cultivation level or lower would immediately die upon seeing it. In an instant, countless people died and were absorbed by the Eye of the Azura. Eye of the Azura, Azura Divine Light. A black light pillar suddenly shot out and instantly pierced through the chest of an 8th-stage Devil King. An 8th-stage Devil King's death aura was enough to fill up the Eye of the Azura. Azura Divine Light. Azura Divine Light. Azura Ghost Venerable began to use the Azura Divine Light crazily. No one could block this move, not even the 9th-stage Devil Kings. At this moment, Azura Ghost Venerable was like a machine, wildly shooting. As for Old Tree, he was not idle either. He quickly appeared and started to reap the lives of those high-level Devil Kings. In the Azura Overlord Manor, there were continuous screams. Those who were lower than Azura Ghost Venerable were all revived and joined the battle. This place was like an eerie hell. However, at this moment, an aura suddenly descended and attracted the attention of Yi Xian and the rest. The Azura Sovereign was finally here. Who gave you the guts to behave so atrociously in my manor? A slightly old voice entered everyone's ears. It was obvious that these words were meant for Yi Xian and the others. Azura Sovereign, you came at the right time. Yi Xian squinted his eyes and directly used 4 slaughter seals to form 2 immortal extinguishing arrows. Go. The 2 immortal extinguishing arrows rapidly flew towards the Azura Sovereign's eyes. At the same time, Old Tree also quickly flashed away. This Azura Sovereign had indeed broken through to 2nd-stage Devil King and was not weak. He was 5 stages higher than Old Tree, but so what? This time, Old Tree did not flash away to the Azura Sovereign but to Yi Xian's side. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian donned the Mystic God armor on Old Tree. Kill! Old Tree did not say anything and directly attacked. A mere 6th-stage Devil King dares to find trouble with me? The Azura Sovereign lightly snorted and did not care at all. One should know that he was a 2nd-stage Devil King. Even a 9th-stage Devil King was like an ant in his eyes, let alone a 6th-stage Devil King. However, he was wrong and very wrong at that. After Old Tree donned the Mystic God armor, it was enough to shatter the little Demon King's origin demon armor. He was not afraid of the Azura Sovereign at all. What was a 2nd-stage Devil King? Bang! Old Tree's movements were very fast. With lightning speed, he smashed a fist on the Azura Sovereign's head and sent the latter flying. Pooh! The Azura Sovereign's nose was broken. After spitting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly spread his devil wings to stabilize himself. At the same time, he looked at Old Tree in disbelief and said in shock, "How is this possible?" As a 2nd-stage Devil King, he was actually challenged by someone who was 5 stages higher than him. Furthermore, he was injured. What was wrong with this world? Why is it impossible? See if I don't tear off your wings and limbs. Chapter 1774. Bam, bam, bam. In the air, a series of muffled sounds rang out as Old Shu and Shura Sovereign began to fight. As the lord of the Shura royal territory, the Shura Sovereign was extremely strong. At first, he was defeated by the old tree because of his carelessness. Now that he gave it his all, he was actually on par with the old tree. He was indeed capable. On the other side, the sixth-grade immortal King Shura Ghost Lord was wantonly blasting out the Shura divine light, almost killing all the high-level demon kings. Not only that, but Yi Xian was also using the slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. The slaughter seals had evolved once. Originally, he could only use 2 slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. Now, he could use 2 more slaughter seals to summon the immortal slaying puppets. This way, the immortal slaying puppets were extremely strong. Together with the Shura Ghost Lord, it was simply heaven-defying. Within a few seconds, 6 immortal slaying puppets with 4 seals appeared. They swept through the entire Lord's manor, killing all the demon kings without mercy. Haha, so many yin and yang rings. I don't have to split the spoils with that stingy little demon king. Yi Xian stood in the air outside the Lord's manor, continuously using Super Devour to collect the yin and yang rings. If not for the restriction of the bewitched points, he would be at least a 6th-grade demon king. However, the speed of his cultivation was already extremely fast. Previously, when he was in the mortal world, he had spent more than 10 years to break through to the immortal realm. Now that he had ascended to the immortal realm, he had already broken through from an ordinary immortal to an immortal king in less than 2 years. This was already heaven-defying to the point of angering both men and gods. Before Yi Xian could react, he suddenly heard a system notification. Ding! The host has completed the random mission. Reward, Shura Change. Hearing this, Yi Xian quickly checked. Indeed, this skill belonged to the Shura Ghost Lord. Moreover, it was the skill of the Eye of the Shura, which was the same as the Shura Divine Light. However, he was sure that this Shura Change was extremely strong. Since the random quest had been completed, it meant that the Shura Sovereign had been defeated. Thinking of this, Yi Xian quickly turned his head to take a look. He realized that the old tree had removed the Shura Sovereign's devil wings, and all 4 of his limbs were broken. It was a tragic sight. Who would have thought that this dog-like person would be the lord of the Shura royal territory? Super Devour! At that moment, Yi Xian quickly rushed over. After testing the air for a moment, he discovered that he'd actually absorbed the Azura Emperor. Heavens! One must know that there was a difference of an entire realm between him and the Azura Sovereign. Yi Xian was a 2nd-stage Celestial King, and Shura Sovereign was a 2nd-stage Devil Emperor. This time he really hit the jackpot. Of course, this could also be because the Shura Sovereign was on the brink of death and his demonic heart was exposed. As long as the old tree willed it, it could take his life. Therefore, the chances of it being collected were greatly increased. Where is this? In the planting space, the Shura Sovereign looked at this unfamiliar place and could not help but ask. Let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse? Yi Xian projected a projection in front of the Shura Sovereign. Unexpectedly, the Shura Sovereign did not answer the question. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" He could sense that Yi Xian was only a 2nd-stage Celestial King. However, he was also defeated by a 5th-stage Devil King. This lesson taught him that he should not look down on others. You don't need to know who I am. All you need to know is that you are now my prisoner. As long as I want to, you will be killed. Yi Xian said coldly. Then, he asked again, let me ask you, where is the great demon lord's corpse? After bringing the Shura Sovereign into the planting space, Yi Xian had already obtained the Shura Sovereign's yin and yang ring. However, he did not find the little demon king's good friend, the great demon lord's corpse in this ring or the others. However, the great demon lord had coincidentally found the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart. Therefore, Yi Xian had to obtain his corpse and search his soul. Although he did not know why Yi Xian was looking for the great demon lord's corpse, the Shura Sovereign knew his current situation. He could only say slowly, the great demon lord's corpse should be in the hands of the manager of the Overlord's manor. Where is the manager of the Overlord's manor? Yi Xian asked. During this period of time, a 9th-stage Devil King and a cultivator suddenly appeared in my territory. Therefore, I sent him out to investigate, the Shura Sovereign said. Yi Xian raised an eyebrow and asked, he is also a devil emperor? During this period of time, many devil kings under the Shura sovereign had died. Since the Shura sovereign dared to send this manager out, he was definitely not a 9th stage devil king. Yes, he has broken through to the 1st stage devil emperor. The Shura sovereign nodded. Yi Xian hurriedly investigated the Shura sovereign's interspatial ring and found a communication devil crystal. His next step was to kill the manager of the Overlord's manor and take back the great demon lord's corpse. Of course, he had to uproot the Overlord's manor first. Since the city lord had been captured, the people in the Overlord's manor naturally could not escape from Yi Xian's hands. Under threats and promises, they were all taken into the plant space and became meat for the slaughter of Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian asked the Shura sovereign to communicate with his manager. After confirming the manager's location, they agreed to meet at a certain place. Of course, it was not the Shura sovereign who was going to meet, but Yi Xian. However, just as Yi Xian was about to move, the demonic qi in the plant space suddenly surged to the sky. Following that, a deafening roar entered the ears of Yi Xian and the others. What a strong demonic qi! The Shura sovereign's body trembled. The demonic qi was so strong that it made his heart palpitate. It was at least a 3rd-grade demon emperor. Yi Xian also felt the demonic qi and hurriedly sent his projection over. He found that it was indeed the little demon king who released it. No wonder he only came out of seclusion now. So he accidentally broke through to 3rd-grade demon emperor? Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. A 9th stage devil king had jumped 3 realms to become a 3rd stage devil emperor. This little demon king was truly a freak. However, this was all thanks to his origin demon body. A hearty laugh entered Yi Xian's ears. The little demon king opened his eyes and spread his wings. He flew in front of Yi Xian and said excitedly, "Let's go. Watch me kill that old fart." Are you talking about the Shura sovereign? Yi Xian's lips curled up slightly. He said, "It's not that I want to discourage you, but I saw that you still haven't come out of seclusion, so I decided to do it myself. Fly a little further and you'll see him." What? The little demon king was stunned when he heard this. Then he followed Yi Xian's words and flew a little further. Sure enough, he saw the person he wanted to kill even in his dreams. The Shura sovereign. "You old fart. I was willing to be your subordinate, but you actually poisoned me?" The little demon king couldn't help but curse. Chapter 1775. 3rd-grade demon emperor? Shura sovereign's eyes widened. When he accepted the little demon king as his disciple, the latter was only a 1st-grade demon king. But now, after the little demon king had obtained the origin demon physique, he had actually broken through to the 3rd stage demon emperor realm in such a short period of time. Wasn't this origin demon physique a little too powerful? The original demon body is indeed extraordinary. If I had known this earlier, I would have done it myself. Shura sovereign said bitterly. Previously, he had not chosen to do it himself because he was already a 2nd-grade demon emperor. Once he possessed the original demon body, he would have to cultivate from the beginning. It was not easy for him to conquer the Shura royal territory. If he went into seclusion, the territory would definitely be devoured by other demon emperors. Therefore, he could not bear to do it. However, he did not expect the original demon body to be so heaven-defying. Therefore, there was only regret in his heart now. The winner takes all. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Shura sovereign was very calm. After all, he had already fallen to such a state. All right, I'll fulfill your wish. The little demon king squinted his eyes. Just as he was about to attack, he was unexpectedly interrupted by Yi Xian. We haven't found the great demon king's corpse yet. We'll deal with him after we find it. Yi Xian said. The little demon king nodded slightly. All right, I'll let him linger on for a few more days. Then, Yi Xian continued on his journey. Previously, Shura sovereign and his chief steward had already agreed on a location. Therefore, Yi Xian was now rushing to that location. 2 days later, they successfully met up. A cultivator? The chief steward of the Lord's mansion was a little surprised. A 2nd-grade demon king actually dared to wander around the demon realm. He was really courting death. Before Yi Xian could get close, the chief steward of the first-grade demon emperor directly attacked. There was a gap of 8 grades between them. He estimated that he could slap Yi Xian to death with one slap. However, just as the palm wind was about to hit Yi Xian, a person suddenly appeared. Bang! The palm wind was dispersed. In the next moment, the chief steward saw a black shadow rapidly attacking him. Third-grade Devil Emperor? The chief steward was shocked, but before he could react, his right arm was already gone. It was actually broken by someone. Found it. Little Demon King raised his eyebrows. He found the body of his good friend, Great Demon King, in the cosmos ring of this manager. Since that was the case, then this chief steward was useless. Kill. Bang! Without saying a word, the little Demon King of Chaos punched the head steward's chest, instantly shattering his demon heart. A first-grade Devil Emperor was dead. Good, it's good that you got it. Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that Luo Luo could finally refine the heavenly demon's heart. At that time, how powerful would Luo Luo be? Immediately, he kept Little Demon King into the planting space. Old man, your time has come. The Little Demon King of Chaos narrowed his eyes and stood in front of the Shura sovereign. The Shura sovereign already knew his fate, so he simply closed his eyes and waited for death to befall him. The winner takes all, the loser takes all. This world is so cruel. Bang! Although the Azura sovereign was a second-rank Devil Emperor and had tempered his physique to an extremely powerful level after countless years, the Little Demon King was already a third-rank Devil Emperor. Adding on the Origin Devil body, he was able to shatter the Azura sovereign's devil heart with a single punch. The Origin Devil body can absorb the devil chi of devil cultivators and devils for my own use. Although I'm only a second-grade Devil Emperor, it can reduce my cultivation time. The Little Demon King of Chaos thought to himself as he watched the Shura sovereign's body shrink and be absorbed by him. Yi Xian saw this scene and said, "Now that you are the new Shura sovereign, what do you plan to do next?" In our Devil realm, there are a total of 9 Devil sovereigns. Our current location is the Devil Spirit Horn of the Bloody Moon Archdevil. In this Devil Spirit Horn, there are countless Emperor territories. Now that I've killed the Shura sovereign, coupled with the Origin Devil body, I naturally want to expand my territory. The Little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, you're very ambitious. I'm not interested, but I can help you clean up the surrounding Emperor territories. Yi Xian shrugged and said helplessly. Ambition was of no use to him. After all, his cultivation level had increased so quickly. If he really wanted to say something, then his goal was to become the strongest person in the world. Of course, this goal was very lofty, because he felt that this world was definitely not that simple. Take it. This is the refining method of the Heavenly Devil's heart, but it seems to only be the first half. At this time, the Little Demon King of Chaos suddenly threw a jade eye slip over. Although it was only a small piece, it needed to be checked with one's immortal sense. Only half? Yi Xian was slightly surprised. It's already not bad to be able to get half of the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the other half, you'll have to find it yourself. The Little Demon King of Chaos said. Alright, then go do your own thing. Yi Xian nodded and then directly let the Little Demon King of Chaos out. Next, the Little Demon King of Chaos was probably going to unify the 3 Emperor territories and establish himself as the Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he was now wholeheartedly thinking of letting Luo Luo refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. The flow of time in the planted space was 12,800 times faster than in the outside world, so it shouldn't be too difficult for Luo Luo to refine the Heavenly Devil's heart. As for the materials needed for refining, Yi Xian checked them. These things were a piece of cake for him. Recently, although Luo Luo didn't go out to participate in battles, that was because Luo Luo wasn't a magic treasure. If she died, she would really die. However, this didn't mean that her cultivation level was low. If the time in the planted space was calculated, Luolua's age had already surpassed the Little Demon King of Chaos. Moreover, Luolua's cultivation speed hadn't fallen behind. Now, she was already a 5th-rank Immortal King, only 1 rank lower than Old Tree and the others. Even so, her strength was still very terrifying. Although she couldn't compare to Old Tree and the others, she was able to fight across several ranks. Luluo, start refining this half of the heavenly devil's heart. When the time comes, you can go out and fight. Yi Xian said to Luoluo. If it was before, he probably wouldn't let Luoluo go out to fight, but now he had the space-time bloodline. If something unexpected happened, his fourth clone in the mortal world could use the time reversal skill. Refining the heavenly devil's heart wasn't that easy. However, with the planted space, Luoluo only spent 5 days in the outside world to refine this half of the heavenly devil's heart. The heavenly devil's heart was really suitable for Zeoists. Although it was only half of it, it made Lolua's constitution soar several times. Now, she felt that her strength wasn't below that of Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Zhentian. She was second only to Old Tree. After all, she was only a 5th-rank immortal king. However, while she was in seclusion, Yi Xian also broke through again and reached the 3rd-rank immortal king realm. Chapter 1776. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed that a communication devil crystal in his devouring space suddenly lit up. Yi Xian, I'm going to start my conquest. Do you want to join me, or? Little Demon King of Chaos asked. Now that he was a 3rd-grade devil emperor and possessed the original devil body, no one was his match. Naturally, he would want to expand his territory and plunder cultivation resources to improve his cultivation. You're faster than me, and it'll be easier for you to infiltrate the enemy's territory if you cooperate with me. Capture the leader first. As long as we can capture the leader, the rest will be easy, Yi Xian replied. Alright, then I'll follow you. We'll divide the loot equally. Little Devil King agreed. From the previous 1% to the recent 10%, it was enough to show that Yi Xian's status was gradually rising. In fact, with the cultivation of Old Tree and the others, it would not be a problem for them to challenge a middle-grade devil emperor. Moreover, as time passed, Yi Xian's cultivation would continue to improve. At that time, he would be able to challenge stronger opponents. Anyway, what Yi Xian lacked now was time. Next, Little Devil King went to the Demon Slaughter royal territory next door and killed the Demon Slaughter Emperor. Then he began to expand his territory, preparing to kill all the devil emperors around him. At this moment, Yi Xian was like a stowaway boat, secretly sending the Little Demon King of Chaos to the other royal territories. Then, the Little Demon King of Chaos would attack and kill these lords. In less than half a month, all the surrounding royal territories were occupied and merged into Chaos Royal Territory. At this time, Little Devil King had broken through from a 3rd-grade Devil Emperor to a 5th-grade Devil Emperor. As for Yi Xian, he had also broken through to a 6th-grade Immortal King. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable and Wei Zhentian had all become 1st-grade Immortal Emperors. However, the truth could not be hidden forever. Little Devil King had occupied so many royal territories in half a month, which naturally attracted the attention of the high-grade Devil Emperors. Just as they were heading to the next royal territory, they suddenly received a message. Chi Su, this is bad. A high-level Devil Emperor has come and destroyed Chaos City. Your father and my father both died in battle. This news came from Baiming Huayu. After hearing this news, the Little Demon of Chaos widened his eyes and said in shock, What happened? They said that you were rising too quickly and might threaten them, so they came to kill you. But I couldn't find you, so I went on a killing spree. Baiming Huayu replied. The scene earlier was simply too horrifying for her. After all, she was only a 1st-grade Devil King. Many of those who had died before were in the Devil Emperor realm. All of them had their territories occupied by the Little Demon King. Then they had defected to the Little Demon King. But unexpectedly, they were all killed in a single battle. Who did this? Little Demon King of Chaos roared furiously at the communication magic crystal. They said they are from the Windblade Royal Territory. They came here under the orders of the Windblade Emperor. They are at least 6th-rank Devil Emperors. Baiming Huayu replied. Windblade Emperor. When the Little Demon of Chaos heard this name, he was so angry that he was about to explode. Previously, the Emperor of the Dark North was only a 2nd-grade Demon Emperor, so he couldn't even come into contact with a 6th-grade Demon Emperor expert. But now, because of the Little Demon King, the Windblade Emperor had set his eyes on the Chaos Royal Territory, causing it to be annihilated. How could he not take revenge for this? On the other side, when Yi Xian heard this news, he couldn't help but stop. Qi Su's father and father-in-law died in the battle? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows. He felt that this matter was going to blow up. The little demon of chaos was probably going to the Windblade royal territory to kill the Windblade Emperor himself. However, Yi Xian had a way to prevent this tragedy from happening. That was to reverse time and space. Qi Su, do you want to save your father? Yi Xian suddenly asked Qi Su. What do you mean? He can be resurrected? The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Although he had conflicts with the demon king of chaos, the latter was still his father. How could he kill him just like that? I can bring your father back to life. Yi Xian didn't say anything to the little demon of chaos. He just grinned and directly used his skill. According to the news from Baiming Huayu, Yi Xian knew that the tragedy had just happened. So, he wanted to use the time reversal skill to go back to one day ago. Yesterday and today, they were in a hurry. So, it would be fine even if they went back to yesterday. After going back to yesterday, Yi Xian could use the Eye of the Void to instantly return to Chaos City and meet the enemy. At that moment, Yi Xian directly used the time reversal skill. Time began to reverse rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they went back to yesterday. Then Yi Xian continuously broke through the void and returned to Chaos City in the Chaos Royal Territory. Qi Su, let's stay in the Chaos Royal Territory for the next few days. Yi Xian suddenly said to the little demon of chaos who was cultivating in the plant space. Why? The little demon of chaos was puzzled. Because he had gone back to yesterday, the little demon of chaos's father and father-in-law had been resurrected. So, the little demon of chaos naturally wouldn't remember this matter. Only Yi Xian knew everything in his heart. I feel that you've been too high-profile recently. Who knows if someone is attacking the Chaos Royal Territory while you're not around? Yi Xian replied. That can't be. We've conquered so many royal territories. Even the 5th-grade demon emperors have submitted to me. How long has it been? Could it be that we've attracted the attention of high-level demon emperors? The little demon of chaos was in disbelief. It's better to be safe. Anyway, a few days is just a blink of an eye for you, Yi Xian said to the little demon of chaos. Indeed, for someone like the little demon of chaos who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years, a few days was just a matter of opening and closing his eyes. Some people would cultivate in seclusion for more than 10,000 years. A few days was nothing to them. Alright, then I'll stay for a few days first. The little demon of chaos nodded. Today passed very quickly. Yi Xian quietly waited here. At the same time, he looked for a map and discovered that the Windblade Royal Territory was in the northwest of the Chaos Royal Territory. Therefore, Yi Xian ordered the Old Tree, Azura Ghost Venerable, and Wei Zhentian to set up defenses at the border in advance. This way, if the other party came, he would know in advance. Yi Xian began to calculate the time. The previous tragedy happened at noon. Now, there was only an hour left. Therefore, he guessed that the experts sent by the Windblade Royal Territory should be about to enter the Chaos Royal Territory, right? Sure enough, when he was still pondering, the Old Tree who was setting up defenses at the Chaos Royal Territory suddenly sensed several powerful auras. Young Master, there are 3 6th-grade demon emperors and 10 5th-grade demon emperors. Do you want to directly attack? Chapter 1777. Not now. Let them come over, Yi Xian replied. According to Baiming Huayu, the Emperor of the Dark North and the Demon King of Chaos were killed by a 6th-grade demon emperor in the lead. Although time had reversed, Yi Xian felt that it was better for the little demon king to personally embrace this enmity. All right. After hearing that, the Old Tree did not think much and returned through the void gate. Qi Su, a great enemy is coming. Yi Xian quickly transmitted a message to Qi Su. What great enemy? Qi Su, who was cultivating in seclusion, hurriedly asked. There are 3 6th-grade demon emperors and 10 5th-grade demon emperors entering Chaos Royal Territory from the northwest. They are not friendly. Yi Xian said to Little Demon King Huntian. What? There is such a thing? Little Demon King Huntian raised his eyebrows. He did not expect Yi Xian's guess to be true. There were really people coming to find trouble with him. Fortunately, Yi Xian suggested to stay in Chaos Royal territory for a few days. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Humph. I did not go to find trouble with them, but they came to me themselves. I will kill them. Little Demon King Huntian snorted. Although he was a 5th-grade demon emperor, his strength was very strong. How could 3 6th-grade demon emperors do anything to him? He was afraid that they could not even break his origin demon armor. These people were not friendly. Therefore, a battle was likely to break out. Little Demon King Huntian immediately left Chaos City and went to meet them. Yi Xian followed closely behind. At the same time, he made a plan in his heart. First, he would kill these people. Then, he would go to Windblade Emperor's territory and kill him. As the two parties were moving in opposite directions, they encountered each other in less than half an hour. 5th-grade Demon Emperor? The leading man from Windblade Royal Territory sensed Little Demon King Huntian's aura and immediately stopped. At the same time, Little Demon King Huntian also sensed the 13 auras that were not weaker than him. Who are you? Little Demon King Huntian shouted. We are all generals under the Windblade Emperor. Now, I will give you a chance. Submit to the Windblade Emperor and merge the Chaos Territory into the Windblade Territory. Then I will spare your life. The leader didn't beat around the bush and got straight to the point. I didn't even dare to be arrogant, yet you dare to come to my place? You're courting death. The Little Demon King of Chaos didn't say anything and directly attacked. Humph, the Windblade Emperor said that he would only give you one chance. Since you don't cherish it, then die. The man in the lead widened his eyes and immediately attacked. He had previously heard of the strength of the Little Demon King, who could challenge those of a higher level. That was why so many people had come this time. Although it was a little disgraceful, this group of people was a little unscrupulous. As long as they could achieve their goal, so what if they attacked in groups? However, they had underestimated the Little Demon King's strength. The attacks of the 13 of them all landed on the Little Demon King's body, but they were still unable to shatter the origin demon armor. What a powerful magic weapon! The man in the lead was shocked. He had thought that this origin demon armor was a magic weapon. Of course, this was because the Little Demon King of Chaos had disguised the origin demon armor. Otherwise, people with discerning eyes would immediately recognize that this was the origin demon armor and deduce that he had the origin demon physique. All of you die. The Little Demon King of Chaos was furious. He turned his anger into strength and directly blasted out a punch. Bang! The fist shadow was very powerful and instantly pierced through the chest of a 5th-stage demon emperor. Everyone was astonished. The Little Demon King of Chaos was a 5th-stage demon emperor, and the person who died was also a 5th-stage demon emperor. However, he was killed in an instant. How strong was he? This wasn't the main point. The main point was that a few people had suddenly appeared in the surroundings, and even they didn't notice. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, go, don't leave a single one alive. Yi Xian suddenly summoned the 3 of them and directly gave the order. The 3 of them who had already broken through to the Immortal King realm instantly erupted. Old Tree even put on the Mystic Divine armor and directly used the Nether Fire clone to flash behind a 6th-stage Demon Emperor and then ruthlessly punched. Bang! The 6th-stage Demon Emperor's chest also exploded. In comparison, the punch of the Little Demon King of Chaos was at least 5 times more powerful than the punch of the Old Tree. Although the Old Tree's cultivation was low, his strength was not inferior to the Little Demon King of Chaos. Coupled with the Mystic Divine armor, even a 7th-stage Demon Emperor couldn't do anything to him. It was also because of this that this group of outsiders was destined to fail. Bang! 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 In a series of muffled sounds, the dozen or so intermediate demon emperors in front of them all fell. The Chaos Royal Territory was the place where they would rest forever. So weak, and you dare to find trouble with me? The Little Demon King of Chaos coldly snorted in his heart. These people were indeed not enough for him. Even the Lord of the Windblade Royal Territory was only a 7th-stage demon emperor and didn't pose a threat to him. However, this chaotic world royal territory was of little value. Chi Su, I feel that you should give up on the Chaos Royal Territory and follow me. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said to the little demon king of chaos, "Follow you?" The little demon king of chaos didn't react for a moment. "The size of my space is already bigger than your chaos royal territory. I will continue to expand in the future. Your family and friends will be very safe inside." Yi Xian paused for a moment, then said, "Simply put, I want you to move the chaos royal territory into my space." Hearing this, the little demon king of chaos couldn't help but ponder for a moment. Staying in Yi Xian's space was indeed not bad, but it would be a lot less fun. With Yi Xian around, who would dare to make a move on him? Since you met me until now, my cultivation speed has been very fast, right? After a while, not to mention an immortal emperor, even an immortal venerable would be no problem. Even an immortal emperor wouldn't be impossible. Now, my space is bigger than your chaos royal territory. When I break through to the immortal emperor realm, the space might be as big as the demon realm. Yi Xian continued, "Alright, but I don't want to go in now. Let's move the entire chaos royal territory in first." The little demon king of chaos nodded. Hearing this, Yi Xian grinned and said, "No problem, but after that, I hope you can extract my nephew's soul and find him a good body." "That's easy. I'll definitely find him a good one." The little demon king of chaos laughed. Next, Yi Xian ran around the chaos royal territory and put everyone in it. With the little demon king of chaos around, these people didn't dare to disobey. Even those immortal beasts were all put in. Yi Xian wholeheartedly wanted to make the space grow. This way, the level of the space might continue to increase in the future. In just 2 days, the entire Chaos Royal territory seemed to have disappeared into thin air. There were almost no living things left. Chapter 1778. However, if one stayed in the space for a long time and did not go out, the space's 10,000 times faster flow of time would not have much effect. Yi Xian was too lazy to care so much. He had already left the chaotic royal territory and was heading towards the Windblade royal territory. Of course, Yi Xian did not show mercy to those forces along the way. He destroyed all of them and forcibly kept them in the space. During the journey, his cultivation level increased again. Ding! Host has broken through to the 7th grade Immortal King. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through to the 2nd grade Demon Emperor realm. The system notified. With their current strength, there was probably no one in the Demon Emperor realm who could be a match for them. Soon, Yi Xian invaded the Windblade royal territory and killed his way to the Overlord Mansion. The Windblade Emperor was only a 7th grade Demon Emperor. He was not weak and had many subordinates. However, this little bit of strength was nothing to Yi Xian. Due to the time reversal, Demon King Chaotic Heaven and Emperor Baiming did not die. The little Demon King Chaotic Heaven did not hate the Windblade Emperor that much. Therefore, this time, Yi Xian was the one to deal with it. Who is it? When Yi Xian approached the Overlord Mansion, he was discovered. However, when the person who discovered Yi Xian saw that he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he did not think much of it and casually sent out a person. "You're courting death." Yi Xian snorted coldly and slashed out with his sword. Although he was only a 7th grade Immortal King, he could fight those who were 6 levels higher. 6 levels higher meant that he was a 4th grade Demon Emperor. The person who discovered him was only a 3rd grade Demon Emperor Gatekeeper. He was instantly killed. "Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, go," Yi Xian said to the two of them. In an instant they charged in. Wei Zhentian did not waste any time. He transformed into the Mystic God armor and put it on Old Tree. As for Azura Ghost Lord, he directly activated the Eye of Azura. In the last random mission, the Eye of Azura had evolved. This time, a huge eyeball appeared in the sky. Anyone with a lower cultivation level than Ghost Lord Azura died instantly. Death Chi gathered on the Eye of Azura, giving Ghost Lord Azura the ability to use the Azura Divine Light. However, this time, the Azura Ghost Lord did not use the Azura Divine Light. Instead, he used another skill. Eye of Azura, Azura Transformation. This move was a reward from the system after the last random mission. After using the Azura Transformation, the Azura Ghost Lord's body enlarged several hundred times, turning into a giant. Boom! The saber in Ghost Venerate Azura's hand had also enlarged by several hundred times. Then he swung the saber at the expert charging out of the Overlord's mansion. After absorbing so much death chi, Ghost Lord Azura, who was originally a second-grade Demon Emperor, had temporarily broken through to the third-grade Demon Emperor. Moreover, his cultivation was still increasing. Who is it? At this moment, in the depths of the Lord's mansion, the Windblade Emperor felt this aura and immediately opened his eyes. How could a mere third-grade Demon Emperor possess such an aura that made his heart palpitate? Just as he was feeling surprised, a strange voice suddenly entered his ears. "Found you!" The old tree, who was wearing the mystic divine armor, came over. Without giving the opponent time to react, he threw out a punch. Bang! This punch directly penetrated the heart of the Windblade Emperor, killing him instantly. A seventh-grade Demon Emperor was so vulnerable in front of the old tree, a second-grade Demon Emperor. However, the old tree was not surprised by this. He directly took the interspatial ring of the Windblade Emperor. On the other side, the Azura Ghost Lord had also quickly killed all the intermediate-grade Demon Emperors. Next, it was time to clean up. Chi Su, come out and help me suppress them. I want to take all of them. Yi Xian suddenly released Chi Su. Okay. Chi Su did not say anything and directly jumped into the sky. The next moment, a figure that was not inferior to the Azura Ghost Lord appeared behind him. Super Devour. Yi Xian also began to wander around the Lord's mansion, using Force Devour to forcibly take everyone into the planting space. In less than half a minute, the entire Lord's mansion was empty. If this continues, it won't be long before I can dominate the demon realm. The corner of Yi Xian's mouth suddenly curled up slightly. There were a total of 9 demon venerables in the demon realm, and all of them were 9th-grade demon venerables. Although there were demon venerables of other grades, these 9 demon venerables were the leaders. Now, Old Tree and the other 2 were estimated to have the strength to fight against the demon venerables. If this continued, the 9 demon venerables were actually nothing to him. However, at this moment, a powerful aura that made the little demon king's heart palpitate suddenly appeared. When this aura appeared, Yi Xian's dazzling speed immortal heart almost exploded. Fortunately, his heart was strong enough to withstand it. Otherwise, he would have died. Oh, who is it? Yi Xian raised his head in shock and looked in the direction of the aura. He saw a blood-red figure standing in the sky. This blood-red figure was covered in a red mist, and his face couldn't be seen. Yi Xian and the little demon king looked at him in confusion. Such a powerful aura, it was at least at the demon venerable's level. Why would it appear here? Before the little demon king could speak, the red mist around the red figure suddenly dispersed. After that, a bewitching face was revealed. It was a rather handsome red-haired young man. I didn't expect to encounter an original demon body. The moment the youth opened his mouth, he revealed the little demon king's secret. As soon as this was said, the little demon king and Yi Xian trembled violently. The former was already disguised, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through it, but this youth saw through it at a glance. This is troublesome. This youth was at least at the demon venerable's level. If he wanted to kill the little demon king, it would be a piece of cake. Moreover, the original demon body was extremely rare. Even if it was a demon venerable's level expert, if they could successfully possess it, they would be able to recover their peak strength very quickly. However, Yi Xian wasn't too desperate. After all, he still had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could quickly break through the void and leave after killing the Windblade Emperor and hide. What do you want? The little demon king gritted his teeth and said, Hee, I don't want anything. The youth grinned and said, Let me introduce myself. I am the 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon. Boom. This self-introduction was like a bolt from the blue, falling on Yi Xian and the little demon king. The 9th demon venerable of the demon realm, Blood Moon? Heavens, this youth in front of them was actually the demon realm's Blood Moon demon venerable. Chapter 1779. The Bloody Moon Overlord was a 9th-grade demon venerable, which was 9 realms higher than a 9th-grade demon emperor. He was not someone Yi Xian and Little Demon could deal with. However, the Bloody Moon Overlord did not seem to want to kill them. Otherwise, he would not have appeared and killed them directly. Yi Xian, who was ready to use time reversal, suddenly stopped. Maybe the Bloody Moon Overlord met Little Demon while he was wandering and wanted to take him as his disciple? Before Yi Xian and Yi Xian could speak, the Bloody Moon Overlord said, "Although the original demon body is rare, it is not the first time I have seen it. Moreover, I have the original demon body myself. So, I just want to ask if you are willing to be my disciple." The Bloody Moon Overlord also has the original demon body? Little Demon was shocked. The Bloody Moon Overlord replied. The next moment, a layer of blood-red crystal armor appeared on his body. This set of armor was similar to Little Demon's, but the color was different. Not only do I have the original demon body, but I have also upgraded it to the blood demon body. As long as you become my disciple, I will teach you everything I have learned. You will definitely become the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm in the future, said the Bloody Moon Overlord. This condition was very tempting. Little Demon thought about it and could not help but look at Yi Xian. The latter paused for a moment and said, "You can decide for yourself. It is not bad to become the 10th leader of the demon realm." But Little Demon nodded and said, "Greetings, Master." Hearing this, the Bloody Moon Overlord could not help but laugh and said, "With my guidance, you will definitely be able to crush the disciples of the other 8 demon venerables in the future. You will definitely be the 10th demon venerable in the demon realm." "Thank you, Master." Little Demon hurriedly thanked him. With the protection of the 9th demon venerable in the demon realm, he would not have to worry about food and clothing in the future. He could cultivate in peace. However, Yi Xian was still a little worried. After all, he had a persecutory delusion. In the beginning, he was almost tricked by his master. That was how his persecutory delusion came about. Apart from his own people, he didn't trust anyone else. Turning back time can only bring us back to 10 days ago. If this Bloody Moon Demon Venerable wanted to kill the Little Demon King but didn't act so quickly, it would be disastrous. Yi Xian thought to himself. But what could he do now? This time, it might be an opportunity for the Little Demon King. If he used time reversal, then the Little Demon King might not be able to meet the Bloody Moon Demon Venerable. Therefore, Yi Xian decided to let the Little Demon King make his own choice. If something really happened, Yi Xian would have no choice but to avenge the Little Demon King. "Alright, follow me back to Blood Moon City." After Bloody Moon Demon Venerable finished speaking, a wave of energy enveloped Little Demon King and Yi Xian, forcefully dragging them away. In front of a 9th grade Devil Venerable, Yi Xian was nothing more than an ant that could be easily slaughtered. However, even without the Little Demon King, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would not lower himself to attack Yi Xian. The speed of a 9th grade Devil Venerable was not something that ordinary people could catch up to. In just one day, Yi Xian and the Little Demon King arrived at Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's Blood Moon City. This was the world of the strong. There were a large number of Devil Venerable level experts in the city. If Bloody Moon Demon Venerable didn't bring them along, the Little Demon King and Yi Xian would not be able to move a single step. Just the aura alone could cause their hearts to explode. Bloody Moon Demon Venerable brought Yi Xian and the Little Demon King to his Blood Moon City. "Master, you're back." A man came up to them. His aura was so strong that even the Little Demon King could not sense it. "Old Six, I went out this time to take in a disciple. From now on, he will be your junior brother. Arrange a place for him to stay," Bloody Moon Demon Venerable said to the man. "Yes, Master." The man nodded respectfully. He was Bloody Moon Demon Venerable's 6th disciple. He was already a 3rd grade Devil Venerable. "I still have something to do. Chisu, come find me tomorrow." After the Bloody Moon Demon Sovereign said this, he hurriedly left. 7th Junior Brother, I'm Shi Yuan. After the man finished speaking to the Little Demon King, he couldn't help but glance at Yi Xian and ask, "He's my friend," the Little Demon King hurriedly said. Shi Yuan looked at him in surprise. He didn't take Yi Xian seriously. However, he could sense that Yi Xian and the Little Demon King were related by blood. "Alright, this way please, 7th Junior Brother." Shi Yuan didn't ask any more questions and left with the Little Demon King and Yi Xian. Since even he could sense it, Bloody Moon Demon Venerable must be able to as well. It was also because of this that Yi Xian was brought back. I'll be cultivating here from now on. What about you, Yi Xian? On the way, the little demon king couldn't help but send a voice transmission to Yi Xian. Me? I'll think about it, Yi Xian replied. To be honest, he kind of wanted to return to the immortal world. After all, that was where cultivators were. However, in the demon world, he was public enemy number one. Once a cultivator discovered him, they would definitely attack him. That way, he wouldn't have to find excuses to rob the major forces. However, now that Qi Su had been accepted as a disciple by Bloody Moon Demon Venerable, Yi Xian would probably have to find another place to level up. Since Qi Su has made his choice, I won't stop him. I'll leave in 8 days. Yi Xian thought to himself. Soon, Shi Yuan arranged a place for the little demon king and Yi Xian to stay. At the same time, Yi Xian and the little demon king also accurately sensed that there were other cultivators in the Blood Moon Castle. Cultivators and cultivators of the demon world couldn't coexist, but they didn't have to fight to the death. For example, the 6th demon venerable of the demon world had turned from an immortal to a demon. Therefore, it was very normal for there to be some cultivators in the demon world. Next, Yi Xian stayed in his residence and waited to see what Bloody Moon Demon Venerable would ask the little demon king to do tomorrow. During these 8 days, he could use time reversal, so he wasn't worried. The next day, Qi Su went to find Bloody Moon Demon Venerable according to his instructions. In less than half a day, Qi Su returned. Master taught me the cultivation method of the original demon body. As long as I continue to cultivate, I can cultivate his blood demon body. Qi Su couldn't help but pause. However, he said that I can only go out after I break through to the demon venerable level. With someone teaching you, it shouldn't be difficult to cultivate to the demon venerable level. However, you'll need a lot of time in the outside world, Yi Xian reminded him. It doesn't matter. Now that the 9th demon venerable of the demon world is protecting me, it's the same whether I cultivate inside or outside. Qi Su grinned. In that case, I'll leave in a few days, Yi Xian said. Chapter 1780. It just so happened that little demon king could extract his nephew Yi Xian's soul and find a new body in the next few days. During this time, Yi Xian made another breakthrough and reached the 8th grade Celestial King realm. Old Tree and the other two had reached the 3rd grade Celestial Lord realm. However, their strength was not worth mentioning in the Blood Moon Castle. On the 7th day, Yi Xian felt that it was about time. He bid farewell to Qi Su and left the Blood Moon Castle. Qi Su has my death warrant. If he dies, I'll be the first to know. After thinking for a while, Yi Xian left under the guidance of a mid-grade devil venerable. With his strength, he would probably die on the way back from the Blood Moon Castle. Therefore, Little Demon King asked someone to bring Yi Xian back to the Wind Blade Royal Territory. However, the journey back was not peaceful. The mid-grade devil venerable who brought Yi Xian back to the Wind Blade Royal Territory was a 6th grade devil venerable. However, he suddenly stopped on the way back. What's going on? Yi Xian was surprised. A passage to the immortal realm opened nearby. Wait here for a while. I'll go and take a look, said the 6th grade devil venerable. After saying that, he left Yi Xian behind. Yi Xian looked at him strangely. It was just a passage to the immortal realm. What was the big deal? However, it was not so simple this time. Yi Xian had placed a death warrant on this person. When he went to check, Yi Xian suddenly heard a notification from the system. Ding! The target of the death warrant is dead. The notification gave Yi Xian a fright. A 6th grade devil venerable expert died? Before he could react, a large group of people appeared in front of him, covering the sky and earth. What the F***CK? Yi Xian cursed angrily. There were so many people. They looked like demonic cultivators, but they were not. Demonic cultivators cultivated the demon heart, while demonic cultivators also cultivated the demon heart. If one carefully sensed it, there was a difference. At this moment, Yi Xian sensed not demonic energy from these people, but demonic energy. These people were all demonic cultivators. Demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators are on the same side. There are 3 leaders in the immortal realm: Emperor Qing, Empress Wu, and the immortal Dragon Emperor. These people should be from the immortal realm. Yi Xian understood. This time, the immortal realm was going to war with the demon world. You're actually just an immortal king. Hurry up and return to the immortal world. There will be a great battle soon, and it's not something you can participate in. A Zooist suddenly rushes over and gives a kind reminder. Yi Xian nodded in response. With the war at hand, Yi Xian had to run for his life. Chi Su, you have to be careful. Just now, the demonic cultivator who took me back to the Windblade Royal Territory was killed by demonic cultivators. A lot of demonic cultivators have come. Yi Xian hurriedly transmitted his voice to Chi Su. What? A lot of demonic cultivators? Are they going to attack the demon world? Chi Su was shocked. I'm not sure. You be careful. I'm leaving first, Yi Xian said helplessly. Then he left quickly. However, the direction he left wasn't toward the Immortal Realm Passage, but the Windblade Royal Territory. He didn't want to go back to the Immortal Realm at the moment. There was going to be a big war. There should be passages to the Immortal Realm in other places. When the time came, he could take advantage of the situation. Xiaxianists, demonic cultivators, all of them were his targets. On his way back to the Windblade Royal Territory, he met a lot of people. Almost all of them were demonic cultivators. There were also a few Xiaxianists. When they saw Yi Xian, they all left in a hurry. After all, Yi Xian was only a demonic king and couldn't be of help. The further away they were from Blood Moon City, the lower the realms of Xiaxianists and demonic cultivators they would meet. In this way, Yi Xian's safety was guaranteed. Yi Xian was on tenterhooks for the first part of the journey. He was wearing the mystic divine armor and hurrying along. There were a lot of demonic cultivators there. Fortunately, after the passage to the immortal realm was opened, a lot of Xiaxianists and demonic cultivators were sent over. They killed demonic cultivators on sight, so it was still relatively safe. At the moment, Yi Xian was about to return to the Windblade Royal Territory. It was only a 3-day journey. At the same time, his realm had also risen to demonic king. Old Tree and the other two were demonic emperors. However, at this moment, suddenly, a surprised voice fell into Yi Xian's ears. Yi Xian turned his head and saw a young man rapidly approaching. His realm was not high, only a demonic emperor. After seeing this person, Yi Xian's celestial heart of dazzling speed suddenly beat faster. This made Yi Xian feel somewhat strange. Junior brother, you're not even a demonic emperor. How dare you come to the devil realm? The young man asked curiously. Junior brother? This name made Yi Xian feel even more astonished. Did this young man mistake him for someone else? Before he could say anything, another figure flew over from afar. How dare you behave so atrociously in the devil realm? You're courting death. A voice drifted over. Yi Xian sensed it and found it was a demonic emperor of 5th stage. Humph, a mere demonic emperor of 5th stage dares to find trouble with me? The young man in front of Yi Xian snorted coldly. Immediately, he was enveloped by a ball of heavenly fire. When Yi Xian saw the ball of heavenly fire, he immediately raised his eyebrows. Isn't this the celestial heart of dazzling speed? Now, Yi Xian somewhat understood why the young man called him junior brother. It turned out that he was a disciple of the Heavenly Fire Palace in the immortal world. The Heavenly Fire Palace cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed. Moreover, they also mastered a powerful immortal technique called the Heavenly Fire 3 Mysterious Change. At this moment, the young man had already made his move. He enveloped the flying sword with the celestial heart of dazzling speed and directly attacked the demonic emperor. What? Celestial heart of dazzling speed? The demonic emperor was shocked. Moreover, the flying sword was astonishingly fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant and pierced into his heart. Poochie! With a series of crisp sounds, the demonic heart of the demonic emperor was directly penetrated. Then, the celestial heart of dazzling speed spread out and incinerated his corpse. Instant kill. It was rare for a cultivator of the same level to kill a demonic cultivator in an instant. However, It made sense that the young man was from the Heavenly Fire Palace. The young man immediately rushed over and collected the demonic cultivator's spatial ring. Yi Xian looked at the young man's back. His eyes flickered and he suddenly made a decision. The little demon king of chaos had once told him that after the Heavenly Fire Palace's cultivators cultivated the celestial heart of dazzling speed, they would be extremely powerful when combined with the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. When he thought of this, Yi Xian directly summoned the old tree. Chapter 1781. As soon as the old tree appeared, he immediately used the nether fire doppelganger to flash behind his opponent and threw a punch. Bang! The immortal cultivator's back was penetrated. The old tree grabbed the swift, dazzling immortal heart. As long as the latter squeezed it gently, the immortal heart would explode. What? The youth was stunned. His immortal sense covered the area, but he couldn't find the old tree, a 4th-grade devil emperor. How was this possible? Before he could react, Yi Xian used the super devouring skill on him. Although there was a difference of 5 levels between them, the success rate would fluctuate according to the opponent's mood. Now that the youth was in danger and panicking, the success rate increased greatly. He was instantly sucked into Yi Xian's planting space. In the planting space, wouldn't it be up to Yi Xian to kill or cut off? What is this place? The youth shouted in surprise after being thrown into the planting space by Yi Xian. Next, Yi Xian would use the Soul Eye to torture him and force him to tell him about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 mystic change. The flow of time in the planting space was 10,000 times slower than outside. Yi Xian didn't believe that the youth could survive. If it weren't for the fact that the youth was from the Skyfire Palace and he wanted to get some information from him, Yi Xian would have killed him and searched his soul. Soon, Yi Xian got the information about the Skyfire Palace and the Skyfire 3 mystic change. As a result, this 5th-grade immortal emperor disciple of the Skyfire Palace was useless to Yi Xian. He was left to fend for himself in the planting space. Ding! The host has learned the first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mystic change. The system notified. The first transformation of the Skyfire 3 mystic change can forcibly raise one's level, the second transformation can raise 2 levels, and the third transformation can raise 3 levels. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. If he learned the third transformation, he could actually temporarily raise his level by 3 levels. This was very important to him. Although the old tree and the others were fighting outside, the old tree was unable to appear in the Tower of Trials. Now, Yi Xian had already passed the 6th level of the training pagoda. Next would be the 7th level. If he challenged the 7th level as a 9th-grade immortal king, he would have to face a 7th-grade immortal emperor. But now that he had learned the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, he could temporarily raise his cultivation level by 1. Then wouldn't he still be able to fight across 6 cultivation levels? Immortal kings can only learn the first transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Immortal emperors can learn the second transformation and immortal venerables can learn the third transformation. Now that I am a 9th-grade immortal king, it won't be a problem for me to challenge them. With this thought in mind, Yi Xian immersed his consciousness into the Tower of Trials. Ding! The host is beginning to challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials. Ding! The system has selected an immortal cultivator. Ding! Difficulty level, 5 stars. System notifications rang out one after another. Yi Xian was going to challenge a 7th-grade immortal emperor cultivator. 3, 2, 1. The trial challenge began. As soon as the countdown reached 0, Yi Xian's opponent took out a flying sword and shot it at Yi Xian. Seeing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. This meant that his opponent wasn't a sword immortal, but an ordinary cultivator. Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change, first transformation. Yi Xian widened his eyes and immediately used the skill he had just learned. His cultivation level instantly soared to the 1st-grade immortal emperor level. Death Pursuit Order. Eye of Assassination. In the next moment, Yi Xian crossed a large distance and appeared behind his opponent. Thousand Severing Slash. Yi Xian already had the strength to fight across 6 cultivation levels. Now it was still the same. As long as there were no accidents, he would definitely win this battle. Bang, bang, bang. Although the power of the 1,000 severing slash wasn't strong, it would vibrate 2,000 times in an instant. Unfortunately, the success rate of the 1,000 severing slash was calculated based on the 9th grade Immortal King level and not the 1st grade Immortal Emperor level. Therefore, the 1,000 severing slash only triggered a dozen or so critical hits. It didn't trigger the one-hit kill effect. Even so, it still caused a lot of damage to the 7th grade Immortal Emperor. He didn't die? Yi Xian raised his eyebrows and quickly used the unicorn's descent. The 1,000 severing slash didn't succeed. However, the unicorn's descent this time was out of Yi Xian's expectations. Ding! The host has summoned a level 2 ice unicorn. When the level 2 ice unicorn appeared, the entire battle arena seemed to have frozen. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor's speed also seemed to have decreased by a lot. Heart-piercing Gale Palm. At this moment, the 7th grade Immortal Emperor suddenly turned around and sent out a palm shadow. However, Yi Xian had already used the extreme space shield from the start. Although this palm was aimed at his dazzling speed Immortal Heart, it was absorbed by the extreme space shield. Coincidentally, the power of this attack was within the extreme space shield's tolerance range. Triple rebound. Boom. Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He directly exploded the extreme space shield. The power of this attack was exactly 3 times that of the heart-piercing Gale Palm. The 7th grade Immortal Emperor obviously didn't expect this. He was instantly hit and his immortal heart exploded. Ding! The host's challenge is successful. Ding! The host has obtained 1 Devour point. Ding! Does the host want to continue the challenge? Now, Yi Xian added another Devour point, reaching 3 Devour points. This was all thanks to the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Otherwise, Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to successfully challenge the 7th level of the Tower of Trials unless he fused with a new bloodline. If I break through again, I can learn the 2nd transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level. If I become an Immortal Venerable, I can challenge the 9th level. Yi Xian thought to himself. He didn't expect to encounter such a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change was so useful. Give me another 2 or 3 days, and I can break through to the Immortal Emperor realm. When that time comes, I can challenge the 8th level of the Tower of Trials and obtain the Devour point. Yi Xian squinted his eyes slightly. Then, he quickly left the place and headed for the Windblade Royal territory. 3 days later. Ding! The host has broken through. The host is now a 1st grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and Yan Ming Ghost Lord have broken through. The host is now a 5th grade Immortal Emperor. Ding! The host has learned the 2nd transformation of the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change. Yi Xian finally broke through to the Immortal Emperor realm. Immediately, he continued to challenge the Tower of Trials. This time, it was the 8th level, which was 8 levels higher than him. His opponent was a 9th grade Immortal Emperor. After the challenge began, Yi Xian quickly used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to forcefully raise his level to the 3rd grade Immortal Emperor realm. This way, he was only 6 levels lower than his opponent. The final winner of this battle was still Yi Xian. Of course, this was also because of his good luck. If his opponent wasn't an immortal cultivator but a demonic cultivator or demonic cultivator, he would have lost. Chapter 1782. After successfully challenging the 8th floor, Yi Xian now had 4 Devour points. Unfortunately, the 2nd Immortal Grade Physique and Bloodline column had yet to open, so he still couldn't exchange for it. With my current strength, it's enough to cause trouble for the Demon Lord, Yi Xian thought to himself. The old tree was already a 5th stage Immortal Emperor, so he wasn't afraid of the Demon Lord. Therefore, Yi Xian wanted to get something this time so that he wouldn't have to worry about leveling up in the future. The Demon Spirit Horn where the Blood Moon Demon Lord was at was quite big, and the Windblade Royal territory was only a corner of it. Therefore, Yi Xian directly rushed to the center of the Demon Spirit Horn. Previously, he came from this place. However, his realm was low at that time, and he was busy running for his life. Now, he changed his mind and prepared to kill his way back. Because of the old tree, Yi Xian should be the common enemy of the demonic cultivators and immortal cultivators. Therefore, he prepared to go on a killing spree and beat up everyone he saw. If he saw immortal cultivators, he would summon the old tree to fight. If he saw demonic cultivators, he would still summon the old tree. As for Yao cultivators, he would summon the old tree. In any case, unless it was necessary, Yi Xian wouldn't personally take action. "Young master, I want to go out too," Luo Luo shouted in the planting space. Now that she had broken through to 4th stage Demon Emperor, her strength wasn't inferior to the old trees. After staying inside for so long, she naturally wanted to come out for a walk. "Okay, I'll let you out." Yi Xian grinned and summoned Luo Luo and the others. It just so happened that a team of demonic cultivators was approaching, so Luo Luo could use this opportunity to practice. "Watch me, Sky-Loathing Fox Transformation." Without saying anything, Luo Luo transformed into her original form, then turned into a golden ray of light and rushed over. In this team of demonic cultivators, there were 4 8th stage Demon Emperors and 1 9th stage Demon Emperor. Their realms were much higher than Luo's. After transforming into the Sky-Loathing Fox transformation, Luo Luo directly attacked the 5 of them. Blazing Inferno Purgatory. Blazing flames spurted out of Luo Luo's body, instantly enveloping the 5 demon emperors. In the distance, Yi Xian saw this group of people being burned alive by Luo Luo through the Eye of Revelation. Even though Zuyoists are also known for their physique, Luo Luo's flame is not ordinary. It's demonic flame, after all. Its power is in no way inferior to Yi Xian's heavenly flame of brilliance. In the blink of an eye, Luo Luo had killed these 5 people. There was no need to say more about her strength. "Well done." Yi Xian grinned. He quickly dashed over and collected their interspatial rings. However, what he was completely unaware of was that there were several powerful auras rapidly approaching him. "Young master, I want to walk by myself," Luo Luo suddenly said. "Go by yourself? That's fine too." Yi Xian didn't refuse. After all, he had the time reversal skill. If anything happened to Luo Luo, he could reverse time. Of course, Luo Luo's strength was almost enough to dominate this area. He didn't need to worry too much. "In that case, old tree, you can go by yourself. Leave Wei Zhentian and Azura Ghost venerate with me," Yi Xian said to old tree. "All right." Old tree smiled and quickly left. As for Wei Zhentian, he turned into the mystic divine armor and put it on Yi Xian. Azura Ghost Venerate followed behind Yi Xian. Then Yi Xian also went out to kill. In this area, almost all the demon emperors were high-level demon emperors. However, there were very few demon venerates. Even though Yi Xian was only a first-grade immortal emperor, he wasn't afraid even if he encountered a demon venerable. Don't forget, he still had the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change and the Mystic Divine Armor. Moreover, his Eye of the Void could instantly pull Luo Luo and Old Tree back. In short, he was almost invincible in this area. This time, the Immortal World's Long Yu attacked the Devil World. Obviously, they were prepared and caught the Devil World off guard. However, the attack on the Devil World was actually a pretense. In fact, it was for one person. After Yi Xian killed a few waves of devil cultivators, he suddenly received a message from Little Demon King. "Yi Xian, Long Yu's attack on the Devil Spirit Corner isn't as simple as it seems. Just now, my master said that they seem to be looking for someone." Upon hearing this, Yi Xian couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Looking for someone?" "I'm not sure. However, this battle won't last long. They won't attack Blood Moon City. You should find a place to hide first," Little Demon King reminded him. "Alright, I got it." Yi Xian nodded. Even though he didn't know who Long Yu was looking for, it definitely had nothing to do with him. After all, Long Yu's cultivation level was too high. However, not long after Chi Su's reminder. Young master, something bad has happened. A group of powerful Zuyoists has surrounded me." Luo's voice suddenly rang in Yi Xian's mind. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's body trembled. He hurriedly asked, "What? What's going on?" While speaking, he hurriedly broke through the void and directly appeared beside Luoluo. Before this, he had already brought the old tree back to the planting space. After passing through the void gate, Yi Xian sensed many powerful auras that were suffocating him. For a total of 4 Ziyos. However, these 4 Ziyos were all middle-level demon venerables. What's going on? Yi Xian hurriedly asked. At the same time, he was on guard. For you? A young man suddenly opened his mouth and asked. We're all from the demon clan. Instead of killing Ziyoists, you've surrounded my younger sister. What do you want? Yi Xian asked directly. Younger sister? Hearing this, the young man slightly narrowed his eyes. He could sense that Yi Xian was only an ordinary Xiaxinist and not a demon. Moreover, his realm was much lower than Luo's. However, he didn't ask too many questions. Instead, he said directly, we don't mean any harm. I just want to ask if she has refined a heavenly demon's heart. As soon as he said this, both Yi Xian and Luoluo were stupefied. These Ziyos were unexpectedly able to sense it. They didn't know whether this was a blessing or a curse. However, Yi Xian wasn't afraid of these people. Even though he might die once, he had the time reversal skill. At worst, he could start over again. So what? Yi Xian answered. I didn't expect the Fox clan to be able to refine a heavenly demon's heart. It's really rare. The young man sighed and said, It hasn't been long since she refined a heavenly demon's heart, has it? That's right. Yi Xian answered again. That's right. Lord Dragon Emperor must have sensed her. The young man nodded. Dragon Emperor? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. Suddenly, he thought of a person. The immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field in the Immortal Realm. It turned out that these Ziyos had come to the demon realm on the orders of the immortal Dragon Emperor. Moreover, they had come for Luoluo. What do you want? Yi Xian asked with a hostile expression. Chapter 1783. I see. Yi Xian understood now. They wanted to invite Luoluo to the Dragon Field and train her to become the leader of the Dragon Field. So that's why you attacked the demon realm so recklessly to find Luoluo? Asked Yi Xian. That's right. The young man nodded. Compared to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the Dragon Field rarely attacks the demon realm. This time, if someone hadn't sensed the heavenly demon's heart and sent the news back, we wouldn't have come. But you came from the immortal realm. You shouldn't have arrived immediately, right? Asked Yi Xian. Before, he and Capricious ascended half a month later, but there was a difference of nearly 1,000 years. From the immortal realm to the demon realm, there was a difference of several dozen years. But Luoluo hadn't refined the heavenly demon's heart for long before the people from the Dragon Field came. This was a bit strange. You mean there's a time difference? That's already been solved, said the young man. Though Yi Xian didn't know the reason, he didn't ask. He saw that the 4 Ziyos didn't seem hostile. They should be sincere in inviting them to the Dragon Field. In that case, let's go to the Dragon Field and take a look, said Yi Xian. You're very welcome. We've already notified the Dragon Emperor's 18 Dragon Guards. He should be here soon, said the young man. Okay, then I'll wait here. Yi Xian nodded. But this was too sudden. The little demon king was accepted as a disciple by the 9th demon venerable of the demon realm. Now, the immortal Dragon Emperor of the Dragon Field had sent people to take Luoluo to the Dragon Field. It would be bad if the immortal realm and the demon realm went to war in the future. Half a day later, an aura more powerful than the 4 youths arrived. According to Yi Xian's conversation with the young man, this person was an 8th grade demon venerable, one of the 18 dragon guards under the immortal Dragon Emperor. Is this the little girl? The 18 dragon guard was a burly man. After seeing Luoluo, he immediately asked, Yes, Lord Dragon Guard. The young man nodded. Fortunately, it's not near the Blood Moon City. Otherwise, we'd be in trouble. All right, let's hurry back to the Dragon Field and tell the other brothers to retreat. After the burly man finished speaking, he transformed into his original form. Yi Xian took a look and saw that it was the 5-clawed golden dragon that he had killed before. This was one of the most powerful species of dragons. Then Yi Xian and Luoluo rode on the back of the 5-clawed golden dragon and quickly rushed toward a passage to the immortal realm. In less than a day, They arrived at the side of the passageway to the immortal realm. Chi Su, I'll leave the devil world first. I'll find you later. Before they left, Yi Xian sent a message to Little Devil King of Chaos, but he did not mention anything about the Luo Luo heavenly demon heart. Yi Xian entered the passageway and teleported to the world of immortals. When he first came to the devil realm, he was only an overarching heavenly supreme celestial. Now that he had left the devil realm, he had become a celestial lord. Moreover, if he used his trump card, even a first-grade immortal venerable wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Presumably, he would soon stand at the peak of the immortal world. There were obvious differences between the immortal realm and the devil realm. The environment in the devil realm was very harsh and oppressive, while the immortal realm was full of immortal chi. It was surrounded by clouds and mist, like a painting. At this time, Yi Xian had followed the middle-aged man back to the dragon field. This was the world of the Zuyouists, so there were many immortal beasts here. After arriving in the immortal realm, the middle-aged man continued to transform into his original form as the five-clawed golden dragon and flew northwest. After passing through several small teleportation formations, he finally arrived at the center of the dragon field, the rising dragon city. However, before he could enter the city, a group of people came to meet him. Moreover, they were all rare species, led by a huge five-clawed golden dragon. Suddenly, the five-clawed golden dragon roared at the sky and transformed into his human form. After transforming into his human form, the five-clawed golden dragon was a white-haired old man with a golden dragon crown on his head. He looked amiable. However, his realm was above the 18 dragon guards, reaching 9th grade immortal venerable. He was the immortal dragon emperor of the dragon field. On the other side, a red-haired middle-aged man transformed into a red-haired giant dragon. He was the second in command of the dragon field, the Crimson Dragon Emperor. His original form was also one of the top dragon species, the Supreme Red Dragon. The heavenly demon's heart is not completely refined, only half of it. The Crimson Dragon Emperor saw through Luo Luo's secret. This is already very good. The method to refine the other half of the heavenly demon's heart has always been a secret of our dragon field. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked Luo Luo, "Little girl, where did you get the method to refine the heavenly demon's heart?" "I got it from a demonic cultivator," Luo Luo said directly. Of course, it was Yi Xian who asked her to say so. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the method to refine the first half of the heavenly demon's heart was deliberately leaked by us. It's the blessing of our race if someone can refine it successfully. The immortal dragon emperor said and asked, "Little girl, what is your original form?" Hearing this, Luo Luo turned to Yi Xian and only transformed into her original form after getting his permission. Then, a golden fox came into everyone's sight. Fox race. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was slightly surprised. He thought that Luo Luo was some noble race, but he didn't expect her to be the most common golden fox. "Old Red, you're wrong this time." The immortal Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes and said with some joy, "If I'm not wrong, this little girl isn't a golden fox, but the legendary Heavenly Loathing Fox." Heavenly Loathing Fox. When these three words fell into everyone's ears, they all trembled. This was a super heaven-defying race. How is that possible? The Heavenly Loathing Fox is rarer than the Supreme Red Dragon, and it's almost impossible for them to survive. They'll all be struck to death by the Heavenly Tribulation, the Crimson Dragon Emperor said in shock. That's true. The Heavenly Loathing Fox is too powerful, but it makes sense that she could survive the Heavenly Tribulation in the mortal world, the Immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. The Heavenly Tribulation in the mortal world was less than a billionth of the immortal world's Heavenly Tribulation. After the Immortal Dragon Emperor's reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense and hurriedly asked, "Little girl, did you ascend from the mortal world?" Luo Luo nodded obediently. "Good, that's great. Since you've already survived the Heavenly Tribulation, then we don't have to worry anymore. The Heavenly Demon's Heart and the Heavenly Loathing Fox are a perfect match. If they grow up, even the two of us together won't be a match for them," the Crimson Dragon Emperor said happily. In terms of rarity, the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer than the five-clawed Golden Dragon, but it was no match for the heavenly loathing fox. Chapter 1784. Little girl, Dragonfield will be your home from now on. The immortal Dragon Emperor said with a smile. Apart from the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, there were 3 other people who had refined the heavenly demon's heart. However, all 3 of them were 5-clawed golden dragons. Although the Supreme Red Dragon was rarer and stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon, it had a congenital defect, which was its inability to reproduce. That was why the Red Dragon Emperor had no offspring. However, Luo Luo didn't have a heavenly loathsome fox. Her child might be a heavenly loathsome fox in the future. With the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, Luo Luo would definitely be able to pass the heavenly tribulation safely if she could give birth to a heavenly loathsome fox. All in all, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor had already treated Luo Luo as their own granddaughter. That meant that the other half of the heavenly demon's heart would be refined soon. Luo Luo's physique was already comparable to the old tree with just half of the heavenly demon's heart. If she refined the complete heavenly demon's heart, she would be able to defeat the old tree even if her cultivation base was lower than the old tree's. As Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, he was also valued by the dragon field. The 2 of them were arranged to stay in the same place. Little girl, you should rest for a few days. When you're well rested, we'll help you refine the other half of the heavenly demon's heart. The immortal Dragon Emperor said to Luo Luo kindly. Thank you, Grandpa Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo thanked with a smile. Then, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the others left, leaving Yi Xian and Luo Luo to rest. The place where Yi Xian and Luo Luo were staying was called the Golden Dragon Palace. Those who could stay here were the top experts of the dragon field. This showed how much the immortal Dragon Emperor valued Luo Luo. In addition, Yi Xian also found 3 8th-grade immortal dragon guards guarding the vicinity of the Golden Dragon Palace. With Luo Luo here, I don't have to worry about cultivation resources in the future. If I can advance 1 realm every 5 days, I'll be able to break through to the immortal venerable realm in a month's time. Yi Xian thought in his heart. Immortal venerable realm, because there were only a handful of immortal emperors and demon emperors in the world. A few days later, ding! Host has made a breakthrough and is now a 2nd-grade celestial emperor. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghostly Lord have broken through. They are now 6th-grade immortal emperors. Yi Xian and Old Tree's realms increased once again. Yi Xian felt that it was about time and sent someone to inform the immortal Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo was going to start refining the other half of the heavenly demon's heart. When the immortal Dragon Emperor received the news, he immediately rushed over with the Crimson Dragon Emperor. They had already prepared the materials. Luo Luo had cultivated half of the heavenly demon's heart on her own, and with the help of the heavenly loathsome fox bloodline, the immortal Dragon Emperor, and the Red Dragon Emperor, the other half of the heavenly demon's heart would not take much time. However, this action was extremely important, so the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor had set up heavy defenses to prevent outsiders from entering. Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, so it didn't matter. After all, Yi Xian was only a 2nd-grade immortal emperor. Not to mention an immortal emperor, even a mid-level immortal venerable was nothing in front of this group of experts. Yi Xian was relieved to see that the 2 big shots were so concerned. While they were helping Luo Luo, Yi Xian chose to leave. After all, how could he break through if he was inside? Ding! Host has broken through. You are now a 3rd-grade immortal emperor. Ding! Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, Yanming Ghost Lord have broken through. You are now a 7th-grade immortal emperor. During the process of refining the other half of the heavenly demon's heart, Yi Xian broke through again. Although the speed of his advancement was astonishing, he could use the excuse that he had reincarnated to cultivate again. Not long after he broke through, a dragon guard came to him and said that Luo Luo had already refined the other half of the heavenly demon's heart. However, Luo Luo had not come out of seclusion yet. She could use this opportunity to break through to a higher realm. Who knows, she might be able to break through to the demon venerable realm. After a few days, Yi Xian broke through to the 4th-grade immortal emperor realm again. Old Tree and the others broke through to the 8th grade Immortal Emperor realm. On the second day after they broke through, Luo Luo also came out of seclusion successfully. Not only did she break through to the 9th grade Demon Emperor realm, but she also comprehended the meditative state. The meditative state could greatly increase the speed of self-absorption of immortal qi. Simply put, Luo Luo's cultivation speed was much faster. Coupled with the flow of time in the planting space, Luo Luo estimated that she would break through to the Demon Venerable realm soon. Young master, I have finished refining the other half of the heavenly demon's heart. Luo Luo's bell-like voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Well, do you want to fight with Old Tree and the others? Yi Xian smiled. No, Grandpa Tree is one of us. I want to challenge the geniuses of the demon clan. Luo Luo said directly. But Yi Xian grinned. He also wanted to see how powerful Luo Luo was after breaking through to the 9th grade Demon Emperor realm. Soon the two met up. Luo Luo then proposed to the Immortal Dragon Emperor. No problem. I will go and gather all the geniuses of the demon clan. The Immortal Dragon Emperor left with a smile. In the dragon field, those who had cultivated for less than 100,000 years were considered young. In other words, Luo Luo wanted to challenge all those who were less than 100,000 years old. It was said that the strongest one had cultivated for 90,000 years and was already a 6th grade demon venerable. He was the #1 genius of the dragon field and had refined the heavenly demon's heart. The Immortal Dragon Emperor gathered all the young geniuses in the Battle Dragon arena. I heard that another genius who refined the heavenly demon's heart has appeared in the dragon field. Is it true? It's true. The news has been spreading for a long time. Moreover, it's the rare heavenly loathing fox bloodline. What? The heavenly loathing fox bloodline? Isn't it rarer than the Red Dragon Emperor's supreme Red Dragon bloodline? Yes. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor both think that she can lead the demon clan to reclaim the demon realm in the future. The heavenly loathing fox bloodline can absorb immortal qi to cultivate. If she is in the meditative state, she can probably reach the 9th grade Demon Venerable or even the Demon Emperor realm in 1,000,000 years. At that time, she will definitely be able to defeat all the experts of the underworld and lead us back to the demon realm. Countless demon clansmen were whispering among themselves. At this time, the Immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly descended with Luo Luo, attracting everyone's attention. As soon as they appeared, everyone shut their mouths and the Battle Dragon arena quieted down. Everyone, this little girl is the 6th demon clansman in the dragon field to possess the heavenly demon's heart. Her true form is the heavenly loathing fox. Next, anyone who has cultivated for less than 100,000 years can come up to the arena and spar with her. There are only 3 people in each realm. If you can defeat her, you will be rewarded. Chapter 1785. Situations like this rarely happened before. The Immortal Dragon Emperor was one of the 2 giants of the dragon field, so his reward would definitely be generous. Everyone present could sense that Luo Luo was a 9th rank demon royal, which meant that the next one to go up would be at least a 9th rank demon royal. I'll go first. A 9th rank demon royal shouted and jumped onto the battling dragon platform. He knew that he could not defeat Luo Luo, but he still wanted to try. As soon as the 9th rank demon royal landed, Luo Luo had already rushed up. Her speed was faster than the 9th rank demon royal's reaction time. With a wave of her small hand, she slapped the 9th rank demon royal out of the battling dragon platform. Instant kill. What a joke. Even if Luo Luo did not refine the heavenly demon heart, she would not be able to defeat anyone of the same level. Next was the 1st rank demon venerables. However, the 1st rank demon venerables were still instantly killed by Luo Luo. The 2nd rank demon venerables were also easily slapped away by Luo Luo. As for the 3rd rank demon venerables, everyone thought that they would be interesting, but they were still slapped away. This was already a battle that surpassed 3 levels. Moreover, the people who went up the platform were all elites of the same level, but they were instantly killed by Luo Luo, a 9th rank demon royal. It was really embarrassing. Next was the 4th rank demon venerables. Your Highness Luo Luo, please enlighten me. A young man clasped his fist at Luo Luo. This time, it's your turn to attack me. Luo Luo did not attack immediately, but said directly, "Okay, excuse me." The young man was not pretentious and agreed directly. As soon as he finished speaking, he had already rushed out. This punch was aimed at Luo's face. This young man was a 4th-rank demon venerables. If he was in other places, he would be able to challenge a 5th-rank demon venerables. However, this kind of strength was obviously not enough in front of Luo Luo, who had refined the heavenly demon heart. Bam! Luo Luo did not move, but the young man's punch did not hit Luo Luo's body. Instead, it was blocked by a barrier. What? A barrier condensed by demon aura blocked Wu Jun's punch? Everyone was shocked. "I don't believe it." Wu Jun shouted in his heart and punched again. Bang! 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 His punches were ferocious, but they were all blocked by demon aura. Ah! At this time, Wu Jun suddenly roared at the sky and directly transformed into his original form. Although Wu Jun's true form was not a 5-clawed golden dragon, it was still a pure gold-white dragon that was 1 level weaker than a 5-clawed golden dragon. Ooh! This time, it was Wu Jun's all-out attack. The tail attack was enough to blow up the body of an ordinary 5th-grade demon venerable. However, it was still blocked by Luo Luo's demonic chi barrier. Logically speaking, that's impossible. The Red Dragon Emperor in the sky said in surprise. "No, Old Red, look at Luo Luo," the Immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly reminded. With this reminder, the Crimson Dragon Emperor took a closer look and found that Luo Luo was acting strangely. So that's how it is. He has entered a meditative state. No wonder the demon chi barrier is so strong. He must have used the surrounding immortal chi. The Red Dragon Emperor instantly understood. After all, he was one of the top 2 experts in the dragon region. Bang! At this moment, another muffled sound rang out from the battle dragon platform. Wu Jun's head was directly smashed by Luo Luo's fist, and he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform. And it was an instant kill. The surrounding people sucked in a breath of air. Luo Luo, who was only a 9th-grade demon emperor, was able to challenge someone who was 4 grades higher than her with ease. Moreover, she seemed to still have some strength left. If she broke through to the demon venerable level, wouldn't she be even stronger? Forget about the 4th-grade demon venerables. Let's fight the 5th-grade demon venerables next. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said. Even if he didn't say that, no 4th-grade demon venerables would go up to challenge Luo Luo. It was obvious that they wouldn't be able to defeat her. Wu Jun was already one of the top 4th-grade demon venerables, but he was sent flying by Luo Luo's punch. Wouldn't the others repeat the same mistake? However, as one person after another was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform, the crowd's emotions were stirred up. Next was the 5th-grade demon venerable. Would he be able to challenge Luo Luo? "I'll do it." Another young man jumped up. Everyone knew this person. He was one of the top 3 5th-grade demon venerables. His name was Jing Chiwen, and his true form was the Gale Rock. After he got on the platform, he didn't waste any time. He turned into a stream of light and rushed toward Luo Luo. Bang! Luo Luo was still standing there, testing the strength of her demon aura barrier. With a muffled sound, the young man's fist was blocked. What a strong defense! Everyone's heart trembled. There were many middle-grade and high-grade demon venerables present. They could see that Zheng Qiwen's punch was at least 5 times stronger than Wu Jun's tail attack. However, it couldn't break Luo Luo's demon aura barrier. "You can't even break my demon aura barrier. You're not qualified to be my opponent." Luo Luo snorted in her heart and attacked directly. She was very humble before, but after refining the heavenly demon's heart, she became arrogant. Although Zheng Qiwen was strong, he was sent flying out of the battle dragon platform after 3 punches from Luo Luo. Luo Luo had succeeded in challenging someone who was 5 realms higher. Hiss! The crowd was so shocked that they couldn't speak. Luo Luo had surpassed 5 realms. When she broke through to the 4th-grade demon venerable, would she be stronger than the 18 dragon guards? Now, even a 5th-grade demon venerable couldn't withstand 3 attacks from Luo Luo, so they had to send out a 6th-grade demon venerable. Teng Qingshan, it's your turn. After seeing this, the Immortal Dragon Emperor personally called out a name. Teng Qingshan was the strongest person among the 6th grade demon venerables and the strongest person among the younger generation of the dragon field. His original form was a 5-clawed golden dragon. This time, if Luo Luo could defeat him, she would replace the title of the number 1 genius of the dragon field. Don't be careless. Use your original form. The immortal dragon emperor secretly sent a message to Teng Qingshan. Yes, great-grandfather. Teng Qingshan replied respectfully. Then, before he entered the arena, he transformed into a 10,000-meter-long 5-clawed golden dragon. He shone like a small sun. In fact, at this level, the size didn't matter. Even if they were a few million meters long, they could still cross over with ease. Luo Luo looked at the 5-clawed golden dragon above her head and clenched her fists. She knew that Teng Qingshan was different from the people she had met before. This time, she would have to use her full strength. Of course, whether Teng Qingshan could force her to transform into the heavenly loathing fox depended on his ability. Let's begin. The immortal dragon emperor transformed into a judge and said. In the next moment, Teng Qingshan and Luo Luo attacked at the same time. Ayaya, this is going to be fun. Teng Qingshan has refined the heavenly demon heart. Even an 8th grade demon venerable can't do anything to him. I wonder if Princess Luo Luo can handle him. In terms of racial ranking, the 5-clawed golden dragon is inferior to the supreme being red dragon, but the supreme being red dragon is inferior to the heavenly loathing fox. So, it's hard to say. Yes, although Teng Qingshan is 6 realms higher than Princess Luo Luo is a heavenly loathing fox. She might be able to make up for the difference. Chapter 1786. At the start of the battle, Luo Luo and Teng Qingshan fought hand-to-hand. However, in terms of physique, Teng Qingshan was stronger. After all, he was 6 realms higher and had refined the heavenly demon heart. However, Luo Luo had comprehended the heavenly loathsome fox's meditative state. She could use a large amount of immortal qi to strengthen her body. Thus, in this round, the two of them were evenly matched. TSK, this little girl is too scary. If I were a 9th grade immortal venerable, I wouldn't be able to defeat Teng Qingshan unless I had the mystic divine armor. Old Tree said. Although he could fight 6 realms higher, that was for ordinary people. If he encountered a real genius, he wouldn't be able to do so. In the Battle Dragon platform, the battle was very intense. Although it seemed like Teng Qingshan was the one being beaten, he wasn't injured. As expected of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Your scales are so hard. It seems like I can't defeat you without transforming into my true form. Luo Luo thought for a while and transformed. Heavenly loathsome fox. An invisible pressure spread across the area. Although Luo Luo's realm was lower than most of the people present, her heavenly loathsome fox bloodline suppressed everyone. When the heavenly loathsome fox appeared, some people felt suffocated and almost couldn't breathe. What a strong pressure. I didn't expect to see the legendary heavenly loathsome fox. I can die without regrets. Princess Luo Luo will definitely lead us to take back the demon world and defeat the underworld army. The demon world is the territory of the demon clan. We don't have to live in the immortal world anymore. Everyone was in high spirits as they discussed. On the other side, Teng Qingshan, the 5-clawed golden dragon, felt his blood boil with the appearance of the heavenly loathsome fox. This was a sign that his bloodline was suppressed, but he couldn't accept it. Teng Qingshan roared and attacked Luo Luo with his claws. Suddenly, Luo Luo's bewitching eyes flashed. Her entire body turned into a stream of golden light and instantly pierced through Teng Qingshan's claws. Then, her 9 tails suddenly swept across Teng Qingshan's body and cut him in half. The outcome of this battle had already been decided. Luo Luo won. Although it was only for a moment, Luo Luo already possessed the ability to kill Teng Qingshan instantly. If they were to fight to the death, Teng Qingshan's heart of heavenly demon would probably be torn in half. That move was Luolua's ultimate move, the 9-tailed fan. It was enough to pose a threat to an 8th grade demon venerable. The entire place was silent. Even the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked. Luo Luo's strength had already exceeded their understanding. They never thought that Ting Qingshan would be so weak in front of Luo Luo. Old gold, should we send another 7th grade demon venerable? The Crimson Dragon Emperor sent a voice transmission to the Immortal Dragon Emperor. There's no need. Luo Luo is only a 9th stage demon emperor now. Let's wait until she becomes a demon venerable. The Immortal Dragon Emperor shook his head. Luo Luo, a 9th rank demon emperor, already possessed such strength. Once she entered the demon sovereign realm, how powerful would she be? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor were looking forward to it. Although no one in the dragon field had obtained a reward for this challenge, they had all witnessed the power of the sky-loathing fox. This was good news for them. However, just as everyone was wondering if the Immortal Dragon Emperor would send a 7th grade demon venerable, a small voice suddenly flashed on the Battle Dragon platform. It was a mini golden-haired monkey. Its body was only the size of a palm. It held a thin iron rod in its hand and stared at Luo Luo after entering the Battle Dragon platform. What a cute little monkey! Luo Luo's eyes lit up when she saw the little monkey. She was about to go up and kiss it. However, at this moment, Luo Luo, be careful! The Immortal Dragon Emperor quickly shouted. Luo Luo stopped and looked at the Immortal Dragon Emperor in surprise. She could feel that the little monkey was only a 7th stage demon emperor. Moreover, it seemed to be an immortal beast. What was there to be afraid of? This monkey is an immortal beast that came back with me. It is very sleepy, but its combat strength is very impressive. The Crimson Dragon Emperor sent a voice transmission to Luo Luo. It is very impressive, but it is 2 stages lower than me, Luo Luo said in surprise. She was a 9th stage demon emperor. After transforming into her true form, she was able to kill Ting Qingshan, who was a 6th stage demon venerable. Could it be that this little monkey was more powerful than Ting Qingshan? How was that possible? Luo Luo didn't believe it. Squeak! At this moment, the little monkey in front of Luo Luo suddenly squeaked and waved at Luo Luo. You want me to attack? Luo Luo asked in confusion. Squeak! The little monkey nodded. Luo Luo looked at the Immortal Dragon Emperor and asked for his opinion. Little monkey, what do you want to do? The Crimson Dragon Emperor asked. Squeak, squeak. The little monkey squeaked a few times. If it was an ordinary immortal beast, the monsters could understand it. However, the little monkey's language was very strange. Even the Crimson Dragon Emperor couldn't understand it. However, the Crimson Dragon Emperor understood this time. The little monkey wanted to fight with Luo Luo and it wouldn't hurt her. This made Luo Luo very unhappy. She also understood the little monkey's words. What did it mean by it wouldn't hurt her? It was obviously looking down on her. That's fine. The Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Emperor looked at each other and nodded. With the 2 9th grade demon venerables guarding the scene, they should be fine. However, the little monkey was only a 3rd grade demon emperor before it fell asleep. Now that it had woken up, it was already a 7th grade demon emperor. It was unbelievable. I'll teach you a lesson. Luo Luo snorted inwardly. At this moment, Yi Xian reminded Luo Luo with the use of the sound transmission technique. Luo Luo, be careful. This little monkey is not ordinary. Yes, young master. Luo Luo replied. She maintained her human form and rushed up. Unexpectedly, the little monkey didn't intend to dodge. It just stood there and was kicked away by Luo Luo. What? Luo Luo was shocked. She thought the little monkey would dodge. The strength of the kick was so strong that a 7th grade demon emperor's body would explode. However, what she worried about didn't happen. After the little monkey took the kick, it just somersaulted backward and grinned. It seemed that the little monkey's strength was not as simple as what the Crimson Dragon Emperor had said. So it's pretending to be weak. I'm relieved. Luo Luo narrowed her eyes and started to attack with all her might. However, the little monkey was so fast that it started to tease Luo Luo. The way it scratched its ears and cheeks was quite funny. Where did this little monkey come from? How dare it tease Princess Luo Luo? I'm not sure. I only know that the Crimson Dragon Emperor brought it back. No, it seems to have followed the Crimson Dragon Emperor back. I remember that it used that thin iron rod to send many people flying. It's at least 6 levels higher. Is it some kind of super immortal beast? But in my memory, there's no monkey that can compare to the heaven-loathing fox, right? All the spectators present had strange expressions on their faces as they looked at the battle dragon platform. Chapter 1787. Transform. Without hesitation, Luo Luo transformed into her true form. However, what surprised Luo Luo even more was that her heavenly loathe fox bloodline did not seem to have any effect on the little monkey. When Teng Qingshan fought with Luo Luo earlier, he did not use his full strength. At most, he only used 70% of his strength because he was suppressed by Luo Luo's heavenly loathe fox bloodline. But now, the little monkey was not affected at all. This meant that the little monkey's bloodline was comparable to the heavenly loathe fox bloodline or even stronger. As expected, the little monkey might be a mutated immortal beast. It is at least as strong as the heavenly loathe fox bloodline. The immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor looked at each other and thought at the same time. In the battle dragon platform, Luo Luo, who had transformed into the heavenly loathe fox bloodline, had improved a lot in all aspects. Now, the little monkey was having a hard time. It started to wave the thin iron rod in its hand and counterattacked. Bang! 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 A series of voices entered the ears of the crowd. Everyone was astonished. The little monkey, who was a 7th grade demon emperor, seemed to be evenly matched with the heavenly loathe fox bloodline, who was a 9th grade demon emperor. What was going on? Where did this little monkey come from? The immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor wondered. While the little monkey was fighting with Luo Luo, Yi Xian quickly scanned the little monkey with the immortal level devouring system. He found that even the immortal level devouring system could not identify the little monkey's species. He did not know whether the little monkey's bloodline was too noble or Yi Xian's realm was not high enough. However, judging from the current situation, Luo Luo seemed to be at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He had made up his mind to keep the demon monkey. The bloodline was more powerful than the heavenly loathe fox bloodline. If he could tame it, it would definitely become a super force in the future. Tisk tsk tsk. Yi Xian snickered in his heart. He was now a 4th grade immortal emperor, 4 realms lower than the demon monkey. When the time came, he would use the super devouring system to suck the demon monkey into the planting space and force a contract with it. That was his plan. Although it was a little bad, if this little monkey became his pet, he would be able to enjoy the increase in strength of his pet. At that time, the little monkey might be able to kill Luo Luo in an instant. In the battle dragon platform, the battle had already reached its climax. Luo Luo and little monkey were locked in a fierce battle. In addition, the little monkey's defense was astonishing. It was able to withstand Luo Luo's 9-tailed fan. This was the ultimate move that killed Teng Qingshan in an instant. Most importantly, the little monkey was completely unscathed. What was its body made of? Frightening, this is too frightening. Creak creak creak. Little monkey suddenly stopped and asked in a surprised tone. You said that my strength is a little strange? Luo Luo understood little monkey's words and suddenly remembered Yi Xian's plan. She immediately smiled and said, "That's because I have a good master. After signing a contract with him, my battle strength doubled." Creak creak? Little monkey was slightly surprised. He followed Luo's gaze and finally saw Yi Xian. However, he was not stupid. If he signed a contract with a human, it would be troublesome. At least for now, he could not break the contract. Seeing little monkey's suspicious gaze, Luo Luo said in a low voice, "Moreover, he has an independent space. The flow of space inside is 10,000 times slower than the outside world. 10,000 years in there is only 1 year in the outside world." Creak creak creak? Little monkey's eyes brightened. If what Luo Luo said was true, then it would be a good place. In the future, he would be able to sleep there. It's fine if you don't believe me. This time, you win. I will go back and cultivate in seclusion. When I break through to first stage demon sovereign, I will come and torture you. Luo Luo saw that little monkey was still hesitating. She immediately transformed into her human form and left the battle dragon platform. Creak creak. Little Monkey suddenly transformed into a stream of light and flashed in front of Luo Luo. He asked seriously, "Of course it's true. Do you want me to test my age? It's only been 20 years since I was born," Luo Luo said with a faint smile. Indeed, it had only been 20 years since she was born. Moreover, even if it was 200 years, 2,000 years, or even 20,000 years, it was nothing in the eyes of the people present. However, breaking through to 9th stage Demon Sovereign in 20 years was a little too fake. Hearing this, Little Monkey turned around and rushed to Yi Xian. Then he squatted in front of Yi Xian and sized him up. He found that Yi Xian's bloodline was very mixed. Moreover, even he couldn't see through Yi Xian. It was a little strange. Creak, creak, creak. Little Monkey squeaked at Yi Xian. "Luo Luo, what is he saying?" Yi Xian asked in confusion. Although Wei Zhentian and Ghost Lord Azura couldn't speak, he could understand them after signing a contract with them. This little monkey wasn't his physical body. He didn't understand the language of beasts, so naturally he didn't understand. "He's asking if you're saying the same thing as me." Luo Luo's voice sounded in Yi Xian's mind. "Of course it's true. If you sign a contract with me, you won't regret it," Yi Xian said hurriedly. Creak, creak. Little Monkey thought for a moment and squeaked again. "Young master, he wants to sign an equal contract first," Luo Luo translated. But hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes lit up. He hurriedly exchanged for an equal contract from the immortal level devouring system. The so-called equal contract meant that after signing it, Yi Xian couldn't order Little Monkey around. If it was a master-servant contract, Little Monkey would have to listen to Yi Xian's orders. On the other side, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor didn't understand what Luo Luo and Little Monkey were doing. They just watched silently. However, in the next moment, they understood. What? Sign a contract? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were shocked. The Crimson Dragon Emperor was the most surprised. After all, he had wanted to sign a contract with Little Monkey before. However, Little Monkey looked down on him and said that he wasn't qualified. Even he, a 9th grade venerable monster, wasn't qualified. How could Yi Xian be qualified? Although Yi Xian was Luo Luo's brother, it wasn't right. However, they could see that this was an equal contract. Moreover, Little Monkey was willing, so they couldn't say anything. Ding! The host has signed an equal contract with the sky-breaking ape god. Ding! The sky-breaking ape god's body is a sky-breaking divine stone. It has been refined into a treasure. 2 consecutive system prompts caused Yi Xian to be stunned on the spot. After signing the contract, the system detected Little Monkey's bloodline. It turned out that it was an immortal beast called the sky-breaking ape god. However, the sky-breaking ape god's body is a sky-breaking divine stone. What's going on? Did this guy jump out of a stone like Sun Wukong? Chapter 1788. Zhizhi. After signing the contract with Yi Xian, Little Monkey sensed it. F***CK, it had really doubled. Luo Luo wasn't lying. Just now, he was thinking that if Luo Luo had lied to him to sign the contract with Yi Xian, he would kill Yi Xian with one blow. But he didn't expect Yi Xian and Luo Luo to be telling the truth. Just like that, Little Monkey became Yi Xian's 5th slave, and the most powerful one in history. He was only a 7th grade demon emperor, but he was evenly matched with Luo Luo, who was a 9th grade demon emperor. Moreover, he didn't have the double boost of the slave at that time. If Little Monkey had been Yi Xian's slave and enjoyed the double boost, then Luo Luo wouldn't have been able to defeat him. What was the origin of Little Monkey's sky-splitting divine ape? Wasn't he too powerful? How was it? I didn't lie to you, right? Yi Xian smiled at Little Monkey. Zhizhi. Little Monkey's voice rang in Yi Xian's mind. Now, he could understand what Little Monkey was saying. Don't worry, that place didn't lie to you either. But I don't want others to know. We'll talk about it when we get back, Yi Xian said hurriedly. Zhizhi. Little Monkey compromised. Do you have a name? If not, I'll call you Sky-Splitting Divine Ape from now on, Yi Xian said. Zhizhi. Little Monkey squeaked, meaning that it didn't matter and that he could call him whatever he wanted. Just like that, Yi Xian gained a super general who was even more powerful than Luo Luo. Now, Yi Xian's 5 slaves were all at a higher realm than him. Old Tree, Wei Zhentian, Azura Ghost Lord, and Sky-Splitting Divine Ape were all 7th grade Immortal Emperors, while Luo Luo was a 9th grade Immortal Emperor. As for Yi Xian himself, he was a 3rd grade Immortal Emperor, which was pitifully low. However, he relied on the slave for a living now. He didn't need to do anything. Every time there was a battle, he could just spectate. On the other side, the Crimson Dragon Emperor and the Immortal Dragon Monarch rushed over when they saw that Yi Xian had subdued the little monkey. "Young man, how did you subdue it?" The Red Dragon Emperor could not help but ask. Back then, he had also wanted to subdue the heaven-breaking ape god, but he had failed. Now that the heaven-breaking ape god had been subdued by Yi Xian, he felt a little indignant. If it was someone stronger than him, then so be it. However, Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade Celestial Emperor. What qualifications did he have to subdue him? Facing this question, Yi Xian grinned and said, "To tell you the truth, all of them have signed contracts with me, including Luo Luo." What? The answer shocked the Imperishable Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Luo Luo actually had a contract with Yi Xian? I was brought up by Young Master. When Young Master first met me, I was still far away from the immortal realm. He was the one who brought me through the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the immortal world. Otherwise, I would have died under the heavenly tribulation. Luo Luo giggled. In the eyes of outsiders, Luo Luo and Yi Xian should have been cultivating for more than 10,000 years. However, they were only in their 20s or 30s. If this secret was leaked, it would definitely cause some Zuyoists with weaker devil hearts to have a heart attack. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor exchanged a glance. Since Luo Luo had signed a contract with Yi Xian a long time ago, it was not their place to say anything. However, they were still a little concerned. "Young man, what kind of contract did you sign with Luo Luo?" The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked through voice transmission. "When I first met Luo Luo, she was the one who tried to charm me, but unexpectedly, she was devoured by me. At that time, we signed a master and servant blood contract." Yi Xian answered honestly. "What? A master and servant blood contract?" The Immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked. There was a difference between a master and servant blood contract. In a master and servant contract, the master could command the servant. If the master died, the servant would be freed. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. However, a master and servant blood contract meant that if the master died, the servant would also die. If the servant died, the master would not be affected. In other words, if Yi Xian died, Luo Luo would be buried with him. It was that cruel. "Grandpa Dragon Emperor, don't worry. Young Master won't die." Luo Luo hastily interrupted. Yi Xian had all kinds of supreme techniques, such as time reversal, for great clones, and so on. It would not be easy to kill him. Moreover, Yi Xian was now a 3rd grade Immortal Emperor, which was one of the top realms in the immortal world. In addition, he had left one of his great clones in the mortal world. If one wanted to kill him, one would have to find that mortal world. However, that should not be possible. Yi Xian's 4th clone was invincible in the mortal world because the spatial structure of that mortal world was very weak. Not to mention immortal emperors, even great golden immortals would not be able to descend to that mortal world. The reason why his 4th clone was able to stay there was because he ascended to immortality in that mortal world, so he would not be rejected by the mortal world. As for the descending of a Daluo golden immortal, not to mention killing him, he might not even be able to raise his head when he saw him. He would be directly suppressed into the ground. Then who could threaten him? Although Luo Luo said so, the Immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor were still worried because Yi Xian and Luo Luo had signed a master and servant blood contract. Yi Xian had the ability to make Luo Luo say so. "Senior Dragon Emperor, I am not weak. Why don't you find someone to fight with me?" Yi Xian suddenly suggested. "Find someone?" The Immortal Dragon Emperor paused. Yi Xian was only a 3rd grade Immortal Emperor. What was the use of such a realm? In the dragon field, almost all those who had cultivated for more than 10,000 years had surpassed this realm. No matter how strong Yi Xian was, he couldn't be that strong, right? Fine, this old man won't say anything more. The immortal Dragon Emperor decided to forget about it. After all, Yi Xian seemed to treat Luo Luo quite well. Since the little monkey was also subdued by Yi Xian, it meant that Yi Xian was also quite capable. With the protection of Luo Luo and the little monkey, Yi Xian would be much safer. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor had the idea of restricting Yi Xian's movements. In other words, they would not allow Yi Xian to leave the dragon field so easily. In fact, Yi Xian had also expected this. After all, he had signed a master and servant blood contract with Luo Luo. If he died, Luo Luo would be buried with him. And now that Luo Luo was the #1 genius of the dragon field, she would definitely surpass the immortal Dragon Emperor and Crimson Dragon Emperor in the future. She might even reach the level of Demon Dragon Emperor. Demon Dragon Emperor was once the master of the demon world. However, he was besieged and killed by the experts of the underworld in order to protect the demon race when they came to the immortal world. In other words, the demon race of the immortal world and dragon field were waiting for Luo Luo to grow up and lead them to take back the demon world. With Luo's appearance, they knew that this moment was near. Chapter 1789. As Luo Luo's older brother, Yi Xian naturally received a lot of protection as well. Of course, rather than protection, it was more like surveillance. The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor did not want Yi Xian to leave the dragon's field. It was equivalent to imprisoning him for life. Yi Xian actually didn't have any complaints about this, because he knew that the dragon domain couldn't restrict him. Now that the little monkey had signed a contract with Yi Xian, what surprised Yi Xian was that it could level up by devouring ores, just like the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. In other words, the way it leveled up was exactly the same as the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian. Heavens! At the same level, even if Luo Luo, the Azura Ghost Lord and Wei Zhentian worked together, they would not be a match for the little monkey. Yi Xian estimated that its strength had surpassed that of a 6th-grade demon venerable. Even a 7th-grade demon venerable would not be able to withstand its full strength. Therefore, its strength should be at the level of an 8th-grade demon venerable. After all, it was a 9th-grade demon venerable. This was of great significance to Yi Xian. A few days after the Genius Challenge. Ding! Host has broken through. Currently a 4th-grade Immortal Lord. Ding! Inferno Ghostly Lord, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Skybreaking Ape God have broken through. Currently a 8th-grade Immortal Lord. After cultivating in the plant space, Luo Luo had also successfully broken through to the 1st-grade Demon Venerable realm. If it was before, Yi Xian was afraid that the plant space would be exposed. However, he had already revealed the secret of signing a master-servant blood contract with Luo Luo. After all, there were many methods and treasures in the immortal world that could store people in a place. After breaking through, the Skybreaking Ape God's strength would be on par with the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor with the help of Yi Xian's bloodline. However, the Skybreaking Ape God's super strong trump card had a fatal flaw, which was its lethargy. After every battle, it would fall into a deep sleep for an indeterminate amount of time. Previously, when he fought with Luo Luo, he did not use any skills, so it was easy. After staying in the plant space for a while, he recovered. Young Master, now that I have broken through to the 1st-grade Demon Venerable realm, I am more powerful than a 7th-grade Demon Venerable. Why don't we go to the underworld? Luo Luo suddenly suggested. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor won't agree to it, Yi Xian replied. Oh, then let's wait a little longer? Wait until I am as strong as them. Luo Luo said again. Yes, we'll wait for 10 days. Yi Xian nodded slightly. 10 days later, the old tree, Azura Ghost Lord, Wei Zhentian, and the Sky-Breaking Divine Ape would be able to break through to 1st-grade Venerable rank. If Luo Luo were to use the meditative state, she would be able to break through to 2nd-grade Venerable rank or even 3rd-grade Venerable rank. Such strength was enough to fight against the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. At that time, even if they joined forces, they wouldn't be able to stop Yi Xian. Time slowly passed. A few days later, Yi Xian made another breakthrough and became a 5th-grade Celestial Emperor. The old tree, Wei Zhentian, Azura Ghost Venerate, and the heaven-breaking divine ape made another breakthrough and became ninth-grade celestial emperors. Just one more breakthrough and he would become a demon venerable. The heaven-breaking divine ape who had just signed a blood contract with Yi Xian was so happy that he was about to explode. In just a few days, he had made 2 breakthroughs and his strength had increased by more than 10 times. It was simply too terrifying. That wasn't the main point. The main point was that he could continue to level up. Luo Luo had a large amount of heavenly treasures and there was no need to worry. However, 3 days after the breakthrough, a piece of news suddenly spread to the Rising Dragon City. What? An army of the underworld suddenly appeared in the north of the Dragon region? The immortal Dragon Emperor was shocked when he heard the news. What's going on? Is there a passage to the underworld? The Crimson Dragon Emperor quickly asked. No, there is a ghost lord of the underworld who is massacring and turning the dead into an army of the underworld. A dragon guard reported. A ghost lord of the underworld? It seems like he is a 9th-grade ghost lord. The immortal Dragon Emperor squinted his eyes and said to the Crimson Dragon Emperor, I will go and deal with him. You take care of the Rising Dragon City. I will go. The Crimson Dragon Emperor said. I, the 5-clawed golden dragon, am the nemesis of the underworld creatures. If it is one-on-one, I am not afraid of them at all. Even if I am surrounded by 2 or 3 of them, I have the ability to escape. The immortal Dragon Emperor said. The Crimson Dragon Emperor felt that it made sense. After all, the golden light of the 5-clawed golden dragon could suppress the underworld creatures. If low-level underworld creatures were to be shown by it, they would be instantly burned to ashes. All right, then you must be careful. The Crimson Dragon Emperor nodded. Immediately, the immortal Dragon Emperor left the Rising Dragon City with his 18 dragon guards and headed to the north of the Dragon region. As for the Crimson Dragon Emperor, he stayed in the Rising Dragon City. If they were to compare, the underworld was the strongest among the 4 realms. This was because they had the ability to control the underworld creatures and they had 2 ghost emperors. It was also because of this that the demon realm, which only had 1 demon emperor, was conquered by the underworld and the demon clan was forced to migrate to the immortal realm. As for the immortal realm, Emperor Qing and Empress Wu were both immortal emperors. With the addition of the experts from the Dragon region, they were not afraid of the underworld. At this moment, the immortal Dragon Emperor and his 18 dragon guards had already left the Rising Dragon City. As for the ones protecting Luo Luo and Yi Xian, they were replaced by the Crimson Dragon Emperor's Blood Dragon Guards. Grandpa Red Dragon, where did Grandpa Dragon Emperor go? Lu Luo could not help but ask. A 9th-grade ghost lord appeared in the north of the Dragon region. He is leading the underworld army and causing trouble. The Dragon Emperor went to deal with him. The Crimson Dragon Emperor replied. Someone from the underworld? Hearing this, Luolua's eyes narrowed and said, I'll go too. No, the Dragon Emperor alone is enough. You must not leave the Rising Dragon City now. The Crimson Dragon Emperor reminded. He felt that this matter was not as simple as it seemed. Perhaps this was a diversion to the east and an ambush. That 9th-grade Ghost Lord was just a bait. His purpose was to separate the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. After replying, the Crimson Dragon Emperor immediately sent a message to Emperor Qing and Empress Wu to let them know about this matter. That was because the moment the underworld made a move, nothing good would come out of it. And each time, it would not be a small matter. The Rising Dragon City had a teleportation array to the Greenwood City and Martial border. Those 2 immortal emperors would definitely send someone over soon. However, at the next moment, the face of the Crimson Dragon Emperor changed drastically. What? There's no way to send the message out? The Crimson Dragon Emperor's eyes widened. This time, there was trouble. Indeed, the moment he reacted to it, a rumbling sound rang out from a certain part of the Rising Dragon City. Rumble. The moment he heard this, the Crimson Dragon Emperor bolted out swiftly. His face was solemn as he shouted out, "Everyone be careful. There are external enemies attacking." Following that, he bolted in the direction of the sound. The demon race beings in the Rising Dragon City were bewildered as well. What kind of place was the Rising Dragon City? It was the center of the dragon region. Chapter 1790. Not only that, even Yi Xian felt the same. But in the next moment, he could confirm that the rising dragon city was indeed under attack. Azura Ghost Lord had indeed sensed the aura of death, and it was from more than one direction. Rumble! Before Yi Xian could react, rumbling sounds could be heard from other directions of the rising dragon city. Waves of majestic aura of death spread out. The underworld is not giving up and wants to massacre the demon race. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes as he thought to himself. The underworld was the strongest of the four realms, but why did they choose to attack the demon race first? That was because Zuyos were very strong. As long as they could turn into the underworld army, they could sweep the other two realms. They had planned this operation for a long time. The reason why the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor did not discover it was because they had bribed some Zuyoists. There were even traitors among the 18 Dragon Guards and the Blood Dragon Guards. Your Highness Luoluo, this is bad. The rising dragon city is under attack by the underworld creatures. A Blood Dragon Guard ran into Yi Xian and Luoluo's residence in a hurry. I already know. Luoluo nodded. But in the next moment, the Blood Dragon Guard suddenly revealed an endless murderous aura as he pounced toward Luoluo. This Blood Dragon Guard was a traitor bribed by the Underworld Ghost Lord. Luoluo was slightly shocked. But now, she was already a first-rank demon venerable, infinitely close to a second-rank demon venerable. Dealing with an 8th-rank demon venerable was a piece of cake. Demon God's Claw. Luoluo immediately transformed into the Sky-Loathed Fox and used her trump card. She extended her claw and pierced through the Blood Dragon Guard's chest. The Blood Dragon Guard's demon heart was torn apart instantly, and he died. A first-rank demon venerable killed an 8th-rank demon venerable instantly. This was the power of the Sky-Loathed Fox and the Sky Demon Heart. The underworld has already infiltrated the rising dragon city. I'm afraid this attack is not because of other reasons, but because of you, Luoluo. Yi Xian suddenly walked out and said slowly, Are they afraid that I will become another demon dragon emperor or even stronger and sweep the underworld? Luoluo asked. That should be the case. However, he definitely didn't expect you to have broken through to rank 1 demon exalted. Although the Blood Dragon Guards know your current realm and your previous battle results, they want to try seeing that you are alone. Yi Xian nodded. Right now, my strength is already above that of the 18 Dragon Guards. In the entire Rising Dragon City, I am an existence that is second only to Grandpa Dragon Emperor and Grandpa Scarlet Dragon Emperor. If you want to kill me, it won't be that easy. Luoluo snorted out coldly. Not only that, but Yi Xian also had a powerful trump card, the Heaven-Breaking Ape God. Previously, the little monkey was a 7th-stage demon emperor. Now that he had broken through 2 stages and reached the 9th-stage demon emperor, his strength had increased by dozens of times. Yi Xian reckoned that its current strength had already surpassed that of the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor. Even if the Ghost Emperor of the Underworld personally stepped in, he probably wouldn't be able to do anything to it. This meant that the operation in the Underworld this time would not be so smooth. Let's go and help. At that moment, Yi Xian left with Luoluo. The Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, and Wei Zhentian all appeared and charged towards the creatures with the deathly aura. The experts of the underworld were all able to control the dead. Those Zuyois who were killed immediately turned around and charged towards their former companions. Since that was the case, the Old Tree and the others would not show any mercy. Yi Xian was only a 5th-stage immortal emperor now. Even if he used the Heavenly Fire 3 mysterious change to become a 7th-stage immortal emperor, he would probably only be able to fight against a 4th-stage ghost venerable. Therefore, he could only temporarily hide under the mystic divine armor and watch the battle from afar. The Old Tree was a 9th-stage immortal emperor now. If they joined forces with Azura Ghost Lord, they would be able to deal with a 7th-stage ghost venerable. However, they still had to assist Luoluo in searching for those with higher cultivation. Indeed, there are 9th-stage ghost venerables. And it seems like there are 3 of them. The Crimson Dragon Emperor is in danger. Through Azura Ghost Lord senses, Yi Xian understood that the underworld was going all out this time. One should know that there were only 2 ninth-stage ghost venerables in the entire dragon field. Now that the immortal Dragon Emperor had gone to the north to help, the Red Dragon Emperor was the only one left who had to face 3 experts of the same level. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were not that simple. They were worried that the underworld was trying to lure them away. Therefore, the immortal Dragon Emperor did not rush to the north of the dragon field. Instead, he wandered around outside for a while before returning. As expected, this was the underworld scheme. Old ghost of the underworld, your grandpa dragon is back. The immortal Dragon Emperor roared as golden light flashed. Although there were not many 5-clawed golden dragons in the tribe, they had many experts with their bloodline. All of them unleashed their full strength, burning the low-level undead creatures to ashes in an instant. At the same time, they suppressed many experts. The older the wiser. I didn't succeed in luring you away. But so what? A sarcastic voice sounded. Yellow Spring Monarch, it's you? The immortal Dragon Emperor recognized him. After all, they had fought before. Not only that, there's also me. Another voice sounded. 7-kill Taoist. The Red Dragon Emperor also recognized him. The Yellow Spring Monarch and the 7-kill Taoist were famous in the 4 realms, and they were not weaker than them. However, the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor sensed 3 9th-grade ghost masters. Then, where was the third person? In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. That was because they actually saw a familiar face. Master? The immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor exclaimed. This third 9th-stage ghost venerable aura belonged to none other than the former lord of the demon realm, the Demon Dragon Emperor. The Monster Dragon Emperor had a total of 5 disciples, but only the immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor were left alive in that great battle. Now, the Monster Dragon Emperor was here. How was that possible? Haha, of your 3 fellow apprentices, the 9 Abyss Great Emperor failed, but your master succeeded. Although he is not at his peak, he still has 20 to 30% of his combat power. If you know what's good for you, surrender obediently. As long as you follow the 9 Abyss Emperor, you will definitely unify the 4 realms in the future. The Yellow Spring Monarch laughed loudly. You destroyed our foundation and forced us to leave our home, and you still want us to surrender? The immortal Dragon Emperor glared at him. The enmity of murdering his master was irreconcilable, not to mention that they had almost been exterminated. Surrendering was absolutely impossible. How stubborn. Now that I have sealed off your Rising Dragon City, you can't use your communication and teleportation formations. Let's see how you resist. The 7-kill Taoist snorted coldly. Even if we die, we will never surrender. The Red Dragon Emperor shouted angrily. In that case, I have no choice but to kill you. Chapter 1791. The Demon Dragon Emperor nodded slightly when he heard that, and then he shot out swiftly. The celestial loathe fox was the reason the Netherworld Emperor had acted. He hadn't seen her before, but Lolua's face had spread throughout the entire dragon field, and even the entire immortal realm, let alone Rising Dragon City. It wasn't hard to find her. Besides, the Monster Dragon Emperor was half a step away from becoming a Monster Emperor. The Netherworld Emperor wanted to capture Luoluo so he could control her and nurture her. That way, he'd have another powerful general. But would it really be that easy? Oh no, the 9th-rank Monster Dragon Emperor is coming. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. Although Luoluo was a 1st-rank monster venerable now, she was still weaker than the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, let alone the Monster Dragon Emperor. It seemed that he had to ask Heavenbreaker for help. Heavenbreaker was a 9th-rank monster emperor. He didn't know how strong he was compared to the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Crimson Dragon Emperor, but Yi Xian knew that as long as he put on the Mystic God armor, he'd be far stronger than those two. Luoluo, come in. Yi Xian put Luoluo away. The Monster Dragon Emperor, who'd locked onto Luoluo's aura, lost his target in an instant. The Monster Dragon Emperor narrowed his eyes. He died in battle and was now an undead puppet. Although he couldn't speak and didn't have his memories, he could still think. According to the information he'd obtained, the celestial loath fox had a human elder brother. Found her. The monster dragon emperor's eyes widened, then locked onto Yi Xian. He felt that Lolua's disappearance was probably the work of Yi Xian. Heaven Breaker, kill him! Yi Xian roared and finally summoned Heaven Breaker. In the next moment, Wei Zhentian transformed into a mini mystic god armor and put it on Heaven Breaker. Immediately, the power of Heaven Crushing experienced a qualitative leap. Heaven startling 108 strikes. As soon as Heaven Breaker appeared, he swung his thin iron staff at the monster dragon emperor. Bam! It was a ferocious attack, enough to kill an ordinary 9th-rank monster venerable. However, the monster dragon emperor had been a monster emperor and a Xiuyao. How could he be killed so easily? However, Heaven Breaker's attack had seriously injured the monster dragon emperor. Peng, hold him back. We're retreating. Yi Xian immediately shouted. The old tree and Azura Ghost Venerate immediately split up. They were only 9th-grade celestial lords, so it was unlikely that they would attract any attention. Stop them! On the other side, the Yellow Springs monarch hurriedly issued orders to those undead creatures. Some of these dead creatures were as high as 8th-grade demon venerables. They were very difficult to deal with. However, the old tree was not someone to be trifled with. He immediately used his trump card. Infernal Darkness Soul Suppressing Tablet. Eye of Azura. These two skills could absorb death chi. The undead creatures that had their death chi sucked away fell down one after another. In addition, once the Azura Ghost Lord's Eye of Azura absorbed a certain amount of energy, he would be able to use his ultimate move. Eye of Azura, Azura Transformation. In an instant, Azura Ghost Lord's body began to expand rapidly. As long as there was death chi gathering around him, he could maintain it indefinitely and would continue to grow. Azura Ghost Lord, who was only a 9th-grade celestial lord, originally had the strength to fight against a 6th-grade celestial venerable. Now that he had used the Azura transformation, he was probably comparable to a 7th-grade celestial venerable. In the dragon domain, there were not many 8th-grade celestial venerables. Other than the 18 dragon guards and the blood dragon guards, there were not many. In addition, Luo was ready and waiting for orders in the planting space. There was no one who could stop Yi Xian from leaving. You want to leave? It's not that easy. Suddenly, a powerful aura appeared. After all, it was another 8th-grade celestial venerable blood dragon guard. Luo go. Yi Xian quickly released Luo, and she appeared right in front of the blood dragon guard. Claw of the Demon God. Luo had already transformed into her original form. She stretched out her claws and directly pierced through the blood dragon guard's chest. It was an instant kill. Yi Xian quickly took the interspatial ring and let Luo bring him out of the rising dragon city. When the Yellow Spring Sovereign and the 7 Kill Priests saw this, they immediately panicked. They hurriedly shouted, "Stop them!" Unfortunately, they were held back by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. There was nothing they could do. As for the Demon Dragon Emperor, he was also held back by Little Monkey. Soon, Yi Xian left the rising dragon city. At the same time, he used the method of keeping Heaven Breaker from time to time. However, the Demon Dragon Emperor was still in pursuit. Heaven Breaker could hold him back now. After all, the Demon Dragon Emperor was once a demon emperor. Although his strength had dropped, his physique did not decrease by much. Little Monkey was not strong enough to kill him now, unless he broke through to the 1st-grade celestial venerable realm. But don't forget that Little Monkey would fall into a deep sleep after he exerted his strength. If Yi Xian could not escape during this time, he would be in big trouble. Young Master, it seems like we can't leave. Why don't I go back and join forces with Little Monkey? As long as we can get rid of him, the underworld will definitely suffer great losses this time. Luo suddenly suggested. This time, the underworld had sent a total of 3 9th-grade celestial venerables. They were the Yellow Springs Monarch, the 7 Kill Daoist, and the Demon Dragon Emperor. If the Demon Dragon Emperor was killed, Luo and Little Monkey could immediately go back and help. Then they would get rid of the Yellow Springs Monarch and the 7 Kill Daoist, and the underworld would suffer great losses. But would it be so easy? Yi Xian thought for a moment. He remembered that he had the time reversal skill. If worst came to worst, he could just go back to the past. At that time, he could set up a void positioning point outside in advance. If something happened, he could leave immediately. Okay, kill the Demon Dragon Emperor with all your strength. Yi Xian nodded immediately. Luo Luo, Azura Ghost Lord, the Old Tree, Heaven Breaker, and Wei Zhentian all moved out. Although the Demon Dragon Emperor was strong at his peak, he was dead after all. Azura Ghost Lord could continuously absorb the death chi in his body and use his ultimate move. This battle may not be impossible. However, if they fought for too long, not only would Little Monkey fall asleep, but the pursuers would also catch up. At that time, they would have to use time reversal. 108 Strikes of the Heavens. Little Monkey swung his thin iron rod at the Demon Dragon Emperor. After signing a contract with Yi Xian, the sky-breaking ape god only had one skill, and that was the 108 Strikes of the Heavens. With one move, 108 rod shadows fell and smashed into the Demon Dragon Emperor. Bam! The Demon Dragon Emperor was hit again, but this time, he dodged many of the attacks. Infernal Soul-Locking Chain. Grasp of the Yellow Springs. Claw of the Demon God. Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were too weak, so they could only try to control the Demon Dragon Emperor. Then Luo Luo would attack. Unfortunately, they had no effect on the Demon Dragon Emperor. Old Tree, Azura Ghost Lord, you two go first. Yi Xian immediately transmitted to them. Chapter 1792. The Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord were only 9th grade celestial lords, so the Monster Dragon Emperor didn't care about them. His target was Yi Xian, but that was because Yi Xian had put Luo Luo away. Now, his target was Luo Luo. However, as the battle continued, more and more injuries appeared on his body. Roar! At this moment, the Monster Dragon Emperor suddenly roared at the sky. Oh no, he's going to transform. Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly transmitted his voice. The Monster Dragon Emperor was already so difficult to deal with in his human form. If he transformed into his true form, wouldn't he be even stronger? However, Luo Luo and Little Monkey still couldn't stop the Monster Dragon Emperor from transforming into his true form. Suddenly, a silver-gray sky dragon appeared before everyone's eyes. The Monster Dragon Emperor's true form was an iron-faced dragon supremacy, which was the same level as the Supremacy Red Dragon. However, he was known for his defense. No wonder he was so durable. This was going to be troublesome. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The iron-faced dragon supremacy waved his hand and grabbed at Luo Luo. Humph! Luo Luo only snorted in the face of this shocking claw and quickly dodged. However, at this moment, he suddenly saw some figures flying over from the horizon. There were 15 of them in total, and all of them were men in golden armor. When they saw Luolua's true form and the iron-faced dragon supremacy, they trembled violently. It's the Monster Dragon Emperor. The 15 dragon guards were shocked, but they could clearly feel the death chi emitted from the iron-faced dragon supremacy. It seemed that the iron-faced dragon supremacy had been controlled by the 9 Abyss Emperor. Go, protect Princess Luoluo. The 15 dragon guards, who were 8th grade demon venerables, immediately rushed forward. On the other side, Yi Xian couldn't help but be overjoyed when he saw this. Just now, the immortal Dragon Emperor had shaken off the dragon guards and even eliminated the traitor. Now, these 15 people should be his trusted aides. Luo Luo, Little Monkey, and these 15 dragon guards could definitely kill the iron-faced dragon supremacy. Whoosh! All 15 dragon guards transformed into their true forms. They were all 5-clawed golden dragons. Under the golden light, the iron-faced dragon supremacy's armor began to melt. It wasn't very effective, but it was enough for Little Monkey to break through its defense. Gotcha! The Little Monkey, who was wearing the mystic divine battle armor, aimed at the head of the iron-faced dragon supremacy and smashed it into pieces. At the same time, the 15 dragon guards also joined the battle and launched a group attack. The 18 dragon guards of the immortal Dragon Emperor were all elites. If they joined forces, they would be comparable to the immortal Dragon Emperor. Although there were only 15 of them, their strength was not to be underestimated. With the addition of Luo Luo and the Little Monkey, The iron-faced dragon was immediately beaten to the point where it threw away its armor and fled. Chase. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Xian immediately gave Luo Luo and Little Monkey an order. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to pursue and capture this supreme iron-faced dragon. Within the Rising Dragon City, what? The Monster Dragon Emperor was actually forced to flee? The Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were shocked. One had to know that when the Monster Dragon Emperor maintained his human form, his strength was not weaker than theirs. After transforming into his true form, his strength was already stronger than both of them. However, he was actually beaten to the point of turning around and running away. It was simply inconceivable. It's that little monkey. The Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist looked at the sky-splitting divine ape at the same time. They felt that the sky-splitting divine ape was extremely powerful. It was only a 9th-grade demon emperor, but it was able to launch such a powerful attack. The dragon guards are back. Let's go. The Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist discussed telepathically and decided to retreat first. If there were only a few blood dragon guards, they would not be afraid. However, with the addition of the 15 8th-grade demon venerables, it was impossible. Retreat. Thinking of this, the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist turned around and left. Do you think the immortal world is a place where you can come and go as you please? Suddenly, an old voice sounded. Then, a white-robed elder suddenly descended from the sky. The Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist looked up and almost peed their pants. Cyan Emperor? Both of them were shocked. The Cyan Emperor was one of the 2 giants of the immortal world, and his strength had reached the level of a 2nd-grade immortal emperor. It was because of him that the underworld did not dare to attack the immortal world. However, the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist quickly reacted. This Cyan Emperor was not his original body, but the projection. Humph, so what if it's the Cyan Emperor? He's just a projection. Do you think he can keep the 2 of us here? The Yellow Springs Sovereign snorted. If he can't do it, what if I join in? Another voice sounded. However, this time, it was a gentle voice. The Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist glanced over and saw another projection. Whoa, even Wu Ho was here. Ha ha ha, although you have sealed off the communication and teleportation circles around the Rising Dragon City, don't forget that I just left the Rising Dragon City. The Immortal Dragon Emperor suddenly laughed. Just now, he had noticed this suspicious point, so he quickly turned into his original body and left the vicinity of the Rising Dragon City. He also sent a message to the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho. Suppress them. Although the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho were only projections, one of them was a 2nd-grade immortal emperor while the other was a 1st-grade immortal emperor. Their strength was not something the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist could compare to. The 2 of them attacked at the same time. In an instant, the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist felt immense pressure and their speed dropped drastically. This was going to be troublesome. Cyan Emperor, Wu Ho, are you really going to protect the Dragon City? The Yellow Springs Sovereign shouted anxiously when he saw that things were not going well. I don't need you to question what I do. Today, I will use your death to warn the 9 Netherworld Emperor not to be too arrogant. The Cyan Emperor's voice entered the ears of the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist. It seemed like they would not be able to escape today. The 9 Netherworld Emperor will take revenge for us. The Yellow Springs Sovereign's voice resounded through the 9 heavens. Unfortunately, this threat was not enough to stop them from being killed. With the suppression of the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho's projections, the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were finally killed by the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor. As for the Monster Dragon Emperor, his death chi was worn away and he turned into a corpse. The battle was won. Thank you, Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho, for your help. After the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist were killed, the Immortal Dragon Emperor quickly expressed his gratitude. Don't worry about it. This time, we have killed 2 of the top generals of the 9 Netherworld Emperor and the 100 Ghosts Palace Lord. We will definitely be able to rest for a while. The Cyan Emperor waved his hand. This battle was definitely worth it. Although it was a little shocking, the underworld had lost 2 ninth-grade ghost sovereigns. After saying that, the Cyan Emperor and Wu Ho's projections disappeared. If they did not attack, they could maintain this state for a long time. However, they did not have enough time to suppress the Yellow Springs Sovereign and the 7 Kills Taoist. Chapter 1793. Huff huff. The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor heaved a sigh of relief after the Green Emperor and Empress Wu left. This time, they had almost been destroyed here. Fortunately, the Demon Dragon Emperor had gone to capture Luoluo. Otherwise, if he had joined the battle here, neither the Immortal Dragon Emperor nor the Red Dragon Emperor would have been able to fight 1 against 2. Fortunately, this time, it was only a close call, but they had also killed 2 ninth-grade ghost venerables of the underworld. Was it Little Monkey that held back Master just now? At this time, the Red Dragon Emperor finally reacted. Squeak, squeak. The sky-breaking divine ape took off its mystic divine armor and squeaked twice, which meant, if it was not me, who else could it be? It was only a 9th-grade demon royal now. If it had been a demon venerable earlier, the iron-faced dragon supremacy would have been blown apart by it. Unfortunately, it had 2 days less time. In just a few days, Little Monkey has broken through from the 7th-grade demon royal to the 9th-grade demon royal. Could it be Yi Xian's credit? The Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor thought at the same time. However, they still had many things to do, so they did not ask much. They only sent some dragon guards to protect Yi Xian and the others. Chapter 1794. What? You want to go to the monster realm? The Immortal Dragon Emperor asked in surprise. Luoluo is a 4th-grade monster venerable now. Her strength is far beyond the 2 seniors. With the help of the Little Monkey, it won't be a problem for me to go to the underworld, Yi Xian said. The Immortal Dragon Emperor hesitated. Although that was what he said, the contract between Yi Xian and Luoluo was a master-servant contract. If Yi Xian accidentally died, wouldn't Luoluo die too? Senior, don't worry. I'm 100% confident that I can take back the monster realm this time. When the time comes, we can even go to the underworld, Yi Xian continued. If that's the case, I'll have to discuss it with Emperor Qing and Empress Wu, the Immortal Dragon Emperor said. Senior, if you don't believe me, why don't we fight? Yi Xian suddenly suggested. Fight. The Immortal Dragon Emperor was stunned. He didn't understand what Yi Xian meant. It's not that I don't believe in the 2 senior strength, but the Old Tree and Azura Ghost Lord are too powerful. If you can beat them, I'll give up on the idea of going to the monster realm. Yi Xian said. You want to challenge me? The Immortal Dragon Emperor was even more surprised. Although he wasn't a monster emperor, he was infinitely close to it. Coupled with the bloodline of the 5-clawed golden dragon, he wasn't someone that ordinary people could fight against. Not to mention challenging someone of a higher level. Alright, let's give it a try. The Immortal Dragon Emperor nodded. He agreed because Yi Xian had done a lot of miracles recently. Luoluo had only refined the heavenly monster heart for a short while, but she had already broken through to the 4th-grade monster venerable. The Little Monkey even had the strength to fight the monster dragon emperor. It was too terrifying. All of this had to do with Yi Xian. Yi Xian, the Immortal Dragon Emperor, and the Red Dragon Emperor went to the Battle Dragon platform. Along the way, they attracted a lot of onlookers. These people didn't understand what Yi Xian and the others wanted to do. Old Tree, Ghost Lord Azura, which one of you wants to go? Yi Xian transmitted his voice. Tisk tisk tisk, I'll do it. Challenging the leader of a tribe should be very satisfying. Old Tree grinned and transmitted his voice to Yi Xian. Although he was only a 3rd-grade immortal venerable now, his strength was extremely shocking. Don't forget that he still had the profound divine battle armor. Wearing the mystic god battle armor, even if it was the Immortal Dragon Emperor and the Red Dragon Emperor, he would still be able to beat them up. Brat, come. The Immortal Dragon Emperor said to Yi Xian. In the next moment, the Old Tree donned the mystic god battle armor that Wei Zhentian had transformed into. Then, another fire clone flashed onto the Battle Dragon platform. What? A rank 3 demon venerable is challenging the Dragon Emperor? Heavens, Lord Dragon Emperor has been challenged by someone who is at a higher level than him. Furthermore, It is someone who is at least 6 levels above him. What's going on? I must be dreaming. The surrounding people were shocked, but they couldn't be blamed. After all, this was the first time they had seen such a thing. In fact, although the bloodline of the old tree and Azura Ghost Venerable was not as strong as the heavenly loathsome fox, they were definitely stronger than the 5-clawed golden dragon and the supreme red dragon. Coupled with the mystic god battle armor, what was the point of challenging someone who was at least 6 levels above him? Go. Without waiting for the immortal dragon emperor to speak, Yi Xian gave the order to the old tree. In an instant, the old tree crossed a large distance and used the nether fire clone to flash behind the immortal dragon emperor. So fast. The immortal dragon emperor was shocked. He quickly turned around and threw out a punch. Bang! With this punch, the two of them were evenly matched. Although he had the mystic god battle armor, the old tree's cultivation realm was still too low. Moreover, the immortal dragon emperor was one of the 2 leaders of the dragon domain. How could it be so easy to deal with him? Again, the old tree's eyes flashed and immediately cast the nether fire clone. There were a total of 9 nether fire clones, and they surrounded the immortal dragon emperor instantly. As long as the old tree did not dodge, the immortal dragon emperor would not know which one was the real one. Whoosh whoosh. Suddenly, the immortal dragon emperor heard a gust of wind. His body trembled and he turned around and threw out another punch. Bang! The immortal dragon emperor and the old tree clashed again. It was still a draw. However, the old tree's strength had already surprised the immortal dragon emperor. After all, he was 6 levels higher than the old tree. Looks like I have to show some strength. The immortal dragon emperor's eyes flashed and his body enlarged instantly. His true form was the 5-clawed golden dragon emperor. You have a true form, so do I. The old tree's eyes widened when he saw the immortal dragon emperor transform into his true form. The old tree was also part of the demon tribe. His true form was the Yanming Ghost Lord. However, the transformed old tree was slightly suppressed by the immortal dragon emperor's golden light. Fortunately, the old tree had the mystic divine armor. Otherwise, the old tree would be suppressed by at least 1 or 2 levels. The two of them transformed into their true forms and started fighting in the air. Yanming Soul-Locking Chain. Yanming Soul-Locking Tablet. Yanming Soul-Breaking Strike. The old tree used all his trump cards and fought fiercely against the immortal dragon emperor. The people below were excited to see the battle. They were all guessing what kind of Zeus the old tree was. How could he fight against the immortal dragon emperor? Terrifying, this is too terrifying. On the other side, the red dragon emperor wiped the cold sweat off his forehead when he saw the battle. If it was him, he would not be able to do anything to the old tree. At this thought, he glanced at Luo Luo, who had become a 4th-grade demon venerable. If it was Luo Luo, the immortal dragon emperor would be killed instantly like Teng Qingshan. Yi Xian and the others were strong enough to fight alone. Even the whole dragon field together would not be able to defeat them. It was not impossible for them to go to the demon realm. After all, the little monkey was with them. All right, that's enough. At this moment, the immortal dragon emperor suddenly roared and transformed into his human form. In fact, the immortal dragon emperor's strength had increased after transforming into his true form. However, his body was too big, and the old tree had 9 nether fire doppelgangers. He could not find a target and could only be beaten up. Therefore, it was better to end the battle early. I can't even defeat him, let alone Luo Luo and the little monkey. I acknowledge your strength. The immortal dragon emperor transmitted his voice to Yi Xian. Shall we go to the demon realm first and kill all the ghost venerables there? Then we will attack the underworld together. Yi Xian asked. In fact, Yi Xian wanted to go to the underworld alone. He only said this because he wanted the immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor to be at ease. All right, I will inform Emperor Qing and Empress Wu and ask them to attack the underworld together. The immortal dragon emperor nodded. All right, if that's the case, I will take my leave. Yi Xian cupped his fist at the immortal dragon emperor and the red dragon emperor. As for the passage between the immortal realm and the demon realm, it was in the north of the dragon field. It was the passage that the 9th-grade demon venerable had opened.